What's up, guys? Welcome to another episode of the Young Guns podcast. And today we've got our free agency live stream. We're experiencing currently some technical difficulties over on Twitter, so I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do this per se, but we're going to try to figure it out. We're going to push through, anyways. So we're just going to kind of just go through the free agents, talk about the potential guys that are available, who's going to go where, and just kind of recap um, the whole morning and whole afternoon pretty much with whoever gets signed. Like I said, obviously Twitter's currently down, so it's going to be a little bit of a harder process. But I have TSN on my TV, so I'll be able to watch and see what's available on there in the time being as Twitter sorts its shit out. And obviously, at the same time, we're also going to answer some comments if anybody has any. I know that there's already some in the chat, so we're going to reach out and do that. So, guys, let's just jump straight into it early on here this morning. So there was already 5 deals that were pretty much signed this morning, done and dusted. Klim Kostin, who the Red Wings acquired from Edmonton, he signed a 2-year deal at $2 million per season, so $4 million total. He'll be with Detroit, which I think is a good signing for Detroit. They get themselves back a third, fourth line guy who I think can play on their bottom 6 and really be effective. He was really, really good in Edmonton. And I think he's a guy that's going to bring some depth scoring to Detroit. He's very physical as well. It's exactly the type of player that I think Detroit would want. And he can play on both wings, which I think is really good. So I think it's a good signing for Detroit at that $2 million per season total. Gustav Lindstrom, a good depth defenseman for Detroit. He gets a contract, which is pretty good as well. We're looking at about $950,000 for him for 1 year. Good depth defenseman. I think he's done some decent things for Detroit over the last couple of years. So I think it's very good and probably better than people give him credit for. So it's a cheap deal. Eric Brandstrom returns to Ottawa. Now, we're going to have Zach on the episode later on, so he'll pretty much recap those signings for the Senators. But Brandstrom, good depth defenseman, good puck mover, still 23 years old and pretty young, gets himself a $2 million deal for 1 year. Matt Luff, depth guy as well, $775K, so league minimum for 1 year. And then Jacob Bernard Docker re-signed in Ottawa as well, 23-year-old right D as well. He signs $1.6 million value, $805,000 total. So as you see, currently my Twitter is down. I'm trying to refresh the page, but we're gonna figure it out, boys and girls. So I'm gonna answer some comments in the meantime. There was 3 already in the thing, so we're gonna start with those, and then I guess we'll just kind of go from there. So Soccer Insider first asked me about the Hall of Fame class, 2023 Hall of Fame class. Why do you think Alex McGillney and Chris Osgood did not make it? Henrik Lundqvist, Pierre Turgeon, Mike Vernon, and Tom Barrasso deserved it. They all did, for sure. McGillney, it's very surprising that McGillney didn't make the All-Star game. I'm not going to lie to you, the Hall of Fame. Sorry, it's he's a very good player. He was a very good player back in his day, and I think he showed why he deserved to be in the Hockey Hall of Fame, and he's been robbed of it a few times. I read somewhere, I don't know if it was on Twitter or somewhere, but they said that I think it had to do with the fact that they weren't going to put Russian players in because of the whole thing that was going on, the political thing that was going on, which doesn't really make sense to me. I think in the end, if you're, regardless of what your nationality is, uh, you know, regardless of what your nationality is, I think you should be acknowledged for the fact that you're a good hockey player and that you deserve to be in the Hockey Hall of Fame, and the rest of it shouldn't really matter. That's just kind of my opinion. So I do think he should get in there at some point. Not obviously this year. Obviously, it won't be able to. And Chris Osgood, I mean, Osgood's a tough one. I know he won a couple of cups with Detroit, and all in all, he was a very good goaltender. The thing with Chris Osgood, though, is I think if you look at the list of the guys you mentioned with Henrik Lundqvist, Mike Vernon, and obviously Tom Barrasso, these are 3 guys that are, really good goaltenders. And I think they already added those 3. So adding Osgood this year just didn't really make sense. So I think that's why they decided to go that route. The second question you asked was, is Dennis Gurianov staying with the Canadians, and do you see Tristan Jarry going to the Sabres? I'll answer the first question. I think there's a possibility for Dennis Gurianov to come back in Montreal. He was okay when he came in, when he got traded for Evgeny Dodonov. Played okay. Wasn't fantastic, but wasn't terrible either. I think there's a possibility there for him where he can come in and sign a 1-year deal, maybe at like 1.5 million, 1.25 million. play a third, fourth line role for the Canadians. I can definitely see that happening. I think he's at least deserved that, but it's possible that he goes somewhere else, and I wouldn't really be upset if he did. I mean, at the end of the day, he was just a value signing. So interesting to see what's going to happen with Denis Gurianov. And then to answer your second question, do I see Tristan Jarry going to Sabres? I mean, it's an option. Buffalo need goaltending. Obviously, with Devin Levi coming in last year, he played really, really well. I think there's definitely an opportunity for Devin Levi to, um, you know, take over the starting reins, but I don't think they were happy with their other goaltenders, Luukkonen, Comrie, and specifically Craig Anderson as well, who retired now. I do think they could bring interest in Jarry, but I think he's probably going to end up re-signing in Pittsburgh. That's just my personal feeling. Then you have where do you see Blake Wheeler signing with? His agent stated it presents a confidence team because of the traveling and the schedule that he wants to play on an American-based NHL team. I think good options for him would be New Jersey, Boston. Boston, he's played for already. I believe he was drafted by the Bruins or drafted by Arizona, but he played for the Bruins a little bit too. So I think for Blake Wheeler, that probably is the one that makes the most amount of sense. But we'll see where he ends up. I think there's good options for him. The Rangers are not a bad option either for Blake Wheeler if they want him. So we'll see what happens. Anthony says, glad Twitter just ain't down for me, but Twitter on the phone is working. Yeah, I know. It's been very weird all morning. I've been trying to scroll between the desktop and obviously my phone, and it's been on and off both ways. So we'll see. And then Sean Horkoff asked, do you think the Wings will make big moves? I mean, they've already signed two of their guys. They bought out Kyler Yamamoto yesterday, which was very surprising. I thought they were going to keep him. I could see them in the market for DeBrincat. I know they said that the talks have cooled off a little bit. I could see them in the market for a guy like Tarasenko. I could see them in the market for potentially a high value forward, maybe Matt Duchene as well. Just something that I think Detroit could help them out. Someone who can help Detroit out. So yeah, and obviously there's another signing that was just made. Oliver Ekman-Larsson is heading to Florida, according to Cap Friendly. Now I saw it on Twitter before it went down. So it looks like that's what's going to happen. I think what I'm going to do, guys, for the time being for Twitter is I'm just going to go through my phone because it seems like that's the only way it seems to be working. But Ekman-Larsson, we'll talk about him a little bit. He got bought out by Vancouver. He was part of a big buyout between the Vancouver Canucks and himself. So he'll be getting the cost is $2.126 million. The cap it's only $146,000 this year. Next year it goes up, obviously, for the Canucks. But Ekman-Larsson, listen, it just didn't work in Vancouver. He struggled a lot. Didn't really get to play some good hockey. I think his contract was too much for what he brought to the table. So we'll see what happens with that. But I'm curious to see what he does in Florida. I think he can bring some decent. I think he's a good puck mover. I think he's definitely a guy that can score points. And I think on a cheap deal at $2.2 million, I believe is what he signed for, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, $2.2 million. Well, it's not officially confirmed, but it's $2.2 million, $2.5 million. I think that's a cheap deal. 31 years old. He gets a one year prove it deal, I think, which is nice. And it adds to Florida's puck moving defenseman that they currently have, which is really nice. So I like this move for Ekman-Larsson. I think it makes a lot of sense. And he's going to a team that was up and coming this season. So I like it. I'm a big fan of it too. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see that. And now we're just going to quickly look at the UFAs that are currently available at the moment. I was looking at the signings and stuff. So obviously there's those were the guys that were signed. And if you look at the UFAs that are currently available, so obviously guys, just to kind of look at it a little bit, Patrick Kane, available, Jonathan Toews, Blake Wheeler. I'm actually going to sort by points. Actually, let me search by cap hit actually, because it's going to be easier. We'll see all the highest paid players. So Patrick Kane still available. I don't think he signs right away. I think the reason for that is just the fact that he got surgery, so I just don't see him starting the season. So I don't think it's an option now. Jonathan Toews is going to be interesting to see where he goes. Blake Wheeler, who was bought out by the Jets, I think he's going to be very interesting in the destination that he goes to. Matt Duchene, Tarasenko, Ryan O'Reilly. That's a good list of players in the top six. Max Pacioretty, where is he going to go? I heard rumors of going back to Carolina. I saw potentially Colorado. James Van Riemsdyk is going to leave Philly, which I think is going to be very exciting. John Klingberg, another one who, last year signed for the Ducks, tried to prove himself, wasn't at his best, wasn't terrible either, but wasn't at his best. So I think that there's an opportunity there for for John Klingberg. We're gonna answer some more questions here. Where will Bertuzzi and Orlov sign? Bertuzzi, there was rumors about the Bruins. I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. I think Boston has to deal with their cap space a little bit. They currently have a lot of guys that are, well, they don't have that many guys signed, but they also don't have that much cap space either. I know they have about 13 or 14 million. So we'll check after. But yeah, so I'm not sure. I know they want to sign Bertuzzi back. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. I could also see Tyler Bertuzzi maybe going out west to a team like Minnesota or Dallas. I know Dallas is looking for a top 9 forward. They're interested in Blake Wheeler. I could see them being interested in Bertuzzi as well. For Dmitry Orlov, to me, I think he's probably one of the best defensemen in this draft. I'm a big fan of Dmitry Orlov. I would love to see him back in Boston. I would also like to see him in Washington. I know the Caps fans were big fans of him too. I think for Dmitry Orlov, there's a possibility he ends up going back to Washington. But we'll see about that. And then just to answer this question, are the Habs going to be quiet? I'm 95% sure they will be. They have too many guys on their roster, man. And it's just coming to a point where unless Kent Hughes makes a trade or unless he tries to find guys to take on cap space, it's going to be tough for Montreal to do anything. I could see some minor moves for the Canadiens. I wouldn't be surprised if a guy like if some AHL guys get signed. But in terms of actual NHLers, I think Montreal is pretty much done with their offseason, but we'll wait and see. Just to also talk about we'll also just talk about some signings that aren't confirmed on Cap Friendly, but unfortunately, I can't actually check it through Twitter to show you guys, simply for the fact that they just haven't. Twitter's still down, but Ryan Reeves, $1.35 million for 3 years with the Leafs. That's just way too much, in my opinion, guys. I know that it's probably probably not at his best. And Ryan Reeves is not the best player to come out of this free agency class at all. He's 36 years old. He, making $1.35 million, I think is absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion, for 3 years. I don't know what Toronto's trying to do there. I think they're absolutely making a big mistake by signing Ryan Reeves. I know that they wanted to get tougher, and I understand that part of it. But, for me, I just think that there's just other guys you can go for, man. And like for 3 years, like a 3-year term, he's 36, he's gonna be 39 when his contract expires. Like, is that really worth it? I'm not 100% sure. So I don't like that deal for the Leafs. Let me know what you guys think about Ryan Reeves going to Toronto. I'm not a big fan of that. And then any news so far? My Twitter doesn't work. So like I said, Ryan Reeves signed with the Leafs. Kevin Weeks also reported on Twitter, actually, that before it went down, obviously, or it's still down, but that it looked like Cam Talbot was going to sign with the LA Kings. Now, actually, let's go look at the goaltenders in this class really quickly here, because if you look at like the goaltending, there's some interesting goaltenders that are going to be available in this free agency class. So obviously, we know Jonathan Quick likely goes to the Rangers. They're going to have to figure out a way to, what the contract is going to be exactly. Varlamov's an interesting one. Does he go back to the Islanders? I've heard rumors that he might. He could also be a very interesting option for a team that wants a goaltender to play 30, 40 games. I could see that. Freddie Anderson, will he go back to Carolina? If he doesn't, is Pittsburgh an option for him? He knows Kyle Dubas. I think there's a possibility there. Jonathan Bernier, I think, is done. He was on LTIR all year last year. I don't see him coming back. Cam Talbot struggled with Ottawa. 898, 293, 17 wins, 14 losses. For me, I think it's more so the fact that he struggled with injury, and he struggled on a defensive team in Ottawa that I wouldn't say is weak. Maybe Zach will be able to comment on it a little bit more when he comes, but I think that Ottawa's D-core let him down last year a lot, and I think he also just didn't make the saves that he was supposed to make. And if you look at who came in with Sjogard and even with Forsberg at times, Ottawa just got better goaltending. I just don't think Talbot had the best year. I think if in LA, his option and his potential to improve is definitely higher. So I do think that on a 1-year prove-it deal, I think he can have a good season in LA, but we'll see. Tristan Jarry is going to be an interesting one. Khudobin, I don't think comes back at all. Nedeljkovic, will the team give him a chance? I'm not sure. Mackenzie Blackwood, we know that he didn't receive a qualifying offer with the Sharks, but that the Sharks still want to re-sign him. I think a good spot for Mackenzie Blackwood could actually be Ottawa. I definitely see that. So I want to see what happens with him. Laurent Brossoit, really good season last year. I think someone's going to give him a shot. James Reimer, same thing. Not the best numbers, but obviously, if you look at the team who was in front, makes sense. Mike Smith likely retires. I mean, he hasn't officially retired, but he likely retires. Antti Ranta, is he going to go back to Carolina, right? So now the question is, Carolina right now only have one goalie under contract, which is Peter Kochetkov. Both Antti Ranta and Freddie Anderson are currently off on the free agent market. So we'll see if Carolina brings one of those two guys back. Martin Jones, really good year last year. The numbers would say otherwise, but he got a lot of wins. I think there's an opportunity where he could go back to Seattle. I also think there's an opportunity where he can fall to a different team. And then just to kind of look at other things that have been announced so far, nothing too big here. From what I see here, Elliot Friedman reporting maybe Nathan Bastian going back to New Jersey, but those are kind of the big names on the free agent class right now. And then it goes quick to Rangers lull. I mean, it was his favorite team growing up, so there's definitely some enjoyment there for him, I would say. So good for him. I mean, look, it's going to probably be a backup role. I would say league minimum, nothing more than that. Would be very surprised if it's anything less than that. So we'll see. But quick as a backup, I don't think is a terrible option for the Rangers. What do Flyers do to fill the roster out? I don't think Philly's going to do much. I think for Philly, let's actually quickly look at their salary cap, because Philly's one of those teams that I'm very curious about. Just simply for the fact that they had a very good draft and they also have 10 million in cap space. To me, look, if you look at what they have, Cam York, they have to sign. Noah Cates, they have to sign. Morgan Frost, they have to sign. I think they're probably going to sign some depth guys, a lot of depth guys. Obviously, Sean Couturier looked like he may come back. So will Atkinson. Based on the UFA class, like if I have to go look at what the UFA class looks like, just based on this, I think Philly could be in the market for maybe a guy like Josh Bailey, or they might try to go for some younger players that are decent potential, or not decent potential, but that could play, that still have stuff left in them. A guy like Pius Suter, a guy like Miles Wood could be an option for Philly. I would even see, if you go to the second page, in terms of what's of it, Denis Gurianov, that could be an option for Philly. Jesse Puljujarvi, maybe they take a shot at him. Max Domi, if he wants an opportunity in Philly under Tortorella, we know he played for him in Columbus. There's a possibility that could happen. Michael Bunting is obviously another option. I don't think Bunting would make sense for Philly, though, simply for the fact that it just, to me, he's just not what Philly needs at the moment. But just guys that are in the 26, 27, 28 range that could potentially fit. Maybe a guy like Pierre Engvall too. So there's options for Philly for sure. No holding back, saying they will bring back Ranta, call up Kochetkov, and Anderson will walk. Probably. I mean, that's probably the likely scenario. It all depends on what the asking price is, right? So in my opinion, I look at Kochetkov as probably the future starter. So for me, they would need someone to kind of back him up or play a 1A, 1B. I could see Ranta. It probably makes sense. It depends on who's cheaper. Ranta's stats were good enough last year that I think there's definitely a good opportunity for him. You look at Kyler Yamamoto. You're saying Kyler Yamamoto to the Flyers. That's an option too. I mean, if Philly want to go for a guy who wants to prove himself, Yamamoto's an option. Maxim Comtois is another option of guys who didn't receive QOs. Maybe Daniel Sprong for Philly could be an option. So they have the cap space. It's not much, but they have the cap space to do it here for Philly if you're there. Deuce B is saying pretty lame FA class. I mean, it is in terms of the high quality players. Let's say it's probably not as high end as you would want, but it's still decent. It's not like it's definitely not the best class we've seen. It's definitely probably one of the worst that we've seen. But we'll see what happens with that. Obviously, Alex Killorn's another one on the UFA class. We've got Ethan Bear. You're asking about Ethan Bear. Ethan Bear could be an option for Philly. They're definitely looking for defensemen. They moved out Ivan Provorov. They tried to move on. They looks like there's a deal in place for Tony DeAngelo. So I like that move. I think Ethan Bear could make sense. Josh Bailey to the Preds. I mean, if they want to fill out gaping holes in their roster, yeah. Depends how much the asking price is, but I think Barry Trotz is looking for something bigger. When he bought out Matt Duchene, I think the expectation was that it was going to be a lot bigger than just that. But Josh Bailey's a good depth option for the Preds. Good playoff performer as well. I could see that happening if the Predators want to do it, if there's mutual interest for sure. Could see Bunting in Washington. Again, kind of with the Capitals, just quickly before I look at it. So, if you look at what Bunting is and everything that Bunting brings, if you go look at the Capitals cap space, because that's the most important thing. They only have about 7.3 million, right? All they have to sign is Faravari. It depends on what Bunting's looking for. If he's looking for like anywhere in the $6 million range, I just don't think the Capitals would be able to do it or would want to do it. So that's the only thing with Bunting. But I do think that there's definitely options for him in terms of other teams in the league. Possibility that he goes back to Toronto, maybe, but I don't see that happening. And then Ethan Bear to Winnipeg, that could happen. They need a puck mover. I think Ethan Bear provides a little bit of physicality. He can also move the puck a little bit, so I think the Jets could make sense for Ethan Bear as well. I was hoping the Habs would bring back Gurianov. It could still happen. I mean, listen, it's one of those things where his qualifying offer was like 2.3 million, I think. So to me, the fact that it was a $2.3 million QO, I think was just too much for Gurianov. And like I said in the beginning of the video, if he gets 1.5 million, that's okay. I think Montreal would definitely be willing to do that. Anything more than that, I think, is way too much for Gurianov, especially for what he brought to the table. I just don't see the point in doing that. Blackwoods will sign with the Sens. I hope so. I think Ottawa could definitely use a goalie like Blackwood. I know he didn't have the best year, and there's health concerns with him. But if he's healthy, I think he's a really good goaltender. I think there's a possibility that Blackwood could end up signing in Ottawa. Comtois to the Habs. I've seen a lot of people talk about this, actually. So it's kind of funny that it's mentioned that way. But I'm not going to lie to you. I don't see Montreal going for him, just simply for the fact that they have a lot of guys already. They already have too many forwards. So unless they believe that Max Comtois can really turn things around in Montreal, I just don't see it happening. The Canadians have to move guys. They have so many guys available. They have to sign Harvey Pinard too. They have to sign potentially Yolonen. They have their own guys that they need to worry about. They also have guys like Armia, guys like Hoffman. So there's a lot of very big situations going on for the Canadians. So we'll see what happens with them. But I don't think it's going to be much more than that. Lara's asking, Dallas adds D-men. Carson Soucy to Dallas. Carson Soucy was a guy that I think he was linked to Dallas. I also think that there's a possibility here that he can go elsewhere. I think a guy that could be very interesting, depending on Dallas's cap space, but just a guy to watch out for in general in the free agent class, I think is Matt Dumba. He's going to be a guy I'm very, very, very excited to see where he ends up going. And then it says, why did Perry and Flynn sign for 4 million? They're washed. It's more so the fact that if you look at kind of what Chicago's cap space is, they needed to get to the cap floor. And people can talk about cap circumvention and all that stuff, and I get it, and I'm not in disagreement with you on that. But you also have to look at it from the fact that these are guys that likely won't get jobs anywhere else. Like maybe they would have got league minimum jobs, though. I do think there's a possibility of that happening. But for me, I just see the fact that, they're two guys that can help Connor Bedard, mentor Bedard. I think Foligno, 4 million's a lot, but like I said, it's to get to the cap floor, and I think it's not a big deal. O'Reilly to Chicago to mentor Bedard. I think that's what they were already doing with Foligno and Perry. I think they're going to add some guys. I think Chicago wants to build a team here around Connor Bedard. So I do think that they're going to add guys. But with that being said, I don't think that's going to be Ryan O'Reilly. I think O'Reilly's looking for more of a cup contender than anything else. So that's my opinion, but we'll see what happens. Deep Dive Podcast. Hey, what's up, bro? I'm so ready. Good. Where's Klingberg gonna go? So Klingberg's an interesting one because he worked out in Minnesota. I think he could potentially end up back there, but for me, I don't know, man. I'm not too big on Klingberg. I don't think he's that good of a defenseman. I think for me, there's going to be it's going to be more so the fact that I could see maybe a team like Toronto take a shot at him. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. When should the move start? Well, they're kind of already starting now, but officially it starts at 12. So as of noon Eastern, depending on where you guys are watching from. But at noon Eastern time would be when the free agents can officially sign with new teams. So that's when I think all the moves are going to really start to happen. Jonathan Toews retires, possibly. I mean, it depends on his health, right? We saw him miss a lot of games, and so because we saw him miss a lot of games, there's definitely an opportunity to look at it from that perspective of the fact that he could retire. I also think there's an option with Winnipeg. So I'm hoping that maybe he goes back to Winnipeg, back home, so it could happen. And then Lara's asking Kane to the Sabres. I mean, Kane's tough because now he's probably not going to sign right away, just because, like I said, he's going to miss I think 4 to 6 months with an injury, anyways. The fact that he was doing surgery, so I think there's a possibility that he could go back home. But I think Patty Kane's going to want to see where the market's at, and also the fact that who's going to be in the playoffs. I think Patty Kane wants to win another cup. That's why he went to the Rangers last year. So we'll see. But it's a possibility that maybe he goes back to New York, but I doubt it. So we'll see. And then Arizona sleeping this offseason again, relocate. I Listen, if you guys have watched the podcast long enough, you know my opinion on the Arizona Coyotes. I mean, it's just going to be an ongoing situation with this team. It is what it is at this point. Like, I'm so fed up talking about it. But in terms of what Arizona's going to do, I mean, I hope they sign some guys, man. Like, get a roster at least. The draft picks that they made, both with Dmitry Simashev and Danil Bu, were a bit high. So I'm not too keen on that, but we'll see what happens. Is my Twitter up and running, please? Like, could we oh God. Well, that's fun. So I'm reading here. So I'm reading it off my phone, guys, because that's the only thing I can do at the moment. So just based on the fact that I'm reading it off my phone, I can tell you that David Pagnotta was told that the Panthers are signing goaltender Anthony Stolarz for a 1-year deal. So Anthony Stolarz is going to be a Florida Panther. So that's interesting because with Spencer Knight currently in the program, the player assistance program, and with talks that I think he might come back, signing Stolarz is an interesting situation here because he was an NHL goaltender last year. So to me, like, that's very surprising. I know that Ducks didn't want to bring him back because of the whole situation with the fact that they have Dostal, but to me, I think that's very surprising that Stolarz got signed, at least in Florida. I didn't think Florida was going to go after a goaltender. I thought they were going to be that team that was maybe going to try to go for someone else. I know they signed Ekman Larsson already. I know his numbers are not the best. 899 last year, 19 games, 28 games the year before that, 917. But he's a backup. Like, he's a genuine backup, and so I think that is there something with Spencer Knight potentially? Is he not coming? Is he not ready to come back? Is he not ready to return? Do they want Spencer Knight to flourish? Is Sergei Bobrovsky maybe getting moved? We'll see what happens there. And Elliot Freeman also tweeted out, lots of talk around Nashville's interest in a center. Believe there were conversations around Washington's Evgeny Kuznetsov. Barry Trotz sure knows him well, but those appear to have quieted down. I mean, if Nashville's looking for a center, Christian Dvorak from Montreal, listen, look, I know I'm biased, but like, come on. You know what I mean? And then, okay, whoa, there's a lot of comments here, guys. Let me get to each and every single one of them. So, Stickman says they need a freaking stadium before they can sign anyone. It's true, but I mean, they're also an NHL team, and if you're willing to pay, guys will go. So I'm not too worried about that. Arizona went with Russians, not Michkov. Facts, pretty accurate, yeah. So that's kind of funny. Spencer Knight trade soon. I think it's more so the fact that he probably he hasn't played in a while, right, guys? So it's probably more like to ease him in it. And also Alex Lyon's another option, but I think he's a UFA. So I'm not sure what the deal is there, but there's too many goalies. I don't know what's happened. That's a weird one. Stolars is a weird one. I still can't look at that. Ryan Reeves, 4 million, too much money. I mean, it's actually 1.35 million. So it's 1.3 million plus on a 3-year deal, which is a lot of money. In general, I don't think Ryan Reeves is worth anywhere near that. Twitter is up now. Mine still seems to be not working. So I don't know what the deal is. And I think maybe some people's Twitters are working. I don't know. Mine still says retry. So like I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'll close it and try to log back in or something. I don't know. I'm gonna try it. Let's try it. Maybe I don't know. On my phone, it's still not working like at 100%. So there's been that message all day. So we'll see what happens. But I'll try again here. Maybe it'll work. Nope. So still seems to be off, but it's fine. We'll worry about it after. Not too worried about it right now. Still isn't up. And then wait, OEL went to Florida. Yeah, 1 year, 2.25 million for OEL going to the Panthers. So a decent. And then Anthony wrote for a split second was lol. Florida is hungry for free agents so far. Yeah, they're in the market. I mean, look, they have options, so we'll see what happens. But for Florida, I think it's going to be interesting. But they're not going to sign big players, I don't think, unless they move. Maybe Duclair gets moved. That's going to be interesting. We'll see what happens there. Quiet offseason for Buffalo. No, I think they're just waiting out on the market. Like I said, guys, it's still very early in terms of cap space. Like let's actually go look at the teams. Like we can actually look at every team's cap space right now. So obviously Vegas right now is LTIR cap space of 2.7. Montreal's got 9.2. Tampa's got technically 7 million, but their actual cap space is 450,000. Calgary's got 2 million. St. Louis got 3. LA's got 4. Columbus got 4. So if you look at the teams down at the bottom, Carolina's got 21. Chicago's got 20. Nashville's got 24. So they're going to be big players. Detroit's going to be big. Arizona and Anaheim need to sign guys. So we'll see. In terms of Buffalo, I mean, they've got 14 million in cap space and not really many guys, I think, to really worry about. In fact, they don't have anybody to worry about. So Buffalo could be in the market here for some big moves. I think that there's definitely an option where Buffalo could be big players. I wouldn't be surprised if they're in the market for a goaltender. Like I said, maybe a guy like Matt Duchene. We'll see what happens there. Also reporting from Darren Dreger on Twitter, from what I saw, expecting Matt Nieto to sign a 2-year deal in Edmonton. So Matt Nieto, who was formerly of the Sharks, is going to Edmonton. So some good depth guys for Edmonton. They signed Matthias Janmark to a $1 million contract. I could see Matt Nieto being a good option for him. Bruce Garriock, so to mention no holding back, I believe was the one that said it. About Mackenzie Blackwood. Well, Bruce Garriock just tweeted out, hearing goalie Mackenzie Blackwood will be off the market. He's expected to sign a 2-year deal with the Sharks after not getting a qualifying offer. So Blackwood looks like he'll be a Shark for the moment. So 2-year deal looks like to San Jose. So that's interesting. And then when did the OEL move happen? It happened early this morning, but it hasn't been officially confirmed per se, but like everyone's reporting that he's going to Florida, and it's already on Cap Friendly. Jason Zucker, sleeper pick. I mean, yeah, same thing with this guy. Struggled with injuries, kind of fell out of place in Pittsburgh a little bit, but I think he's got an opportunity. Maybe a team like Buffalo, like we mentioned, I think could be a very interesting option. So yeah, JVR to Detroit for real this time. Hopefully, I mean, Detroit's got the cap space, and they're probably going to be big players at this deadline, and obviously at this free agent frenzy. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes there. And Eiserman wanted him at the deadline. Obviously missed out. Wouldn't be surprised if he circled back on JVR. How does Carolina have that much? Well, good question. Let's go check why Carolina have that much. I kind of have a feeling I know why. Mainly it's because of the fact that they don't have anybody. Like they also don't sign guys to long-term contracts. So like, look, Aho's at 8.4, Teravainen's at 5.4, KK's at 4.8, Nietzsche is only making 3 million. They don't really have guys, right? But they also don't have goaltenders either. So and obviously Svechnikov's on injured reserve, so like whatever, he makes 7 million. But besides that, like they don't really have defensemen. They only have 5 Ds, and they don't want to extend Brett Pesci. So I'm not sure why Carolina have a lot of cap space, but I'm not sure as to why they're not really utilizing it to the best of their potential, I would say. So interesting, but we'll see. It might still, like I said, still early. So yeah, Dumba bounced back with. I'm hoping he goes back to Minnesota. I like him, so we'll see. Nieto has been a yo-yo between Sharks and Avalanche. Absolutely. I mean, he's a good depth guy, good top 9 guy. Not much more than that. Some updates. Sounds like longtime Brian Dumoulin is not returning to Penguins and will hit the market. Hurricanes could still be an option for Erik Karlsson. So to answer your question, Sick Man, according to Pagnotta, he's saying that the Hurricanes could still be an option for Erik Karlsson. Dumoulin not returning. Never mind, it don't work. And then the Sens will try to move the Brinket. There's significant talks moving him with. Okay, yeah. Word is have indicated they're keeping on. And Mike Babcock. Let's talk about Babcock. Let's actually have a full-on conversation here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it's such a terrible coaching appointment, in my opinion. I'm not a big fan of Babcock. I wasn't a big fan of him in Toronto. I don't think he's a good coach, in my opinion. I think he's washed a little bit from what I've seen. Washed up in the sense where I just don't think he's that. Like he's as good as people give him credit for. I know he's won cups. I know that he's got a certain style of play, but a lot of players I've heard don't really like him. I think it's going to be okay. We'll see. I don't want to give him. I don't want to toot his horn a little bit too much there, but at the same time, I also don't want to insult him either because, like I said, he's won cups. He's definitely got experience. I think there's a possibility that he'll do well in Columbus, and it depends on what Columbus is trying to do. If they're trying to make the playoffs, I think he's a good coach to get you there. If you're trying to rebuild, I don't think he's the best guy for the job. So we'll see. But also, just to confirm, because I forgot to mention it before, Adam Fantilli will sign his ELC, according to Darren Dreger, which is very interesting because Fantilli there was a lot of debate about whether he was going to go to college and go back to Michigan or whether he was going to sign with Columbus. If he signs an ELC, that's interesting because that means that he's ready to play in the NHL. And I would love to see Fantilli in the NHL this year. Frank Saravelli tweeted, hearing Mackenzie Blackwood will not be hitting the market, so he's agreed to terms with the Sharks on a 2-year, $2.5 million. So Blackwood gets a decent contract. $2.5 million is basically about around what I think he would get on the open market, anyways. To me, I think it makes sense. I think he's gonna bounce. If he bounces back, that's a really good player. And that's a really good goaltender. And I think the Sharks get themselves a guy who could finally get to where he's expected to go. So yeah, going there. So 2.5 million for Blackwood going back to San Jose. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Lucic back to Boston. That's like, I think that's everyone's dream right now. Like Milan Lucic going back to the Bruins, I think would be such a cool experience. Just simply for the fact that it's Milan freaking Lucic, and we all know how good Lucic is when he was with Boston and how good he was. Going back to Boston would just be like a fairy tale, which is fantastic. Wheeler and Maurice reunion. I heard people talk about it. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, man. Paul Maurice left Winnipeg for a reason. I don't think he wants anything to do with Winnipeg. I know him and Wheeler had a good relationship. Maybe there's a possibility, but I don't know. Blackwood needs to bounce back big time. I think he will. I think for San Jose, like I said, if he stays healthy, Blackwood's a good goalie. It's whether or not he can stay healthy. That's the only thing with Blackwood. So if he can stay healthy, I am absolutely 100% convinced he'll bounce back because he's a good goalie. And I was looking at his stats the other day. So let's actually look at this from an actual standpoint. Let's actually search up his stats and like look at his career stats. So like if you look, right, his first 2 seasons in New Jersey, he had a 918 and a 915. Then he had a 902. Then he had an 892. Then he had an 893. Those 2 years that he had an 892 and 893, he was injured. There was a lot of injuries. So I don't know where the expectation is for Blackwood. But I do think that there's potential with him. So like I said, if he's healthy, there's the sky's the limit. If he's not healthy, that's a risk, right? So we'll see. Drew out of Colorado. If you're Colorado, stay away from that. Just stay away from him. Tatar to the Jets. I mean, yeah, it's an option for Tatar. I'm not sure exactly where he'll end up, but yeah. Do we see a Carter Hart trade? Don't think so. There's no point. I mean, if you're Philly, I understand you're trying to rebuild, but Carter Hart's so young that like trading him just doesn't make sense. Is there any hope for Cal Peterson? That's an interesting question. Um, I know he's in Columbus now. I mean, I'm hoping Columbus tries to give him a chance here. I think he's not a bad goalie. I think he struggled last year, but to me, I don't know. I think goalies are really weird. They're a weird species. They do really really well, but then they also really really struggle. And when they struggle hard. So I'm not sure. I think that there's a possibility that he could do well in Columbus. I don't think he's a bad goaltender, but under that team, I'm just very confused. Sprong, Stam Steele, Morgan Geeky, Fisher, McLeod, Jost. These are all decent guys. Sprong, I think, is underrated pickup for anybody that tries to get him. Sam Steele, I'm not sure. Geeky's an underrated pickup. Fisher, maybe as a fourth line guy. McLeod and Jost. All these guys are fourth liners in the NHL except for Sprong, obviously. So I think that there's definitely some interest, but we'll see. Ashcroft to the Sens. Is Cal Peterson in Philly? I might be wrong here. Hold on. He is with Philly. My bad, guys. I'm so sorry. There's been so many trades happening. Well, not there's was so many trades around that time that I just forgot. My bad. He's in Philly. Even if he's in Philly, I mean, listen, with Carter Hart being the goalie, and unless he gets traded, which I don't think is going to happen, I think that even with Philly, like he's on a team that's rebuilding. So because on a team that's rebuilding, and he struggled in a team that was very good in LA. I'm not sure, but maybe it was just a change of scenery that he needed, right? So we'll see about him. Just to kind of update you guys a little bit, as I just said on TSN, Sharks continue to try to push the Erik Karlsson trade talks. I believe the Sharks allowed teams to speak with Karlsson yesterday. I believe Seattle, Carolina, and Pittsburgh are among the teams interested. Among others, Leafs interested, but are not among the front runners. So Erik Karlsson could be traded. I would be very, very, very surprised if he gets traded today, but that would be kind of cool. William Nylander submitted his 10-team no-trade list to the Leafs. That officially takes into effect today. Talks on the contract extensions continue for Nylander and the Leafs. You know who else could potentially get a contract extension? We're talking about Austin. Okay, what's going on here? Like, it's weird. My phone works, but my thing just Twitter doesn't want us to know news, guys, today. They don't want. They're like, nope, free agency today. Nope. Sorry. Elon didn't want. Elon was like, nope, I have to stop you guys today. No more no Twitter for anybody. So unfortunate. I want to know, guys. Give me your comments in the comment. Give me your thoughts, guys. Let's have a debate here, okay? Or let's have a conversation. Max Pacioretty, where do you guys think he goes? Honestly, I know he was injured. He only played 5 games with Carolina, but this is a guy that went healthy. Look at the stats; they speak for themselves. He's a very good player. Where do you guys think? Honestly, guys, write in the comments. Where do you guys think Max Pacioretty is going to end up? I want to know. I want to give you guys the opportunity to kind of talk about this in the comments below. To basically just give your thoughts a bit. And also, guys, just to update you. So Fast officially deal gets officially signed. 2 years, 2.4 million. But I want to know your guys' thoughts, guys. Come on, write in the comments below. Pacioretty, where do you guys think he ends up? Oh, Sickman asking. Max to Colorado. That's a good move, actually. That's not a bad shout. I could see the Avalanche doing that. I could definitely see Max Domi in Colorado. That is, yeah. That actually makes quite a bit of sense, especially if it's a third line option. Yeah, I think there's definitely an opportunity here. Max to Washington. So Max to Colorado. So obviously that was Max Pacioretty and Domi. So we're gonna talk about both of them. Domi, I think, is a good move. Pacioretty, I think, is a really good move in Colorado. Colorado, oh man, Colorado would be so sick with Pacioretty, especially if he's healthy. Oh my god, they would be one of the like they're already one of the best teams in the league. But if Pacioretty went there, man, I think like they that replaces Landeskog essentially. I know Landeskog is better and he's better defensively, but Pacioretty, the goal scoring that he brings, I think would absolutely be a difference maker. Max to Washington, that's an interesting one. So again, cap space doesn't really work though, unless Pacioretty is willing to take like 3 million, 4 million. It really depends. It could make sense. If they move Wilson or Kuznetsov, then it does make sense. I just don't know. I think that's an underrated one, but I'm just not sure. Patches to New York Islanders. Now, the Islanders need goal scoring. So 100%, I think that makes a lot of sense for the Islanders. Depends on what Lou's looking for. But I think for Pacioretty, this is a guy that can score you 30 goals easily. He's 32, I believe, 34. So he's a guy that can easily score you goals. I think the Islanders need that. I would definitely not be surprised if he ended up in New York Islanders. Max going back is always an option. Absolutely. Question is, does Carolina want him back? I mean, he played 5 games and he got injured in 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 5 games. So not sure if Carolina wants him back. But listen, if they want to give him another shot, I think there's definitely an option there. I love the nickname Patches. Me too. It was. I think Montreal fans were the ones that called him that when he first came. So, yeah. Domi back to Chicago. Option. I have a friend who's actually a Chicago fan, and they told me that they would want him back. So I think there's an option, guys. We'll talk about this. I just want to bring up something. Darren Dreger just tweeted on my phone here that I have. It looks like Blake Wheeler continues to nail down his options, but Darren Dreger's hearing that the New York Rangers are a strong contender for him at this point, which is funny. That's exactly what I mentioned. Isn't that not exactly what I mentioned about how I thought Blake Wheeler would be a good option for the Rangers? Yeah, so Blake Wheeler could be heading to the Rangers. I mean, like I said, strong contender, so it doesn't mean necessarily that he'll sign there. Pierre LeBrun tweeting, Alex Killorn is headed to the UFA market. A last-minute negotiation with Tampa did not produce an extension. Alex Killorn is going to be an interesting option. 2-time Cup winner. Big fan of his. So I think that there's an option for him to do really, really well. I like Killorn. If there's one guy that I want the Canadiens to get, it's Alex Killorn. If there's one guy that I wanted the Canadiens to sign, if there was anybody that you would ask me right now who I would want Alex Killorn to sign for, it would be the Habs. And the reason being is because he's actually from here. And I know he's un gars chez nous, right? As you say it in French. But the reason being is just because he brings that experience. He's from here. He went to my brother's school, which is kind of, there's bias a little bit there. But not only that, it's just the fact that he's a good player, and I think he could help the rookies. I think he's a guy that knows what it takes to win. And if you sign him on a cheap deal, maybe 3-4 years, it could be an option. But I'm sure he's going to want big boy money for a big boy player. So I'm not too surprised about that being the case. So we'll see. Is Twitter still loading on this thing? Oh my God. Elon, fix your app. We need Twitter on the computer. All right, so let's look at other options. The Brinkett, Klingberg. Okay, let's actually go through. I want to do something. So the teams that have cap space, Seattle, Seattle's got 20 million. Now Seattle were interested in Klingberg. They also have to sign Vince Dunn, and they have to sign Tolvanen, and they have to sign Matty Beniers. So that 20 million is really not 20 million. It's going to be a lot less than that. I would be very surprised if Seattle made any big moves, but I could see potentially Klingberg going there as an option. Matt Duchene, I think Toronto's a good option for him. Tarasenko, I think he probably ends up in Chicago. Just personal opinion. Eric Johnson. I don't know. I am not sure about that. That one's a tough one. Lucic, Boston, Dumba, Toronto. Could Toronto be an option for Matt Dumba? Probably. Gus Nyquist, I think, is a good option. Maybe he goes back to Minnesota, or Detroit. He could go to Detroit too. Clefbaum's gone. Dumoulin, I think, is going to be a good defenseman. I wouldn't mind seeing him somewhere else. So Cap Friendly added another player. They added Fantilli's extension. So Fantilli signs officially his ELC with the Jackets, confirmed, which is nice. So yeah, and so we talked about Carolina, guys. Antti Ranta, according to Darren Dreger, is signing a 1-year, $1.5 million extension with the Carolina Hurricanes, according to Darren Dreger. So, to answer your goaltending situation, Antti Ranta stays. So, interesting to see that. Let's answer some. Where does the Brickhead go? Isles is a good option. Nashville's a good option. Detroit's a good option. St. Louis wouldn't be bad either as options. Carolina and Carlson and Carolina with Burns it filled the first time. Yeah, but cap wise it works. I mean, if they trade Pesci, if Carolina trades Pesci and they want more offensive defensemen, Carlson makes sense in Carolina. So I don't know. I'm not too surprised about that one. Carlson to the Pens, I don't see that would be hilarious. That would be very, very funny if he went to Pittsburgh. Because then like you'd have to probably trade Jeff Petrie to San Jose. And then Pittsburgh would just have an insane power play. Seattle was always a good fit. Yep, I agree for Klingberg. Eric Johnson to the Caps. Decent option. If they don't go for Orlov, I could see it. Goes to Columbus. Yeah, I mean Columbus already has two solid defensemen. They had Severson too that they signed. So I could see it, but it depends. Ranta back means Anderson gone, most likely. Kachetkov replaces him. I mean, yeah, they signed Kachetkov last year with basically the expectation that he was going to be the goaltender this year. So Kachetkov and Ranta for $3.5 million, I think, is really good. So that's actually very good business by Carolina. Steal for Carolina, absolutely. I mean, Ranta's a good goalie. They're gonna split starts, Kachetkov and Ranta. That means I think Anderson's gone. I'd be very surprised if Anderson comes back, but I think he's gone. Duchesne to the Flyers, that'd be funny, but I don't think Duchesne going to the Philly would make sense. Simply for the fact that, I mean, Philly's in a rebuild, and if you're Duchesne, you're 32 years old. I don't know if you're really in the process at the moment of trying to be in a rebuilding team. Oh, yes. Oh, well, nice. That's always fun. So it worked halfway, guys. Halfway. We're almost there. Oh, and it worked for a split. That sucks. Okay, this app is really pissing me off right now. But it was there, and then it wasn't there, and then it was there, and then it wasn't there. Predators have reached out about a thing. Led to believe some new team or two have entered the mist on the brink. Anthony Richard. Oh, so some Habs news, kind of. Anthony Richard signs with the Bruins. So he's actually a Laval, former Laval, Montreal Canadian, and he played for the Laval Rocket too. He signs a 2-year season. An agreement will allow him to collect a minimum of $450 if he plays the entire season in the AHL. So Anthony Richard, 2-year deal in Boston. 1-year deal in Boston for a two-way contract. So Anthony Richard leaves the Canadiens organization and goes to the Boston Bruins, wishing him nothing but the best over in Boston. Oh, okay. So slowly we're getting there. 230, Antti Ranta. So let's look at it. Antti Ranta signed to a 1-year, $1.5 million contract. I mean, his stats are really good. He's a very good goaltender. He's listed as a backup. I think there's definitely an option, definitely a good option for him there to stay. What else? Adam Fantilli. So his contract's a 3-year ELC. Okay. All right. What else is there? I'd have to refresh the page, and I'm hoping it doesn't kick me. Oh, all right. Andrew Gross definitely could see today for the Islanders being about Scott Mayfield and goaltender Simon Varlamov returning on new deals. Crystal ball not telling me whether that will be announced today or not. Huh. Knowing Lou, anything's possible. Um, Renaud Lavoie saying the Rangers are looking to re-sign Alexis Lafreniere. Maybe the problem is always the same. Are the Rangers have cap issues? So we'll see what happens with that. But so far, so good in terms of. All right, so that one doesn't seem to be working. Oh, great. This app. I absolutely love Twitter. I'm having a love-hate relationship with Twitter right now. Guys, I'm really having a love-hate relationship with Twitter right now. It's really great. I'm going to see the Flash movie. I hope when I'm out moves have happened. Probably. I mean, we'll see. For sure. Let's talk about Tarasenko. I see him going to Philly, Columbus, or New York Islanders. Philly, no. I don't see it. Columbus is an option, especially with Fantilli. I think that could work. Islanders makes sense. He's been linked with them for a long time. I also see Chicago. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to Chicago too. Those are the three. Noah Richard was solid for the Rocket. Agreed. Bergeron Krejci retiring. I mean, they're Bergeron's old now, man. Like he's 30, what, 39, I think, or 37. He's at a point in his career now where like look, he's won everything. He's the best defensive forward in the league. I think that could work. Big back Buddhist. Oh god. Milan Lucic and Radko Gudas in Boston, if that would happen. Oh god. God. Lara, you're scaring me now. Now, like I don't. Do you really want the Bruins to go back to being the big bad Bruins? I'm not looking forward to that, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, what? Lots of focus on free agency, but hearing Frank Saravelli hearing Go Habs Go are putting the finishing touches on a trade with the Capitals. What? Bro, I thought the Habs were going to be quiet today. What is going on here? What's Kent Hughes up to? What? Hearing Montreal and Washington talking Joel Edmondson. Oh, boys, we got some news, baby. Oh, Joel Edmondson. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So the Habs. What? Guys, I keep refreshing Twitter every 10 seconds and it's like, okay, this app is like today, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to follow it on my phone. Joel Edmondson. Joel Edmondson could be heading to Washington, boys and girls. That is interesting. Wow. So Montreal, we said that the Habs were going to be quiet. I said that the Habs were going to be quiet, and they end up making the first move of the day, which looks like it's going to be Joel Edmondson heading to Washington. So we talked about defensemen for the Capitals. I think they found one, boys and girls. I think they found one. Which actually helps the Canadians because Edmondson being moved means they have a defensive spot available unless they're going to let Reinbacher play in the NHL this year. That's going to be interesting. Also, LA have re-signed Jared Anderson-Dolan. Well, Darren Dreger, Joel Edmondson traded to Washington, draft picks to Montreal. Waiting to see what the draft picks are. Habs move Joel Edmondson. Wow. Wow. I did not expect that to happen today. Kent Hughes, man. Kent Hughes is making some moves here, boys and girls. Kent Hughes is making some moves, boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, women of all ages. Everyone I'm going to have to like keep switching this. Wow, that is huge. Now, Is there retained salary on this deal? I'm curious to see what happens. Eller goes Mini or Philly. Minnesota's actually a really good one. I like Lars Eller in Minnesota. Ciao Eddie. Haha. Ciao Eddie. That's funny. We will see. Joel Edmondson. Échangé aux Caps. What the hell? Still pending trade call. The Caps are working to acquire Joel Edmondson from Montreal. The 30-year-old has one more year left on his deal at $3.5 million. Joel, wow, guys, sorry for. I mean, that's the only news that there is at the moment, so that's why I'm kind of like waiting to see what else happens within the next, Oh wow! So sudden change. Matt Nieto actually goes to Pittsburgh. So Matt Nieto, who was supposed to sign with the Edmonton Oilers, is going to Pittsburgh now. Okay, so the FA official. Here's what we know, and others have reported: Quick to the Rangers, Reeves to the Leafs, Talbot to the Kings, OEL and Stolarz to Florida, Bastian's going back to New Jersey, Soucy's going to Vancouver, so that's a new one. Scott Mayfield's back in New York. Nieto and Brown looking like so. Connor Brown looks like he's going to the Oilers, along with Matt Nieto, who now switched and went to Pittsburgh. So interesting. Blackwood to the Sharks, Ranta back to the Canes. Okay. What's the Edmonton deal looking like? Oh, wow. So the Habs have traded, from what I'm looking at here, if it's going to load, that would be great. Okay, so it's not loading. I'm going to reset the page. The Canadiens have traded away Joel Edmondson for a 3rd-round pick and a 7th-round pick. So the Habs looks like, as of right now, don't retain any salary. But Joel Edmondson is gone from the Montreal Canadiens. He is a Washington Capital. So a 3rd and a 7th going back to Montreal. So decent little move there for the Montreal Canadiens. Kent Hughes and we'll pick up the final year of his deal. Luke Schenn is going to Nashville. Luke Schenn has signed with the Nashville Predators. 3-year deal at $2.75 million. So Luke Schenn goes to the Nashville Predators. Interesting move there for the Preds, who look like they're in the market for some defensemen here. So let's just recap what just happened here, because a lot of stuff happened in the last couple of minutes here. So we're going to let's analyze the Joel Edmondson trade a little bit, okay? We're going to talk about those first, and then we're going to talk about Luke Schenn. So Joel Edmondson. So Joel Edmondson, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of something about Joel Edmondson. He's a defensive defenseman. He's not a guy that's going to get you points. He's not a guy that's going to be very good at getting points. But he's a guy that's solid at his own end. Rarely makes mistakes. He's got a big body. He's going to block shots for you. I think this is very good for Washington. He's a 30-year-old defenseman, so he's still young. He goes to Washington, which I don't think is a bad move for them. And he helps them get bigger. I mean, he's 6 foot. He's 6'5". He weighs 221 pounds. He's a big boy, and he's gonna help the Capitals out. For the Canadiens, look, 2 draft picks. They're rebuilding anyways. I'm not too surprised about it. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. It's very brief and quick, but Joel Edmondson, it's been nice time in Montreal. Was there for the infamous Cup run. If the Caps make the playoffs, I think he's going to be a big part of the reason as to how far they go. So I like it. First big move. So I'm happy. Kent Hughes actually made a move today, which I didn't think the Canadiens were going to do anything today. So they make one move in particular. And the other thing is we're going to talk about Luke Schenn. So Luke Schenn, who also re-signed with, or actually signed with the the Predators, he signs a contract worth $2.75 million, and he's going to Nashville. Now, this is a really good move here because 2.75 million. So Luke Shen, they just announced it on TSN here too, is going to um, the Nashville Predators. He's a good depth guy, a very good physical depth defenseman. I think he can play on your your top six. I think he's going to help Nashville out in their defensive core. Nashville always build really good decors, so I think that there's definitely a big opportunity for him. But he goes to an opportunity where he gets a chance to win in Nashville. I think there's going to be some interesting moves there, but I like it. I think it's a good move for Luke Shen. Good move for the Predators as well. So I'm happy about that. Let's see what else happens in terms of Luke Shen. And then, yeah, also Michael Maltsev goes to Mikhail Maltsev goes to the LA Kings, which is an interesting one. Michael McLeod resigns in New Jersey. So McLeod is going to New Jersey. 1 year, 1.5 million. So he's back. He's back in. Oh, and Montreal's retaining 50% on Edmondson. Okay, that changes things a little bit here. So the Canadians didn't get as big of a value for Edmondson as we would have probably thought or hoped, but they retained half of Edmondson's deal. So Edmondson currently makes 3.5 million. Half of that is 1.75, I believe, which is really good. So half of the deal. So Washington essentially gets Edmonton for about 1.7 million, which is absolutely fantastic. As for Montreal, they save some cap space. It allows them to make some more moves. Curious to see what the Canadians are going to do now that Jordan Edmondson is gone. Joel Edmondson is gone, and they get 2 draft picks, which I think are going to help them for the future. So nice to see that. Connor Brown is signing with the Edmonton Oilers, waiting to see on what the official term and length of the term and money is going to be on that deal. Joel Edmondson, 50% retained for a 2024 third and a 2024 seventh. So 2 assets for the Canadians, which I think is better than what I think people would have expected for Joel Edmondson. I mean, he was going for a first round. People were expecting him to go for a first round pick at some point. It just was unrealistic to think that. To be honest, I didn't really expect that to be the case. I thought it was too much to think about that. So yeah, Cole seems to be following Susie to Vancouver. Complete restructure of the deal. Yeah, Ian Cole looks like he'll be probably heading to Vancouver as well, following Carson Susie. So that's interesting. Caps have acquired. They've announced it, so that means it's officially announced by the Capitals that Joel Edmondson is a Washington Capitals. So Capitals fans, if there's any of you in the comments at all, or any Habs fans that are in the comments, what are your thoughts on Edmondson being traded? Do you like him? Do you think it's a good move that they traded him? But there you go. 3rd round and 7th round picks, both in 2024. Montreal retains 50% of Edmonton's deal. So let's go look at what decor Edmondson is joining in Washington here. So Joel Edmondson, where is it? Capitals. There it is. So Capitals have 5 million. They get Edmondson on a retained salary, which is 1.75. He joins John Carlson, Nick Jensen, Trevor Van Riemsdyk, Rasmus Sandin, Martin Fehervary, and Alexander Alexiev. Good move. He's going to be your top 4 defenseman for you. And like I said, at 1.75 million, you're getting a defenseman that can play on both sides. You're getting a defenseman that I think is absolutely going to help you. And he's going to be able to block shots. He's going to be very good defensively. So if you want to put a guy like Rasmus Sandin next to him, I think it's going to work out for them just fine. Like that move for the Capitals. Really cannot complain. And look, they lose out on a 3rd and a 7th, but I believe they already had a 3rd and a 7th. I'm not sure. Let's go check what is so 3rd and a 7th from Washington. Also, it's Minnesota's 3rd round pick and Washington's 7th. So Washington already had a 3rd. So they trade Minnesota's 3rd and Washington's 7th. That puts Montreal in a very interesting position now. Because they're actually still within the cap now. They have 490K, but they have about 10 point. They have a lot of cap space on LTIR as well, which is nice. So if you look at the cap for the Canadians this year, they acquire a 1st. So they have a 1st, a 2nd, 2/3, a 4th, 2/5, a sixth, and 3 7th rounders in 2024. I have a feeling that's probably going to end up being moved at some point. So we'll have to wait and see about that. Toronto's done. Okay, Ryan Reeves. Lane Pedersen, who was claimed off waivers from Columbus early on in the year. He goes to Edmonton, 2-year deal, $775K. Ryan O'Reilly to Nashville. Wow. Elliot Friedman just reported Ryan O'Reilly, who was supposed to re-sign in Toronto, now goes to the Nashville Predators. Ryan O'Reilly, 4-year deal at $4.5 million per season. Wow. That is interesting. So Ryan O'Reilly is a Nashville Predator, boys and girls. Let's go back to check on these comments a little bit. So Habs cleared dump, cap dump. Edmonton had no spot on the team. I mean, he did, but at the same time, like, yeah, they needed to clear cap space. Where can the Chicago Blackhawks get a scoring defenseman? I mean, John Klingberg. John Klingberg's an option in terms of defenseman. Eddie is replacing Orlov. True. That might be their replacement for Orlov. Klingberg to Chicago. That could be an option. I just mentioned it. O'Reilly to Preds. Wow. Yup. And wow, not good for Toronto. Nope. And look, Ryan O'Reilly, 4 years, $4.5 million, going to Nashville. So Nashville stealing all the Toronto guys. They stole Luke Shen, and now they just steal Ryan O'Reilly. So that's funny. Kevin Stenlund is going to Florida, 1 year, $1 million. So Kevin Stenlund signs with the Florida Panthers. But let's go look at Nashville, guys. Let's go take a look at what the Nashville Predators are building over here, boys and girls. Nashville is adding another center to their team. So they got rid of Duchesne and they got rid of Ryan Johansson. They brought in Ryan O'Reilly for 4 years at $4.5 million. He's going to be probably their first line center unless they make another move, which is going to be interesting. But I don't know if he's done yet. They clearly they were in the market for a center for sure, right? And we knew that. And 4 years for Ryan O'Reilly means he's a Predator till he retires, most likely. So that's going to be a fascinating move for the Nashville Predators, and they get their defenseman in Luke Shen. Very good, very interesting situation here out in Nashville. So they're making some moves early. Anderson to Pitt got to be 99%. Probably with Ranta being signed, I think there's an option here. People will be ducking on this line today, but in terms of risk, I'd be more nervous about the Kampf deal. The Riders is exactly why I believe the Flyers ever motivated to trade Deloria. And to be clear, right now they are not. They could find a taker for him. Carolina has circled back to Freddie Anderson, trying to re-sign him. That doesn't make sense to me. So Pierre LeBrun reports that Carolina has circled back on Freddie Anderson and they're trying to re-sign him. I just don't think that makes sense. The Bruins. Any Bruins fans in the chat? Well, if you are, James Van Riemsdyk is going to Boston. 1 year, $1 million for James Van Riemsdyk. What a steal. What a freaking steal, man. James Van Riemsdyk is going to Boston. 1 year, $1 million. Frank Saravelli just reported right now that it looks like he'll be probably on his way to the Boston Bruins. So James Van Riemsdyk is a Bruin, which is absolutely very, very interesting right here. Yeah. Yeah, so O'Reilly goes, Freddie Anderson. Cool. Alrighty. What else is there as options right now? Stenlund. Okay. Twitter is working and free agents are signing fast. Twitter is on and off for me at the moment. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just me. I don't know what's going on. It's super weird. Let me try this again. Just still doesn't seem to be working on my end. I don't know what's going on. I have it on my phone, so it's fine. I can't. Sucks that I can't show you guys because there's things that I want to show you. Connor Sheary's going to Tampa, according to Elliot Friedman. So another player who looks to be on his way to Tampa. So interesting. I just want to see something really quickly before I do anything else. If I go here, they're gonna. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. So Ryan O'Reilly is officially confirmed 4.5. So that's an $18 million deal over the next 4 years. There you go. Joel Edmondson. Capitals acquired Joel Edmondson. Okay. Good deal for the Canadians to free up cap space on their blue line for the youth movement. Good opportunity for Edmonton. They're getting a steady player, a leader, an absolutely great person. Okay. Drake Kajula is also returning to the Oilers. Oilers making some depth moves today. So interesting to see what the Edmonton Oilers are going to do. But Nate Bastian and Michael McLeod both are back with New Jersey. Is Twitter going to work for me now? I hope it does. Nope. Yeah, it still doesn't work on my desktop. I don't know why, so I'll just stay here for now. So Pittsburgh got Matt Nieto, Kevin Stenlund, 1 year, 1 million with Florida. James Van Riemsdyk going to Boston. Cap friendly is so quick, it's crazy. It's absolutely nuts, man. And they already had the Edmondson deal up too, which was nice. I wonder, is Montreal going to be active today? I mean, they made one move. Curious to see if maybe they signed some guys now. It's going to be interesting to see what Montreal does. But so far, guys, based on what you've seen here, um, it's very interesting to see. But based on the guys that have been signed, if you go on the free agent tracker here, who do you think is winning the free agency? Nashville's making some big moves. They've already spent some money on O'Reilly and on Luke Shen. Edmonton seems to be making some moves. Connor Brown, Lane Pedersen. Boston got JVR on a cheap deal. I think JVR believed in the project probably. On the trade talk front, some chatter picking up involving Ducks forward Adam Henrique. He's now in the final year of his contract. So Adam Henrique could be on his way out. And Kevin Weeks just tweeted out that Semyon Varlamov is staying with the New York Islanders, and he is re-signing with the New York Islanders. So there you go. Semyon Varlamov should be back within the with the New York Islanders. Matt Duchene hoping to make a decision soon. Yep. Connor Brown to the Oilers reminds me of the Hyman signing. Agreed. And then Eddie gone, Armia and Hoffman next. I hope so. I mean, that's going to be nice. Guys, just give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to close the light here. There you go. All right. What else is there here? So Adam Henrique is so far the next best thing. So James Van Riemsdyk is an average veteran middle six winger who is roughly average in most areas of the game. Still has a bit of net front abilities, understandably not nearly as prolific. Makes sense. What else is there? Let's see. Michael McLeod, 1.4 million for 1 year. So I like a lot of these have been depth guys. Okay, no other moves yet. So it looks like now it's Insiders are trying to gather more information. My Twitter's still just terrible. I'm gonna have to fix that. Is there like an update maybe that like on the phone or something? Right. What else is there? Sorry guys that I'm on my phone. It's just because I'm trying to do it. So that's about it in terms of that. Fuck, I don't know what else to do, guys. Let's go look at the remaining free agents right now. So we still have yet to hear about Patrick Kane, Jonathan Taves, Blake Wheeler. It looks like he could maybe go to Boston or Florida. Duchesne is going to make a decision today. Tarasenko is an option. We haven't heard anything about Tarasenko yet. Pacioretty, same thing. John Klingberg, we'll see where he goes. Lucic likely ends up back in Boston. We're just waiting for the final announcement on that. Eric Johnson, still haven't heard anything. Matt Dumba, same thing. Jonathan Quick probably ends up in New York, waiting on the official amount. Jason Zucker, nothing. Jonathan Drouin, where's he going to go? Dmitry Orlov, Varlamov's back, so we'll see. Gostisbehere, Tatar, and obviously Killorn. This free agency has been kind of interesting so far. Some different guys moving in different places. It's believed to be 2 years, according to Panyota, for Semyon Varlamov. Um, so that seems to be the case here. Sens had interest in Varlamov. I mean, Sens should have interest in every goalie, in my opinion. So to be honest, I think that there's an opportunity for that to potentially come to fruition now that the Senators are looking for goaltenders. Maybe they go get a goalie. The Brinkat. Let's talk about the Brinkat a bit. Is Alex DeBrincat going to be traded today? I think he could be traded today. Curious to see where he would go. If you're a team that's acquiring Alex DeBrincat, what do you trade for a guy like DeBrincat? Because to me, he's a very good player who wants a big extension. And if he wants a big extension, I just don't see how um, that could work with a lot of these teams. Like if you look at, I mean, Nashville could take it on, Dallas could take it on, but it's one of those things where, as of right now, it's a little bit more quiet on that front. So we'll see what happens with the Brinket moving forward. But yeah, so far so good, which I think is going to be nice. Still a bit quiet, even on the trade front, or just in general. Don't seem to be. Twitter still seems to be not at 100%. So if you look at the no move clause and no trade clauses, Nylander modified no trade, Matthews full no move clause, Marner has a full no move clause, Sanheim's got a full no trade, uh, Chikrin's got a modified no trade, Carlos got a modified no trade, Dvorak's also got a modified no trade, um, Miller full no move, and Uyghur full no trade. Shiri, Colton and Shiri to Tampa is sneaky. Colton is in Colorado now, I believe. Corpusalo to the Sens heating up. That could work. That could be interesting. Alex Belzil is going to the Rangers. So former Hab Alex Belzil, for anyone who is a Canadiens fan or watches the Rocket, is heading to New York based on what I've seen here, which seems to be very interesting. It's Renaud Lavoie from TVA Sport that is announcing it. So Alex Belzil also leaves the Canadiens organization. He will be joining the New York Rangers. Waiting for confirmation as to where that's going to be. A lot. Now, guys, what are your thoughts on the Nashville moves that they've made so far? The Predators. Do you like the moves that they've made? The Luke Shen acquisition and the acquisition of Ryan O'Reilly as well, or are you guys more like, oh, what are they doing? Why are they making this move? I think to me, it makes sense, but it's also very confusing. So I don't know. Oh, and uh, yep, New York Rangers have signed Blake Wheeler. So the Rangers just confirmed on Twitter that the um, New York Rangers have signed Blake Wheeler. Now we're waiting on uh, what the actual AAV is going to be, but Blake Wheeler has signed a 1 year deal with the New York Rangers. So the Rangers, man, always end up getting these guys, bro. I don't know what happens. Um, maybe it's just because everyone loves playing for the Rangers. But Blake Wheeler is heading to New York, which is not surprising. I mean, the Rangers are a good team. I'm not too surprised by that. To me, that just like again, you look at what the Rangers are trying to build, right? Like they had Zibanejad, they have Panarin, they have Trocheck, they have Chris Kreider. Now they went to go sign Blake Wheeler. Like, where's the spots for Lafreniere and Kako? Like, I still don't understand it. Like, Laf and Kako are not third line players, right? So for the Rangers, like, why are you signing these guys that are probably not, high talented, high caliber guys to contracts? Like, oh, Blake Wheeler, it's 800K, which is absolutely crazy. So the Rangers actually get him on a very good deal. They basically get him for 800K. So Wheeler really wanted to go to New York if he signed an 800K deal. But even so, like, is he going to be on the third line for the Rangers? Maybe. But I mean, if Wheeler plays on the top line and he signs for 800K, that's really crazy. So I like that move a lot for him. 800K is what a steal. That's a crazy contract. I did 800K. I did not expect 800K. I thought maybe like 2-3 million. 800K is a lot. That like is nothing. It's really like he went from 8.25 million down to 800. Like that's a huge leap. That's a lot. Like that's a lot of wow. Like he took a really big pay cut to do that. Wow, that's crazy, man. Interesting though. It means that he's trying to help the Rangers. It means he really wants to be there, which is good. Thomas Johns tweets: if you're a Preds team with solid mid-20s group that found a hardworking identity late in the season, and your big July splash is to sign both Ryan O'Reilly and Luke Shen, you've set your team up to have immaculate vibes. The Preds might not be good, but they'll have a good time. True. Um, yeah. So it's 800K Blake Wheeler for $300,000 in potential bonuses, and it's a 1 year deal. So I like him and JVR so far have really taken pay cuts. Because if you look at these two players, I mean, especially Blake Wheeler, who we can actually search up now if you guys want. This guy, although he hasn't always, been at his best, and although he's kind of declined lately, he's still a guy that puts up 50 points for you easily, 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 easily. Like it's really just like he's 55 points, like 60 points. Like for 800K to get a guy of that caliber, even if forget about the fact that he's 36, like that is really, really good. And it's really cheap to see him sign for that amount of money. So I think it's nice. Which is good. And then if you look at JVR, it's the same situation. Like you're signing a guy who again at the price that he for the price that he signed for, and I know that the cap is a little bit is not the same, but even for 29 points in 61 games for JVR, like I know his last two seasons haven't been the best, and he's obviously on a decline at 34. But even for $1 million, for what JVR can bring, the fact that he can score 20 goals in a season, that to me for $1 million, I think is really good. So I think JVR and Wheeler have signed really cheap deals to help their teams that they're signing for in out in the playoffs, which I think is really good for them. So I like that a lot. So yeah, it's officially confirmed now. Blackwood's going to sign 2 years at 2.35. So, like I mentioned before, Blackwood, if he remains healthy, you know, he's got an option. Definitely has an opportunity to do something pretty special. Oh, okay. Alrighty. So just give me a second. I'm just gonna go back on Twitter. Um, but yeah. So if you look at it, I mean, 2.35 million is a good deal, especially if he stays healthy. I think there's definitely an opportunity there. So it's a value of 1.1 million with 300K in signing bonuses for Blake Wheeler. So unless he doesn't get those bonuses, it's really 300K. There it is. And the Rangers also signed Jonathan Quick. So Jonathan Quick's officially signed as well with the Rangers, according to Pierre LeBrun. 1 year, 825K, which is it again, cheap deal, league minimum, no problem there. Uh, I mean, what more can you say other than that, right? The Rangers get two decent players for very, very cheap deals. I think that's going to go a long way for the Rangers. I think it definitely will. Um, so we'll have to wait and see on that. My Twitter is absolutely just not working today. So I don't really understand why, but yeah. So just give me a second, boys. What else is there? Let's go check updates to see if there's anything for Twitter. Nope. Okay. It's so weird that this Twitter's like all over the place. At least my Twitter's all over the place. I don't know if anybody else is having the same issue, but it's super weird. I don't like it at all. Still waiting on the official word for Semyon Varlamov. All right, so yeah, let's go back and look at this. Edmonton for third, seventh. Okay, so that was the only trade that happened. Montreal now has close to 10 million in cap space, which is okay. I hope they can trade some other guys. We'll see if there's other trades that happen today in terms of that. But if we go to free agency now, who else is still available that we can talk about here? They're still the same guys. Nothing's really changed. A lot of guys still haven't moved yet, which I think is going to be fun once we get to the nitty gritty of it all. So it's just a waiting game for us, guys. Let's see what else there is. So 800K plus 300K in bonuses to wrap up the day. All right. So there it is. Jonathan Quick, 825K with the Rangers. Let's look at Jonathan Quick's stats a little bit. So he struggled in Vegas. He got himself a cup, another cup ring. That's two in a it's two hockey DB. So he got himself two cups, which I think is really good. Um, played a couple of games for Vegas, played about 10 games for Vegas, 5 wins, 2 losses, 2 overtime losses, 901, 876 with the Kings. Got himself another cup ring. So there is that. He's obviously past his prime, clearly, but he's still a good enough player um that I think could be very interesting. So I don't know. I as a backup option, it's not terrible for the Rangers. It really isn't. They could have done worse, in my opinion. Under the circumstances, all things considered. But yeah. Oof. Oh, quiet day, boys. Well, so not really quiet. It's been good so far. Um, yeah. So it's been good so far. just kind of scrolling. Obviously, with Twitter would be so much easier if I had Twitter on my laptop because I'd be able to actually scroll and look at different news articles. But the problem is that it decided that it wasn't going to do that today. So, uh, yeah. So I guess I'm going through my phone today. Thank you. Just having some quick lunch. What else is there? What else can we talk about? So, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What else is there? Quick. It's all quick. So, still waiting on some news. It's another 100K in bonuses. Sorry for the ASMR on food, by the way, guys. I'm sorry. Hi, chat. Hello. 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 We are patiently waiting for more news to happen so we can discuss it. Hurricanes are getting close to an extension with Freddie Anderson. 2 years, 3.5. Okay, so what the hell is this team doing? Can anyone please explain to me what the Hurricanes are trying to do here? So you signed Kochetkov, you then signed Ranta, and now you're signing Freddie Anderson to a 2-year deal at 3.5 million. That, that doesn't really make sense, to be honest. So what was the point of signing Kochetkov then? I don't understand. So you signed Kochetkov, like Carolina makes no sense. Luca, give us some hot takes. All right. What could I think of? I'm trying to think of stuff. Hot take. It's a hot take. I think. Hear me out, guys. This is gonna be crazy. I think that Christian Dvorak's gonna end up back in Arizona. That's my first hot take. My second hot take. I think Matt Duchene's gonna shock everyone, and I think Ottawa is gonna trade the Brinket and go get Matt Duchene again. That's my second hot take. And my third and final hot take, guys, bear with me. Bear with me here. I think the Penguins are going to trade for Connor Hellebuck. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me what assets they have. I'm just telling you what I feel is going to happen. For Connor Hellebuck, Kyle Dubas is going to pull something out of his ass, and they're going to end up getting Connor Hellebuck. So still no announcements yet on anything else. I'm waiting for other updates. But super weird. I don't get the Freddie Anderson move. I'm sorry. I maybe if Carolina fans are in the chat, if there's any of them at all, you guys can give me your opinion, but I don't get the Freddie Anderson move. I don't understand it. How could you sign 3 goalies that are over $1 million? Like, I know that there's injury concerns, but like, okay. Like, why doesn't just like if Carolina could have just let one of them walk? Honestly, they could have just let one of them walk, sign with a different team, and everything would be fine. So Frank Saravelli confirms Cam Talbot is signing with the LA Kings 1 year, $1 million. So Cam Talbot, former Senators goaltender, is back is going to LA. Decent move. $1 million is not bad. Could definitely help. So I think that that's a good move for LA. Cheap as well, so not terrible. Hopefully Cam Talbot can be healthy. If he's healthy, I think there's definitely an opportunity for him to thrive. So we'll see. And also Tyson Jost, 2 year deal in Buffalo. What? Sorry, 1 year deal in Buffalo. 2 years, $2 million is what the actual price is. So 1 year, $2 million for Chris Johnston, which I think is super nice. So we'll have to wait and see on the other moves. Um, so Kevin Weeks is confirming that Tampa is looking like they're working on deals for Connor Sheary and Luke Glendening. Now, that's interesting for me. The reason it's interesting is because Sheary's going to replace kind of what Killorn was and what Ross Colton was. Now, maybe not as much as Killorn, but kind of what Ross Colton was. He did well in Washington. I think there's an opportunity where he can go to Tampa and kind of repeat that. And at least it makes up for the loss of Ross Colton. And Glendening is a very good bottom six center who can win faceoffs. So I like it. I like it for the Lightning, especially if they can get them on cheap deals. Oh, wow. Wow. We have a big move, guys. We have a big move. Eunice Corpusalo is an Ottawa Senator. $4 million per season. 5 year deal for Eunice Corpusalo in Ottawa. Wow. So Corpusalo signs a huge deal with the Senators. That's a big move. That is a big move. So Ottawa has their goaltender. That means they're out of the Hellebuck sweepstakes. Wow. So Corpusalo last year, 9-13 with Columbus, 11 wins, 11 losses, 3 overtime losses, no shutouts. Goes to LA, 7 wins, 3 losses, 1 overtime loss, 921, 1 shutout. But his career, he's at a 920, 905, 897, 897, 911, 894, 877, 913, 921. We'll see with Corpusalo. I think that's a rich contract. I think that's rich. I'm not a big fan of that deal. I'm just not a big fan of that deal at all for Corpusalo. Maybe it's just me, guys, but I don't like it. I don't think Ottawa did a good job there. I really don't. I think they overpaid for a goaltender that, in my opinion, hasn't always proven his worth. Yeah, that's an interesting move from Ottawa. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the Corpusalo deal. I'm sorry, maybe it's just me. I think it's way too much. You're paying you're paying for Corpusalo to basically repeat what he did in LA. And you're hoping that he does it for 5 years. I think Dorian's done it. I think that's one criticism I have about Pierre Dorian is his commitment to goaltenders in general, I think has been very, very bad. I think that he's done a lot of bad things in terms of his commitment towards goaltenders. And he's got to do a better job at finding the right. I could be completely wrong about this, and he can be absolutely stellar for Ottawa. But Corpusalo at a $4 million deal for 5 years, I think is way too much. You're asking for too much. You really are. That's a lot. Not too happy about that move at all. Wow. We've already had 27 signings. Eunice Corpusalo. Wow. Is that the is that the most expensive contract he's had? Yeah, it is. Wow. That's an overpayment. That's a massive overpayment. I'm sorry. That's really, really massive. People are saying TSN saying it's a great signing. I'm not sure about that. Kyle Burrows, um, who's a depth defenseman for the Canucks, is going to San Jose, 3 years, 1.1. Tyler Pitlick going to the Rangers, 1 year, 785K. So, depth move for the Rangers. Not too much action. Not too much big action. Like I said, I'm curious to see where Duchesne ends up. Um, I'm still curious to see where everybody else can end up as well. Man, this Twitter thing is really pissing me off. Like, I don't understand how it could go down at this point, but whatever. Oh, Eric Johnson is going to Buffalo. Eric Johnson signs a 1 year, 3.25 million dollar deal with the Buffalo Sabres. So Sabres add themselves a decent top four defenseman in Eric Johnson. He can play on the top six a little bit, bolster their decor, and it's a good 1 year deal. Elliot Friedman is saying Radko Gudas is going to Anaheim. Wow. Wow. Radko Gudas and Anaheim. That's an interesting one. So Eric Johnson and Radko Gudas is going for. It's a big deal for Radko Gudas going to Anaheim. 3 years, $4 million per season for Radko Gudas in Anaheim. Wow. So the Ducks lock up Radko Gudas, which I think is a very good move. I think for the Ducks actually. Gudas did a lot of good things in Florida. He's a hard hitting defenseman. I think he's going to protect a lot of what Anaheim's guys are going to do. He's going to help them grow a little bit as well, which I think is nice. $4 million I think is a bit rich, but listen, it's one of those deals where for 3 years you're getting a guy who I think is gonna be able to help you. Know, he's a big body defenseman, and so because he's a big body defenseman, what it does is it just puts more. It gives more certainty to the Ducks to kind of look at their decor now and figure out what they want to do with it. Right? They don't have many defensemen. In fact, they only have one that's currently signed, and they're very young. So they needed to bring somebody in. They have Cam Fowler. They bring in Radko Gudas now. So that's a very good sign if you're the Anaheim Ducks. Also, to confirm, Ray Petkow, who I believe is, um, well, he knew something. He announced that James Reimer has signed a 1 year deal, 1.5 million AAV with the Red Wings. So there you go. It's going to be interesting there. So fun time for James Reimer. He's heading to Detroit. Good backup option for the Red Wings in behind Ville Husso. Detroit had a lot of problems with their backup goaltending last year. So bringing in a guy like James Reimer, who's experienced, I think could be a very big move for Detroit in their help for hopefully a playoff push this year. And Elliot Friedman now officially confirming Connor Brown is in fact going to Edmonton. So kind of like Zach Hyman last year, um, he ends up going to Edmonton. He's going to get an opportunity to probably play with McDavid or Draisaitl. Um, good top nine guy. There's definitely an opportunity there for Jonas Corposal. Not for what's his face? Oh my god. How did I lose it? For Connor Brown to go to Edmonton. And they're saying it's a 1 year deal for Connor Brown. So interesting. 1 year deal. And Morgan Geekie is going to the Bruins. So the Bruins signing some underrated guys, man. They needed to fill out their roster. They signed JVR to a 1 year deal at $1 million. They went to go get Anthony Richard, who's a depth player. And they've now signed Morgan Geekie to a 2 year contract on an average annual value of $2 million. So $2 million deal for Morgan Geekie. Seattle tried to trade him at the draft. They weren't able to. They finally get a taker for his contract. Well, not taker for his contract. He finally gets a home, which is super nice, and good on him. So Kyle Burrows, let's take a look a little bit at him. Right defenseman, played 48 games with the Canucks, 5 points. Good depth guy, like I said. Probably is going to get a better opportunity in San Jose. Radko Gudas, Stanley Cup finalist with the Florida Panthers, 33. So I think he was just looking for maybe some money more than anything else. He had a $2.5 million deal, so he gets an upgrade on his last contract. Again, hard hitting defenseman. He's going to get into fights. He's going to throw hits, but he's very good defensively as well. And he's one of those guys that is going to be very good, and he's going to help you on the offensive side of the game in terms of keeping the puck out of your own net, which I think the Ducks had a lot of trouble doing last year. So the fact is that they're getting a very good shutdown D in Radko Gudas. And I know that for 3 years, it's probably a lot. They probably look at it as a lot, but I'll be honest, at $4 million, the Ducks are bolstering their decor. I don't have an issue with it at all. I think if you're Anaheim, you've done a good thing here. So nothing imminent, but the Ducks are among the teams very interested in Alex DeBrincat. And Connor Brown's deal is $4 million. So Connor Brown has signed a $4 million deal, 1 year deal with the Edmonton Oilers, $4 million per season, according to Darren Dreger, which I think is very nice. He's coming off an ACL injury. So it's actually it's 775 plus potential of 3.5 million in bonuses. So it actually only counts as 775K on the cap. So it's a $4 million deal total if he hits the bonuses with Edmonton, but the cap hit is only 775K. That's an absolute um, monstrous deal for Edmonton, who have done very, very well today in acquiring some players. The Boston Bruins, I think, have done some smart business here. JVR and Morgan Geekie with the cap that they have so far. Geekie had 28 points with Seattle last year, 9 goals, 19 assists. He's going to be a good third line guy for them, but they get him on a cheap deal, $2 million. I think they're expecting him to come in and be a center for them. Can play on the right wing too, according to Cap Friendly. But he's a guy that is going to allow them, if he gets a bigger role in Boston, I think there's definitely some opportunity there. So we'll see what happens. And Riley Nash has signed a 2-year deal with the Rangers, signing a lot of depth guys. Huh? They got Quick on a cheap deal. They got Blake Wheeler on a cheap deal. They went to go sign Alex Belzil, who I think is going to be very good for their NHL/AHL team. And now they've just signed Riley Nash, who is also, I think, going to be a very, very interesting deal. So Connor Brown, who only played 4 games with the Capitals last year, had 0 points, coming off an ACL injury. If he can replicate what he did in 2021-22 with the Senators, I think Edmonton's getting a good guy who can score about 40 points in a season. Depth guy, top 9 guy who I think is very underrated. And so I think it's a good deal, especially at 775K. Wow. So apparently, according to Renaud Lavoie, they're saying that a dozen teams were interested in Morgan Geekie. I just joined the Eiserman fan club. Why did you just join the Fire Steve Eiserman club? Corpy to the Sens. Yep, that was us that posted that. Riley Nash, one-way first year, two-way second year. So it counts 775K, like I mentioned, for Connor Brown. On the cap hit, that's a steal of a contract. Like I said before, if he turns into what he was in Ottawa, then there's definitely reason to be very excited. And if you're the Oilers in general, um, you sign Janmark, you now bring in Connor Brown. Definitely some very interesting uh, situations for sure. A lot of reasonable contract values and all of this. I'm surprised. I agree. I don't think the deals have been massive overpays at all. I think that they've been pretty pretty reasonable considering the market. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the salary cap is like, you know, unless you count like the fact that the salary cap is the way it is, I mean, there hasn't really been anything crazy. So we'll see. There's been some. I don't like the Corpusalo deal. Maybe I'm the only one. No holding back likes it. He says it's great value for them. They locked in a starter. I'm not a big fan of it. I think 4 million is too much, and I think for 4 million is not bad. I think 5 years is too much. I think if they would have got him on a 3-year deal, I think we're talking about a different story here. But at 5 million for Corpusalo, there's a risk there involved. And then he's like, so far, no bad deals during this free agency unless you count Foligno and Perry. I mean, Foligno and Perry, like I said, I think it was more so to get to the cap floor than anything else. Also, guys, another deal to announce. Connor Clifton, formerly of the Boston Bruins, is signing with the Buffalo Sabres. 3 years, 3.3 million. So Buffalo bolstering their decor with Eric Johnson and Connor Clifton. So Buffalo trying to get a little bit bulkier. They're trying to provide more depth to their team by adding some defensemen. And so they do exactly that by adding Connor Clifton and Eric Johnson. Very smart and underrated moves by Kevin Adams here. And Milan Lucic's deal has officially been confirmed, they're saying. So they're saying that it's officially going to be confirmed that he's going to be able to sign a contract. So exciting to see what's going to happen, what the official term is going to be. Kent Hughes is addressing the media at 2. That means the Habs are done for today. If Hughes is addressing the media at 2, it means the Habs are done for today. 2-year deal for Pettersson in Edmonton. Yep. Crazy to think about. The Sabres stay the vibes stay very, very strong. Love this deal for the Sabres. Clifton is legitimately good, plays way bigger than his size and suits his speed game and is versatile enough to bid on both sides. Agreed. I like the Connor Clifton deal for Buffalo. It's a good deal. It's value for money with Connor Clifton. You're getting a guy who can play in your top 6, like I said. 3.3 million for 3 years. Very underrated. So I like it a lot. So Deuce is saying, happy with the Eddie deal. It's not time for the Habs to sign UFAs a couple of years away from that. Well, yeah, and especially considering the fact that the Canadians, you know, didn't really draft, I think, the way they a lot of people wanted them to, and the fact that they have a lot of rookies already on their team, I think there's definitely um, a reason to believe that, you know, the Canadians don't need to sign UFAs. I think they have to worry about getting contracts out first before they do anything else. Because the only way that they'll be able to sign UFAs is if they can dish out some contracts. And, you know, Hughes has done a lot of things where he's made a lot of trades. He's brought in Newhook. I think they're going to focus on trying to re-sign Harvey Pinard and Yolonen and stuff before they worry about actually signing UFAs. But they also need some help in the AHL. So we'll see what the AHL team can do, if anything. So we'll have to wait and see on that if they sign some AHL guys. So Joel Hanley, depth defenseman for the Dallas Stars, re-signs 2 years, 7.87 million. And also Jonas Siegel, who's a reporter for the Athletic, says the Leafs are interested in Tyler Bertuzzi. So we'll see. Maybe Tyler Bertuzzi ends up in Toronto. That could be a very interesting move if Bertuzzi ends up in Toronto. Guys, let me know what's your favorite deal so far, from the deals that you've seen, from the reported deals that you've seen of you know, on whether it's a trade, which I mean, the only trade that happened was Edmondson, or out of any of the free agent signings. Who was your favorite deal? Who do you like? What do you think is the most underrated deal that you've seen so far? And are you guys happy with some of the contracts that have been given out? Do you think they're too rich? Do you think they're reasonable? What's your thoughts on those types of situations? Alrighty, so still waiting on some more news. Montreal looks like they're done for today already, which is kind of crazy. Hughes woke up this morning, said, "I'm going to trade Edmondson," and decided he was done, which is fine. I mean, I don't really expect much else other than that, to be honest. I didn't really expect anything. So the fact that there was even a move in general, I think is surprising in itself. So we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. So if you look at what's going on here, some more stuff just trying to happen. Wow. So Alex Belzil, it's a 2-year deal in New York, two-way first year, and then a one-way on the second year option for Alex Belzil. So I think he expects to maybe play in the NHL, but Belzil got an opportunity in New York that I don't think he was going to get in Montreal. So I'm happy for him. Hopefully he hopefully he takes it by storm. Wow. Barry Trotz is just changing things around. Gustav Nyquist is going to Nashville. 2 years, 3.1 million for Gus Nyquist going to Nashville. So Nashville have signed three guys: Ryan O'Reilly, Luke Shen, and now they've just brought in Gustav Nyquist as well on a 2-year deal. Nashville's playing NHL GM mode. So when you go on NHL GM mode and you sign every free agent you want, that's basically what Nashville's doing right now. They're just kind of like, we're gonna sign everybody. Patrick Kane, who had resurfacing surgery a month ago and is recovering and is another 3 to 5 months away, is on the radars of a few contenders, including the Dallas Stars. Good for Belzil. He played great for us. Glad he's got another shot. I agree. I think for Belzil, for anyone who watched the Habs last season a little bit, he was a good player when he came in. He played very well. His minutes were limited on a fourth line role, but I think he showed that he belonged. And I think that for Belzil, if you look at where the Canadians are at right now, it's tough to really see a reason for him to be in the lineup, especially with all the players they have. So I'm not surprised. And I know he wanted an NHL opportunity. There was talks about how he wanted to potentially try to make the NHL team. I think with the Rangers, you're getting a guy that can fit on your fourth line, can be your 13 forward, or can even play in your AHL team, and everything will be okay. So I like it for Belzil. I'm happy for him. Just moving into Gustav Nyquist, who I want to talk about quickly because he was just signed to the Predators. Nyquist is kind of that same guy as everybody else. If he's healthy, I think it's a good move for Nashville. But they're adding new faces to this organization, which I think is going to be very interesting. So No holding back. If you're still in the chat, Alex Lyon goes to the Red Wings. 2-year deal, $900,000 a year. So Detroit, who signed James Reimer, they signed Alex Lyon as their third goaltender. So it looks like Detroit's going to try to see what they have and, and go from there. But two goaltenders signed for Detroit today. Both Alex Lyon and James Reimer are heading there. What else is there here? What else is there? All right. So far, nothing to write home about yet. Well, Lucic signs 1 year, 1 million with the Bruins. So 1 year deal at $1 million for Lucic, which is about right. It's about where everybody expected him to sign at. So makes sense for sure. What else is there? Yeah. What else is there? Has options. Let's go see. Um, Sorry for the boring video, guys. It's just because Twitter is not loading on. Oh, there you go. Ian Cole, Vancouver Canucks, 1 year, $3 million. They also signed Teddy Bluger to a 1 year, $1.9 million contract. So the Canucks making some moves here. Um, get themselves a defenseman. They got Carson Soucy. They're now in the position to acquire Ian Cole on a 1 year deal at $3 million. And they also acquired Teddy Bluger, who signed a 1 year deal at 1.9. Bluger played with Vegas last year, won himself a cup, gets an opportunity in Vancouver, hopefully an opportunity that he'll be happy about. So yeah. So whoa. Okay. So Leaf fans, you guys are gonna be happy. Well, not really. If you're a Red Wing fan, you might not be too happy. Justin Hall signs a 3 year deal worth $3.4 million average annual value with the Detroit Red Wings. So Steve Yzerman, once again, um, signing other depth defensemen um, to contracts, and he gets himself Justin Hall, who is going to the Detroit Red Wings, 3 years, $3.4 million. So interesting move for Detroit, I'm not a big fan of that, to be honest. I think Justin Hall is not a great defenseman at all. It reminds me of the Sherrod trade, so I'm not signing, so I'm not sure what Eiserman's trying to do there. But if he's watched any playoff games with Justin Hall in it, yikes. But we'll see. Also, the Devils have made an acquisition. They've acquired Colin Miller from the Dallas Stars in exchange for a 2025 fifth rounder. So Colin Miller, who is a good top six defenseman, it replaces what Ryan Graves was for the Devils. Good move. Not too bothered by that one. So let's actually look at both Colin Miller and um, Justin Hall really quickly. So if you look at Colin Miller, this is a guy that's bounced around quite a bit. He was with Boston, he was with Vegas, he was with Buffalo, he was with Dallas. But this year in Dallas, he played well. 79 games played, 6 goals, 15 assists, 21 points. Which is pretty decent for him. He's a good top four defenseman. He's a guy that I think is very good at moving the puck. He's a guy that I think is very good on the defensive side of things too on the ice. He's very smart. He plays very safe, which is exactly what I think the Devils want. And for Colin Miller, I mean, he provides something that the Devils don't have, which is he's just very smart on the ice, and he doesn't cost you a whole lot to essentially acquire. And then the playoffs, 10 games played, 1 goal, 0 goals, 1 assist. Not really much of a point getter. We'll get you the odd goal here and there. We'll provide some assists, but all in all, he's a guy who's going to be very good defensively and kind of play good on both ends of the ice. So good move by the Devils, and they a fifth round pick is not really a huge deal. So it's not a great deal, but it's definitely not a huge deal in terms of that. So good move there for the Devils, and then just um, quickly for Justin Hall. We're going to talk about it just a little bit, but Justin Hall is an interesting one in that, um, you know, he brings in, same thing with him. He's a top six defenseman. I wouldn't say top four. He's a top six defenseman who's not really much of a point getter. He hits a lot, but he makes a lot of mistakes. And that's one of the things that Leaf fans will tell you is that he makes a whole lot of mistakes. And it's mistakes that, to be honest, if you're a defenseman, you shouldn't really be making. And in the playoffs, he struggled. He was a healthy scratch too. I think for Hall, he needed a fresh start. I don't think he's a terrible defenseman, but he's a guy who's gonna throw the body. He's a big boy. He's 6'3". He's a guy who's gonna throw the body. He's a guy who's gonna hit. He's a guy who is gonna get in your face, but at the same time, he's also a defenseman that isn't always the smartest in his own end. And so I think for Detroit, unless they have someone that they can partner him with, it might be a tough signing for him, especially at 3 years. I'm not too sure there's optimism there if you're a Red Wing fan, but we'll have to wait and see on that in that regard. So, definitely there you go. So there you go. And then Rook Chartier signs with Ottawa, 1 year deal, 775K. Tristan Nelson signs his ELT with the Canucks. So some other moves there. Nicholas Brouillard. Also, Orlov to Carolina. Wow. So Dmitry Orlov, we talked about the return to Washington. We talked about a return to Boston. Instead, he's heading to Carolina. Dmitry Orlov is a Carolina Hurricane, according to Darren Dreger of TSN, which is fascinating. I'm curious to see what the actual term is on Dmitry Orlov, what the money is going to be, but that's a really good move for Carolina, especially considering, short-term deal for Dmitry Orlov. He's signing with Carolina. I think that's going to put more pressure on them to trade Brett Pesce now if that's what they want to do, but they're bringing in a guy who I think is one of the most underrated defensemen in terms of actually bringing the puck forward and being, offensively minded, even though technically speaking, and Connor Brown's contract is not 775K. It's actually $4 million. It's performance bonuses through point. So the AAV is actually $4 million instead of 775K. So that changes things a little bit. But just going back to Orlov, very underrated for Dmitry Orlov, and going to Columbus, going to Carolina, two times 7.75 for Dmitry Orlov, $7 million for Dmitry Orlov. That's crazy. Two times 7.75 for Orlov. Okay, I didn't think it was going to be that high. I didn't think he wanted. I didn't think he was going to be that 2 year deal. Wow. So Orlov cashes in. He cashes in on a nice hefty paycheck, just under 16 million total. Wow. That's a top defenseman right there. That's a top defenseman off the board right now. Dmitry Orlov. And Carolina, I mean, they had a lot of cap space, so they've done well. They've drafted, three out of the, they've signed three goaltenders. Well, not today, but they have three goaltenders under contract. They've just signed Dmitry Orlov, which becomes their highest paid defenseman. I think he also becomes their number one defenseman, which means I think Brett Pesci's out, right? Because if you look at it, Jacob Slavin becomes your second best paid defenseman. Brett Burns is your third. Brady Shea's your fourth, which is fine. And then you've got Jalen Chatfield and Dylan Coughlin potentially coming in. So I think Pesci's probably on his way out. Carolina signs Dmitry Orlov as a way to basically say, like, so good to know. I'm 7.75 million for Dmitry Orlov is very high. That's very high for Orlov. I didn't think 7 million was. I didn't think he was going to get close to 8, in my opinion. For a guy who's 31 years old, he had a really good offensive season last year, especially with the Bruins. He really turned it on offensively. He had 8 points in 7 games, 4 goals, 13 assists, 17 points in 23 games with the Bruins, 19 points in 43 games with the Washington Capitals. There's definitely offensive potential there, but the guy has never reached more than 40 points in his career. He's actually never reached more than 35. And so I think for Orlov, they're taking him for the fact that he's a two-way defenseman. They're taking him for the fact that they know that he's a two-way defenseman and they know what he can bring in the fact that he's a two-way defenseman. And so I think that that's going to be super, super fascinating with Dmitry Orlov, which, listen, for 7.75 million, maybe you don't pay that defenseman that type of money, but ultimately you're getting a defenseman that has pretty much proven at every level that he's capable of being a really solid two-way defenseman. So he cashes in on the money. It's kind of like Gavrikov, what Gavrikov did. Signed a 2 year deal, bet on himself, signed a really expensive deal, but signed it for 2 years, and is now going to basically show Carolina what he's capable of doing, and it puts Carolina in a window to win, which I think is nice to see as well. So Dmitry Orlov, I mean, I would have liked to have seen him back in Washington. I think, he was really good in Washington. I think he wanted to go back to Washington, but I think Carolina was able to make the money work, whereas um, Washington and Boston were unable to. And so because they were unable to, I think it becomes a really tough negotiation. But if you're Dmitry Orlov, I mean, 7.75 million, you're acquiring a guy who is going to fit on your top pair. He's going to be your top pairing defenseman most likely. And if you go to Daily Faceoff, right, where they're going to have the lines directly, the starting lineups and line combos. So if you go to Carolina, right, what do they have right now? So right now, their lines look like Slavin, Burns, Shea, Pesci, Jalen Chatfield, and Dylan Coughlin. I have a feeling what's going to happen is that Pesci's going to get moved out. They might move Shea to the right-hand side and have Orlov as your second pairing D. Or what you could do as well, which I think Carolina could do this as well, is bring Slavin down to the second line and have him play with Shea, and then bring Orlov to the top pair and make him play with Brett Burns, which I think would just be incredible. I think it would be one of the toughest defensive pairs in the league, considering the fact that both Orlov and Burns can absolutely rock you, and they're both able to score. So I think that that's going to work out just fine for them. Oh wow. Philly signs Ryan Paling. So Paling, Ryan Paling, formerly of the Montreal Canadiens and of the Pittsburgh Penguins. He's got the talent. Um, a lot of injuries though for him. Um, he heads to Philadelphia. So we talked about Philly before. What the hell? Okay, close that. That was weird. Um, but yeah, so Ryan Paling, just as it was announced right now, he's heading to Philadelphia, and Mike Riley is going to um, the Florida Panthers as well. So some guys that have been signed: Dmitry Orlov, 7.75 million. Left defenseman, he goes to Carolina. Mike Riley signs a 1 year, $1 million contract with the Florida Panthers. So a couple of moves there. And then also to take into consideration, Ryan Paling has also signed with the Philadelphia Flyers, 1 year, $1.4 million for Ryan Paling. He's a fourth line guy. He's going to take, he's a guy who kills penalties. Um, he's going to provide some good offense. I think for Philly, he's a good depth guy to have in your lineup. $1.4 million, so he doesn't have to go far from Pennsylvania. Instead of going from Pittsburgh, he goes to Philly. So, for Paling, like I said, he doesn't move too far, which is good for him. But for Philly, they get a depth guy, and I'm curious to see what he's able to do in Philadelphia. And there it is. Carson Soucy has signed with the Canucks now, 3 years at $3.25 million per season. So 3 year deal for Carson Soucy in Vancouver. 3 years at 3.25. He was absolutely underrated last year, and a lot of defensemen coming off the board quickly in this free agency market. Um, so defense seemed to be a hot commodity. Obviously, Matt Dumba and Brian Dumoulin are still on the board, but Carson Soucy goes to the Canucks, similar to what Connor Clifton is. He's a guy who's smart. He plays bigger than what he is, but he's also a guy that offensively can provide you a goal here or there. Very good defensively, able to kill penalties, able to block some shots. So I think the Canucks did a good thing here. And seeing as though he came from Seattle and how well he played for Seattle, I think the Canucks are going to be very happy with Carson Soucy. So he goes there to Vancouver, 3 years, 3.25 million. Canucks fans should be happy about that one. And another one, the Canes still have room and interest in Erik Karlsson. Craig Smith, though, has signed with the Dallas Stars. So Craig Smith, formerly of the Washington Capitals and the Boston Bruins, leaves to go to Dallas on a 1 year, $1 million contract. Now, what's interesting about Craig Smith is that he's again another depth guy. It's a lot of depth guys that are getting signed, but it's interesting depth guys because these are guys that are going to help you in the playoffs. I think Craig Smith's that type of guy that, with a change of scenery in Dallas, I think he could do a lot of good things. He was in the Garnet Hathaway and Dmitry Orlov deal when he was with Washington. Played okay for Washington, wasn't at his best, but I think with Dallas on a top nine role, on a fourth line role, I think Craig Smith on a $1 million deal could be very, very important, even if it's just as a 13th forward. Um, I think there's a lot of room for him to do some good things and show what he's capable of for the Canucks and just for the Stars, which I think is going to be important. And for Carson Soucy, just to kind of reiterate that point that I said before about him being a part of the you know of the Seattle Kraken, Carson Soucy. I mean, it's one of those things where you know he had a good year last year, but ultimately Seattle just didn't have the room to keep him around. And so I think what happened is that um, he had to kind of move on and go somewhere else. And he goes somewhere where it's not too far. He's from Alberta anyway, so going to British Columbia isn't too bad. But he's a guy that I think is very smart, kills penalties. He's a guy that can get you the odd goal here and there. He had 10 goals for Seattle in 21-22. And even for Minnesota, he was very well liked. And again, he's a guy who his plus minus, I know plus minus isn't big. A lot of people aren't big on plus minus, but one thing I could tell you is that he's a guy that's very good defensively, and when he's on the ice, you're not going to get scored on. So I think that's always something to be proud of and look forward to, especially when There's that. And oh wow, big move. And I don't know who was it that called this happening. I believe I could have been no holding back. It might have been no holding back when he was on before. I don't know if he's still on now, but Max Pacioretty is heading to Washington. So the Capitals making some moves here. They acquired Joel Edmondson in a trade with the Montreal Canadiens. They now sign Max Pacioretty. Wow, that's going to be interesting for Max Pacioretty here. Wow. Pacioretty signs 2 million plus another 2 million in potential bonuses. Hearing Max Pacioretty um, is a 1 year times 2 million plus another 2 million to earn in bonuses. So Max Pacioretty is going to Washington. Very good deal for Max Pacioretty and for the Washington Capitals. This is an opportunity for him to prove that he's still healthy and at the point where he's able to play at at a top level. So if Pacioretty can stay healthy, that's a really good deal for the Caps. And even if he's not able to stay healthy, I think it's still good. The Montreal Canadiens have signed two AHL guys, Philippe Maillet and Brady Keeper, are both signed to AHL deals, or NHL deals. Sorry, Philippe Maillet, who played the last 2 seasons in the KHL, was dominant. I think an opportunity in the AHL could be very, very opportunistic. And Brady Keeper is going to provide some depth for Laval. So Montreal signing some Laval guys to some contract. So Montreal making some minor league moves here after the trade of Joel Edmondson, which is good. I mean, they need to sign. You need to trade to sign some AHL guys. Arthur Stable also hearing that unless a team goes hard at Patrick Kane, he won't be signed today or in the near term. Wants to wait and see where some preferred spots are when the season begins and he's closer to full health. So Pacioretty signs in Washington. Interesting move for them, like I said before. With Payton signing in Philly and the Matheson trade looks even better now. Probably Hughes' best deal so far. Absolutely. Agreed. Paling and Petrie, who's being shopped. What was the Washington deal? Max for how much? So it's Max Pacioretty, 1 year deal, $2 million. And then there's also a potential of $2 million in performance bonuses as well. So I don't know what the AAV comes to exactly. They're saying that it's 2 million plus additional bonuses. Yeah, and no wonder we got Edmondson Orlov way overpaid. Yeah, exactly. So the Capitals, that's why they probably went with Edmondson, seeing as though what Orlov wanted, and they were like, as much as we want to bring him back, I don't think that they felt the need to. So they were like, screw that. And then for Pacioretty, I mean, $2 million is an absolute steal for the Capitals. I mean, this is a guy that, like I said before, if he stays healthy, he's a 30 goal scorer, easily a 30 goal scorer. And so because of the fact that he's an easily a 30 goal scorer, I think what it does is it allows the Capitals to not pay a huge amount of money on um on him, but what it does also is it just allows them to focus on, you know, making the playoffs. And if Pacioretty stays healthy, like I said, there's possibilities that that deal could look really good. So Caps aren't done. I feel like they'll get Yamamoto. I mean, it could be. And look, if they get Yamamoto, Washington's doing really well. I gotta say, Jerry, um, I was very impressed with the Capitals draft. Ryan Leonard, I think, was a really good signing. And then they went to go get Andrew Cristall. So they really focused on offense the first 2 rounds, and they did a very good job. Now they bring in Joel Edmondson on defense for a 1 year deal. They signed Max Pacioretty to a 1 year deal. They're making some smart moves, Washington, and they're really going for it. I think they know that they need to. So very good moves by the Caps. And if they can get Kyler Yamamoto as well, that's very smart business. If Pacioretty stays healthy, you can still score no doubt. Low risk, high reward potential for the Caps. Absolutely. That I think that's probably my favorite deal of them all, because I think with Pacioretty, everybody knows how good Pacioretty is. Like, we all know that no matter what happens, like, if this guy even plays 60 games, you're guaranteed probably 20 goals easily. And so I think for that reason alone, it makes that deal worth it, right? So there's definitely some excitement. I think there's going to be a lot of excitement in regards to this. So um, we'll see what happens with Patches. What's your thoughts on the Hall deal? I think Eiserman needs to stop getting the green light for everything that he does. He needs to be held accountable. Just like, oh, listen, Jerry, I completely agree. I don't like the Hall deal one bit. I think Eiserman is focusing way too much on trying to, I guess, I wouldn't say better his team, but he's trying too much in terms of these depth guys or in terms of top six guys and overpaying them because he believes that they'll do well. But kind of like the Ben Sherrod deal, you're getting a defenseman that was arguably carried by his D partners, and that I think alone he won't be able to prove that. So I think for Hall, it really depends on um, it really, really, really depends on who he's playing with. But I think Eiserman's at a point now where the signings that he's making now, again, he's a guy that drafts well. I don't think Eiserman's got a problem with drafting, but in terms of signings, I think Eiserman's really struggled in that department, especially on defense. Like I said, Sherratt last year and now Hall this year, those are two risky signings. Those are two very, very risky signings. And they're signings that can definitely come back to bite them in the ass. So I think for Detroit, they've done some good things, and as much as they've done some good things, I don't know what Eiserman's thinking in terms of defense. I just don't think their decor is as impressive as people think it might be, which ultimately screws everything up for their playoff hopes. Just simply for that. So if I look at Detroit quickly, like you know, if we go to their decor right now, obviously things are a bit different because um, things are a bit different because they haven't updated it yet. But Jake Wallman and Moritz Seider, okay, fine. Simon Edvinson and Ben Sherrod, and then you got Oli Mata and Gustav Lindstrom. Like, did you really need to sign Justin Hall? I don't think you needed to, right? So bit weird, but we'll see what happens in regards to that deal. I'm like I said, I'm not a big fan of that move at all. Um, Andreas Englund signs with the Kings 2 years, 2 million. So Englund goes from, I believe it was Nashville to the Kings. So very good move there. Colin Delia is a Winnipeg Jet. So I believe that's going to be their backup, most likely 775K for him. Like I said before, Philip Maillet and Brady Keeper signed with the Canadians, two-way deals. So between NHL and AHL. So just some small minor league moves for the Canadians. Nothing too big in regards to that. We have so many lockdowns for depth spots and not many stars. You think a team that desperately needs goal scorers would maybe get the Brinkat or at least sign a top six? Agreed. I think for Detroit, like the Brinkat probably should be their target. It should have been their target, and I think there's so many logjams and these depth spots and not many stars. I think they should focus on maybe trying to get somebody. For me, if I was Detroit, I'd probably look at Tarasenko. I think that was going to be something that was going to be very interesting, and I'm surprised that it didn't work. No holding back says I predicted it patches to Caps. Yep, you did. You called it. You actually did call it. That's crazy. And then LA and Sen swap goalies. Pretty much. I mean, Talbot for Corpusalo. Just Talbot signs a 1 year deal. Corpusalo signs 5. So there is a difference there. But yeah, in general, LA and the Sens do swap goaltenders. And then Hurricanes always land these top D. What the fuck? I mean, look, they've got the cap space and they're not done on. If they get Carlson, LA's like then Carolina's really, really trying to win the cup, like a lot. So I like this move for Orlov, and they always line the top D because it's a defensive system. So I think D's like that. Eisman absolutely might be the best drafter in the league, but he also plays too conservative. I get he was handed a Ken Holland mess, but we're ready to win. I I think that Eiserman is, I think he's a guy that likes to take his time when building a team. I don't think he tries to rush it, but I think more so in the Tampa era compared to the Red Wings era, you can see that with Tampa they were already given a top team, right? And so because they were already given a top team, it became a situation where he didn't really have to worry about it, but he was trying to focus on winning. Whereas with Detroit, he kind of had to build everything from the top down and work his way back up. And I think Detroit's in a position where they can make the playoffs. I think they're in a position where they can compete. My only issue with Detroit, I think, is the fact that Eiserman hasn't done enough in terms of the defensive players that he has, that the decor isn't as good, that when they play against teams like Boston, when they play against teams like Tampa, when they play against teams like Toronto, they're just going to get beaten because they're not that good. And the other thing, too, is that Ville Husso, as much as he's had a good season and he played well last year, is this guy is he the full answer to your questions and to your problems? I'm not sure. And they haven't really addressed that in terms of getting another goaltender that can split starts with him, that can perform. I know they signed Reimer today and Alex Lyon, but in general, I think Detroit, lacked in that department a little bit. Then no only back row Hall lol. Yep, funny. Detroit, Florida, Canes, and Rangers are cooking. Yeah, I would say so, but I would say that in terms of more so Detroit, I think Florida's done some good things with the OEL signing. Um, I think that the Rangers have signed some decent guys. And I think Carolina's done a good job. Detroit, I wouldn't say they've done. I think apart from re-signing their guys, they haven't really done anything great. I know Costin's a good signing. I like Klim Kostin. It was a good trade when they have it, but we'll see what happens there. And then Jerry Liv says, I do like the Reimer deal. Alex Lyon, especially, we'll see what else he does. I expect him to sign one forward. I would say, I mean, look, they kind of have to. They have the money to sign a forward. I think they should. But I like the Reimer deal too. I like the Alex Lyon deal as well. I think that's two goaltenders that can definitely battle it out at training camp for the backup role. And for Husso, I mean, look, you're gonna get a backup that I think has performed. I know Reimer didn't have the best stats last year, but he was also on the Sharks, and San Jose were terrible. So don't read too much into that. Whereas with Lyon, he came off a team that made the Cup final, and he was very good in the regular season and also in the brief time in the playoffs that he played. So I think there's positives there for Alex Lyon for sure. No holding back puts Paling dips to rivals. Yep. I mean, look, at the end of the day, he probably looked at the deal and went, okay, no problem. I'm going to sign with Philly, and that's it. I mean, you can't really blame the guy. At the end of the day, if he's offered a job and it's a good job, he's going to take it, right? So you can't be too upset about it, even if it is the rivals, let's say, right? Dewsby says, good move on the cap, but there's a bit of circling of the drain there. They're delaying the inevitable with an aging core. I agree. I would say, I think for a long time I've said it, and I think if you've watched our podcast long enough, you would see that I've said that the Capitals should rebuild. But I think until Ovechkin doesn't retire, I don't see the Capitals going full rebuild. I don't think it's ever going to happen. I think they believe that they can win another cup with Ovechkin, but I think that's the moves that they've made compared to recent years. I think they've actually shown this year that they're serious about what they did. They fired Laviolette, which ultimately was a big message to send to the league when they did that, and so they fired him and they brought in Spencer Carberry. So they were definitely showing that they wanted to improve. And then not only that, they go get Edmondson, who on a 1-year deal, who I think is really good, especially for 1.75 million from the Canadians. And they don't have to give up anything to do it. And they go get Max Pacioretty on a $2 million deal, which again, free agency, and a guy who can score 30 goals. So there's definitely a lot of things that are very, very exciting about the Washington Capitals right now. Trevor Lewis is going back to LA 1 year, 775K. So good move for the Kings. They get a nice depth guy back. Just to continue with Jerry, does Lucius Shield make you think 37 and 46 come back for one more year? The Bees are money strapped pretty bad. I mean, look, I think all the Bruins fans are expecting both Bergeron and Krejci to come back. I think the Bruins themselves expect them to come back. The only thing with that is, I think for Lucic, if he does come back, even if Bergeron and Krejci don't come back, he's got familiarities with the team. I think he always deep down wanted to be a Bruin and stay a Bruin for a long time. So I think that it doesn't really affect it, but it does definitely put into perspective the fact that, Bergeron and Krejci could come back. Obviously, Lucic is officially a Bruin. A lot of depth signing today. Nothing huge has happened. Well, speaking of that, nothing huge has happened, but Kevin Shattenkirk is also a Boston Bruin. So speaking of the Bruins, and the signings that they've made. They signed Morgan Geeky to a 2-year deal at $2 million. They signed Milan Lucic on a $1 million deal. They brought James Van Riemsdyk in on a $1 million deal, and now they've signed Kevin Shattenkirk to a 1-year contract, according to Andy Strickland. So Boston, we talked about teams that were cooking today. Boston's making some moves, and they're looking to keep on adding. They lost Connor Clifton, but they bring in Kevin Shattenkirk, who is more of an offensively minded defenseman than a defensively minded defenseman, but he can still provide offense. He can still play good defense. There's it's a good move. I think we'll see what the official price is on Shattenkirk, but the Bruins continue to keep making moves. What's Nashville's vision? I'm a bit confused. A culture, I would say. I mean, they got rid of Johansson, they got rid of Duchesne, they bring in Nyquist, they bring in Ryan O'Reilly, they bring in Luke Shen. I think they're trying to change the culture in the room, and so they've done that by um, adding those guys in. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs, but definitely it's a culture change for sure in Nashville, which is interesting a little bit, I would say. In terms of that, I think, like I said, I don't really understand it. They were trying to trade Askarov last week um, to Montreal for the 5th overall pick on Thursday, so it's a bit weird. Alex Kerfoot is in talks with several teams right now as the market continues to be hot. Cool. Shattenkirk, so he just signs for just over $1 million. So I believe it's either 1.05 or 1.1. So Shattenkirk goes to the Bees, which is an interesting move there for Kevin Shattenkirk. Obviously, Andreas Englund, like I said before, signs a 1-year deal with LA. Trotz loves his veterans. Yes, sir, he does. He absolutely does. But he loves his veterans, but he also, I think he knows what he's doing. I think deep down he's got this idea as to what he wants to build in Nashville. So I wouldn't doubt him too much just yet. But we'll see. It's been very interesting, Nashville. I won't lie. It hasn't always been the deals haven't always been super interesting, but they've done something. B is going to be the oldest team to ever step on the ice. Facts. I mean, the Bruins. I mean, they're going to be the oldest team, sure, but they were very good last year, and even though and they were still pretty old last year too. Obviously, now they're signing more. Um, they're signing more players, I guess, more older players. So I would say that, but in the end, I mean, as long as it works, as long as they're winning games, rest of it doesn't really matter. I don't think. Giovanni Smith signs a 2-year contract with the San Jose Sharks, so another tough guy going to San Jose. 2-year contract, 800K AV, so nothing too big there. So we're gonna wait and see what else happens in regards to that. So just in regards to that deal specifically. Uh, Continues to study a trade for disgruntled winger. So Ottawa's studying a trade for DeBrincat. Haven't heard anything they've liked to this point, but the work continues. Not sure if it will happen today or not. So DeBrincat could be traded today. According to Bruce Garriock, he's saying that it could happen today, but it can also happen potentially uh, at a later date. So we'll have to wait and see. Oh, and Michael Bunting is going to Carolina, according to the NHL Network. Michael Bunting is reportedly heading to the Carolina Hurricanes. Now, I haven't seen what the price is on that, but Carolina is making some moves right now, and obviously one of them is Michael Bunting going to Carolina. So again, Hurricanes seem to be the winners in free agency right now. They seem to be making the correct moves. So we'll have to wait and see on what the actual term and AAV is going to be. But yeah, Uh, what else is there? Oh, Jerry Lifts put, if the Bring gets moves enough for a massive ball, it isn't Detroit. I think hockey fans will riot here. What's your thoughts? I mean, for the Brinket, I'm going to tell you one thing. I know that Ottawa wants. I've heard rumors that they want to sign and trade. Okay, so what that means is that they want to sign the Brinket to the contract that he wants and then ship him to whatever team he wants. And I think for Detroit, it depends on what Ottawa's asking for, right? In terms of the haul, I would say that it probably needs to be a first rounder and maybe a prospect or two. I don't know what the exact asking price would be for Ottawa, but I don't know how much value the Brinket has. I know that he's a very good player, and I know that he should be worth what he should be worth. But ultimately speaking, in my opinion, I think for Detroit, it's very simple. If they're in the market for a guy like the Brinket, they should be in the market for a guy like the Brinket. If the haul isn't big, I think they're gonna regret it for sure. So definitely to see that. Dustin Tokarski back in Buffalo, 2-year deal at 775K. Like I said, I also saw Bunting to Carolina. Again, haven't confirmed, still waiting on confirmation as to what happened with Michael Bunting, but he looks like he has joined the Carolina Hurricanes. I'm just waiting for official confirmation regarding that contract signing. So we're waiting and seeing. Giovanni Smith, 800K two times two. Tyson Jost 2 million for 1 year. So again, just some other things. Nothing's happened yet. Kane's gone to Pittsburgh. Haven't heard anything yet about Patrick Kane. They've said that he hasn't officially signed. You think he might go to Pittsburgh? That could happen, but I just don't see that as an option right now, in my opinion. If I'm Detroit, I'm moving our first, keep Boston's Zadina, a 25 second, and maybe a C tier prospect. Our value is dropping because he's refusing to go anywhere else. I mean, he's got a few takers. I know Dallas has shown interest. I know that um, you know there's Dallas, there's Nashville, there's a few other teams too that might be in the mix. I think. Look, if you're Detroit, I think that's a decent price. The question is, does Ottawa want Zadina? Do they want a second round pick? And are they interested in the C tier prospect? That's the question, right? What's Detroit offering that other teams aren't? So I think for DeBrincat, we'll see what happens. Pagnotta's confirming that Bunting is likely going to Carolina. So it looks like we're just waiting on the AAV for that. So we'll have to wait and see on Michael Bunting. Um, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a fun little thing. I don't know what they have, 7.3 million in space minus what they're giving Bunting, and Pesci has a 4.0 2 cap hit. So if Carolina gets Carlson, they've already assigned Michael Bunting. Now they're probably gonna trade away um what's his face? Brett Pesci. There's a very good opportunity here for the Carolina Hurricanes to do something special. So we'll have to wait and see. But it looks like more and more that Michael Bunting is going to end up being a Hurricane, which I think if you're a Leaf fan, might you might be happy about it, but you might also not be happy about it. So it really depends, depending on what the price is for Bunting, right? It all depends. But as for Detroit, I mean, we'll have to wait and see about that. I think for Detroit now, they're probably waiting on what the other market is going to be for free agents before they go ahead and make a move. So we'll need to wait on that for sure. Just waiting on some other stuff. Alrighty. What else is there? I'm trying to look at the other things that could potentially happen here. Um, Wow, crazy. Okay. So nothing's happened yet. Still waiting on more news in regards to this. So let me try to see if I can get back on Twitter. Um, see if we can talk a bit. I don't know. I know that there's like issues with like I don't know what he's doing. I can't even reload on this fucking thing. I don't know what's going on, but it's just not letting me reload. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. Whatever. I won't worry about it too much. What's TweetDeck? It's kind of weird. I can't get on through this. Oh well. I mean, it is what it is. Not much I can do here. Bunting got 3 years. Not sure where they're pulling the cap space from. Well, they have decent amount of cap space, so that's probably where they're pulling it from. They haven't really signed guys to big deals in the past, so because of that, it really allows them to, do what they're able to do at that point. So we'll have to basically just wait and see in regards to that. You said Bunting got 3 years. I didn't see anything yet, but it could be that he got 3 years. So we'll need to wait and see. But I'm looking for the AAV. Hopefully it comes soon. So yeah. Weren't they gonna say Weren't they gonna force a move to Pesci? He kept seeing his name. Yeah, they're gonna probably move him. There's a good um there's a good chance that he probably gets moved within the next week. But like I said before, nothing's happened yet for Pesci, so it's going to be tough to really see what the expectation would be. But yeah, it looks like they're actively working on a trade for Pesci as well. We like to see how quiet it is on GMs. Okay. Um, Alrighty. Tweets. See new tweets. Carson Suzy has a no trade clause for the next 3 years. Okay. Yeah, it's weird. Like some people saying that their Twitter works on their laptop but not on their phone. Some are saying the opposite. For me, it's weird. So I'm just gonna leave Twitter for now and do it the way it's supposed to. So 3 years contract for Scarborough man bunting to the Canes, just waiting on the official confirmation. So it's an apparent 3 year deal, like I said. Just waiting on the actual AAV for that deal. So we'll have to wait. Matt Luff signs an extension. They're saying the Brinket. They're saying it could be the Islanders too as an option. Orlov, yeah, we saw that already, which is nice. Whoops. What else is there here? What else are we looking for here? Okay. Connor Sheary 3x2 for Tampa. So it looks like that's what it's going to be. $3 million deal for 2 years for Connor Sheary. So nice. Uh, okay. Cool. What else is there? Peds trying to win now. They're just remodeling. Yeah, it could be. Could definitely very well be that's what they're doing. The Hurricanes and Penguins are reportedly in on Erik Karlsson, the best offensive defenseman, but one of the worst defensive defensemen. That's funny. It's true, but it's funny. Nonetheless, can confirm Connor Sheary is going to Tampa, a two-time Stanley Cup champion, 3-year deal, $2 million per. Okay. After Edmondson and Pacioretty deals, the Caps have $3.5 million remaining. They still have to sign RFA Martin Fehervary. Sounds like Scott Mayfield's going to be returning. Okay. What else is there? So far, that's about it. Shattenkirk. All right. So far, nothing to write home about yet. We're still waiting on some other stuff. Okay. Great. Seeing your tweets. Nico Mikala has signed a deal with the Florida Panthers, 3-year deal as well. Nico Mikala, former defenseman from the St. Louis Blues, who was traded to the Rangers, he goes now to Florida. Russian veteran. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep Twitter on my phone because this doesn't seem to be working anymore. Hab signed some AHL buffs. Mikala replaces Gudis, which is a downgrade. Shear to Tampa, great move. Hab should target Spronger Fisher. Habs probably won't target anybody, to be honest. They're going to be very quiet for the time being. I think they're going to make some moves. They're just not going to make some moves now. They're gonna wait a bit, so we'll see. And yeah. Uh, Still waiting on some other moves, but it's awfully quiet now. I think every team is just trying to analyze their cap space. A lot of teams already spent their cap space, so they're waiting and seeing what they can do. Um, Bokonji, Mama, Eric Branson, and Josh Curry in Ottawa. Okay. Um, what else is there? Patrick Brown signs with the Bruins. Another depth signing again. 2 years, 800K to Boston. So again, just some minor league signings. Nothing really too big. The only big deal I think we saw in terms of cap space, I would say, is probably Dmitry Orlov being the only one. So we'll wait and see on that. I'm hoping we get some big moves, some more big moves. But sorry, guys, I'm just gonna reset this because I think my cap friendly is like slowly dying a little bit. So yeah, sorry about that. Okay, it should be good now. How much cap space do the Caps have now and the Wings? The Caps have 3.5. The Wings I can check. One of my favorite players growing up, but if Backstrom decided to hang it up now, that would be help the Caps tremendously. Um, yeah, definitely. The Caps have always been a team that I think Detroit have 21 million in cap space right now, currently, by the way, and 2 picks. And only Joe Veleno to sign. So they have options here. If they want to make some big moves, they have the opportunity to do so. In terms of that, and going back to Nick Backstrom, your point. I mean, yeah, if he's unable to play, I think you put him on LTIR. You can definitely do that. And so I think the Capitals would get a shit ton of cap space, which would put them in the running for other players as well. But I don't see Backstrom hanging up the skates right away. I think there's an option of him just staying back. It says verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts a day, unverified accounts to 600, and new unverified accounts to 300. Listen, I don't know what's going on with Twitter, but it's starting to really die. And if that's the case, then I I don't know. If that's the case, then that's gonna suck ass because I think Twitter is such a good app, and for it to just die down like this, I think has been really, really, really disappointing. I mean, it happened on freaking Canada Day too, um, so we'll see. We'll have to wait and see, but it's a little bit more. So apparently, according to Bunting, just for your guys' information, it looks like from what Kevin Weeks announced, it looks like it's probably going to be 4.5 million a year for Bunting for 3 years, which is a decent contract to be honest, considering what he brings. I know that he in the playoffs didn't really do much, but he was able to find a way to still produce, even though well, not really in the playoffs, but during the regular season, he still found a way to produce. He was playing with Matthews and Marner. I think Bunting, if you give him the opportunity, like I said, with the top guys, I think he can produce. The problem is that whether he can, stop getting into it with the refs. That's the biggest problem with Bunting is he tries to get too much in it with the refs, and sometimes what happens is that when you get into it with the refs and they know this, they're going to try to target you the best way they can. So I think for Bunting, if it is 4.5 for 3 years, which I think that's what it's going to be, there's a good chance that it makes sense, and there's a good chance that it'll be a good value contract for him. But we'll have to wait and see on that. Alrighty. What else can we talk about in the meantime? Is Kent Hughes' press conference up? Let me go check. I'll go check on my desktop here. Uh, so, what else is there that I can? Has Hughes addressed the media yet? I don't think he has. Doesn't look like he has, at least. Oh, discuss free agency moves. Um, um, Caps fan with the idea trade Kuznetsov and Manta for peanuts just to clear cap space. Take that 13.5 million and sign a few big name top six forwards to replace them. Manta's going to be tough because you're going to have to add probably some assets in order to do that. So I don't think that's necessarily the right fit per se. But there is that to take a look. And then if you look at Kuznetsov, if there's takers, I think it's definitely an opportunity. Who are the winners so far? I would say Boston. They've made them probably the best moves, or Washington. I would say those are the two winners, in my opinion. What did you think about Montreal being afraid to play Reinbach in North America? Listen, I mean, a lot of it has to do with the fact that I think a lot of people weren't happy about the pick, right? And so because a lot of people weren't happy about the pick, what happens is that it essentially becomes a situation of like the fan base really took it way too personally, and they put themselves in a really difficult position that they insulted him and stuff like that. So I don't know if necessarily it's Montreal that's fearful or if he's fearful. I would say it's a mixture of both. I think if you're Montreal, you got to do what's best decision for the kid. In my opinion, I think it's going to Switzerland and playing, finishing his schooling and his and an opportunity to potentially, do what he can to develop in Switzerland, and then when he's ready to come up, come up. But if he has to, I would say play him in Laval. I don't think he's going to play in Montreal, but we'll see. But my thoughts on it is that I think it's got to be the best decision for him. At the end of the day, as long as it helps him develop, that's the only thing that really matters. The rest, the outside noise is just it's you just got to find a way to ignore it. Unfortunately. Kuzi is a good player when motivated. He needs to find his game. Manta is trash. Get rid of him. An ideal replacement would be Elias Lindholm. Yes. I think for Kuzi, he probably needs a change of scenery. I don't think there's a question that needs to be looked at there. If you look at Kuznetsov, he's had a couple of good years in Washington. I think he knows he probably could get better. So an opportunity for him, a change of scenery, I think could be better. As for Mantha, I mean, he's struggled lately. He's dealt with injuries. He hasn't always lived up to his expectation. I understand the frustration with Anthony Mantha. So I do think the Caps should get rid of him. It's just a matter of, you know, who's going to take him. And that contract, are you going to be able to retain salary on it and still be able to trade him? That's the question. I'm not sure. Who are the losers in free agency so far? I mean, depends on how you look at it. I would say Minnesota hasn't done anything. Montreal hasn't really done anything. Uh, Dallas hasn't really done much. Detroit, I would say Detroit hasn't really impressed me too much. I wouldn't call them losers, but the moves that they have made haven't been impressive. We'll see. I don't like to label winners and losers really. I think that in the end, it depends on the team and their needs and what they're looking for. But what I will say is that I'm not too impressed with what Detroit did, and I think under Eiserman they could have done better in terms of what they drafted. So Just to confirm, Elliot Freeman tweeted out that Miles Wood looks like he'll be heading to Colorado. So Miles Wood could be on his way to Colorado. So that's interesting. Minnesota should be in play for Duchesne, to be honest. I could see that. I think Matt Duchesne would be a great player to acquire if you're Minnesota. I think he would be not only a great destination for him, but I think it would also be just a great signing in general for Minnesota. I think he's exactly what they need. Whether or not they'll be able to make it work is the other question that unfortunately will not be answered at the moment. Bunting 3 times 4.5. Yep, I saw that before. Um, yeah, so I'm just waiting on some other news. I'm looking at the different things that could have happened. Bertuzzi still yet to be signed. A few other ones that are still yet to be signed. So we're gonna wait and see on those. Um, Bunting with the Canes. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Killorn, Montreal. Okay, Phil Mayette and Brady Keeper. 3-year deal for Bunting. Okay, okay, okay. Rate limit. It's all stupid. This Twitter thing sucks ass. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty stupid. Um. So Miles Wood reportedly heading to the Avalanche. Okay, we'll wait and see what the AAV is on that. The Carolina are putting this money from the fact that they don't have that they didn't sign guys to crazy extensions, so they obviously have money to sign other players. Who's your hot take on Kane, Mike? Who hot? I don't know what would be considered like I think a place that I think nobody would expect him to go. Because my hot take on Kane is like I would personally say that he probably ends up in like Dallas or Buffalo, but I don't think that's really a hot take per se. Like I don't think Kane going to Buffalo is really a hot take. I think it could happen. No, you know what? I'll say my hot take is he goes back to Chicago. I think that's my hot take on that. So we'll have to wait and see. Canes are the biggest winners in no holding back's opinion. I would say, I mean, yeah, they are the biggest winners. They've won, they've signed everybody that they're supposed to. They're still also in on Carlson. So we'll need to wait and see. Um, and so, yeah, we're going to have to take a look at some other things. I'm 4.5 million AAV for Bunting, which is exactly um, which is a good deal. It's a good deal for Bunting. I'm not upset about that at all. under that uh, under that circumstance. So, guys, we're going to be having another member of our podcast joining. It's going to be Zach. He's going to be coming in pretty soon here. So you guys are going to get the chance to meet him and get his opinion. He's also a fan of the Ottawa Senators. So any DeBrincat conversations that you want to have, he'll be able to answer you the best way he can as well with those. Not only that, he's going to give his opinions on the moves that the Senators made and also just the moves around the league. So you guys are going to be able to talk to him as well. It's good because he's going to save me from talking a little bit. I've been going here for 3 hours and 19 minutes, and I feel like if I don't stop talking for 5 minutes, I might like lose my voice any minute now. So I'm gonna give it over to Zach when he arrives for a little bit, have him talk just to give you guys a sense of what he feels. But I'll still be here talking as well. I'm just gonna let him the opportunity to give his opinions on some things with the free agencies that is currently there. But in the meantime, as we wait for him to arrive, whenever that is, um, I could still have some conversations with you. Guys, don't forget to subscribe, by the way. If you guys aren't subscribed to the podcast, please do so. It would be very, very appreciated that after the 3 hour live stream that I just did, if you guys can drop a subscribe, if you guys haven't already, I believe, you know, I think it would be really, really appreciative. I would be very, very, we would all be really, really appreciative if you did. Um, you know, so I would say so. So just whenever you guys feel like it, let me know. But yeah, looking at other moves here, I don't know what's going on here. Man, this Twitter thing sucks. I don't understand why Elon has to do this. I don't know what he's doing.
Hello.
Oh, he's here finally.
I'm
Uh
in.
3 hours and 21 minutes in, and I've been talking for the full 3 hours and 21 minutes.
It's
I'm gonna
good. You
pass.
won't be having to talk to yourself anymore.
No, I'm like, I'll allow you to speak a little bit too now, so it's gonna allow me to do my own thing. So Zach, obviously, I don't know if you've been paying attention today a little bit on your Ottawa Senators specifically, but they've made a couple of moves
Yes.
today. What are your thoughts on the Corpusalo signing and just in general the other moves that the Senators have made so far?
Well, there's only two moves that I'm aware of so far. I haven't really had time to
Well,
refresh
minor
my
league,
phone
it
that
was
much
minor
today.
league moves. It was really minor league moves, but like the only ones I would say are the probably the Brandstrom one and the Corpusalo one. But there's also rumors about the Brinket, and we have a guy Jerry's been asking us about the Brinket and where he thinks he could go. So
It
you know,
looks
you
like
and him maybe.
Washington. Washington
Yeah,
would probably be the likely contender for him right now, from what I'm hearing. For the
yeah,
Corpusalo move, I'm a big fan of it. I think he's
really,
a really good goalie who hasn't had the best share of health these past couple of years, but really put on a nice season playing with the Blue Jackets and then getting traded at the deadline to LA, posting a 922 save percentage, has been reliable for the Blue Jackets in previous seasons. All of his analytics numbers are pretty good, and I think the AAV of 4 million a year is going to be very bearable, and I think it's going to end up being good value for the Sens, who have him locked up for the next 5 years, and he's going to be the starting goaltender, probably in tandem with Forsberg this year. So
yeah.
I'm excited. I think it's a good move.
And Brandstrom, obviously, it's a well. They signed him and they signed Bernard Docker too. So
Yeah, okay. Bernard Docker was two
oh wow,
years.
and sorry for interrupting, but Matt Duchene's going to Dallas. 1 year, $3 million for Matt Duchene to Dallas. Anyways, go.
Oh, that's a nice ad for them.
That is a very nice ad for
That's a
them. That's
nice
actually
little deal.
fucking really
Matt
good. That's
Duchene,
actually really good.
honestly, he still has it. That's a
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
looking deal.
$3 million, especially, bro. Like for 1 year, it's because I think the cap's going up next year, right? So a lot of these guys are shining short term, but there you go. And hey, Jerry, your Red Wings, they made a move. Daniel Sprong, $2 million for Daniel Sprong going to Detroit. So Jerry, your Red Wings, you talked about signing a top six forward. Daniel Sprong scored 20 goals last year. $2 million, not bad for Detroit.
Shout out Jerry.
Yes, sir. He says he hates your name, by the way.
My
So
name?
yeah, look, he says I hate the new guy's name. I don't know. You might have to talk to Jerry
Wow.
about that, bro. I don't know. He doesn't like you, bro. You barely came in and he already insulted you.
Jerry
That's
lives.
yeah.
I have to do some digging after this show.
You're gonna have to find out where he's from.
Yep.
So I don't know if you've seen some of the moves. So I'll just kind of well, I mean it's all on cap friendly here, but I'll kind of recap them for you. Justin Hall went to Detroit.
Okay,
Three
Justin
years,
Hall
three
has
point
his
four million,
3.3. Was it 3.4 or 3.8?
3.4.
3.4.
Yeah,
Well, they have the cap space right now. I think they're in the top five teams in terms of having the most cap space.
yeah.
They he could play a nice role for them as their fourth defenseman. Hopefully, he doesn't get paired up with the other Chaudron, Ben Sherratt. Hopefully, they
That's
play him
that's the
with
one. Yeah,
Hopefully, they play with one of the good kids like Maurice Sider.
Yeah,
I think it's a good move. I think it's a good move for them. Maybe the term is, we'll see how this one develops
I don't
because
like it.
I believe he's almost 30 years old.
He is 30 years old, I believe. Justin
Okay,
Hall's 31.
he's
So
31.
look, to me, I don't like it simply for the fact that I don't think Justin Hall's a very good defenseman. So I don't think you should pay a very bad defenseman $3.4
I
million
think he's
dollars.
a I think he's a 5 on a good team. He's a 4 on probably a team like Detroit. It's just,
Maybe.
are you comfortable giving somebody 3.4 for 3 years right now, knowing that you're going to be more competitive in a year or two, and he
Yeah, maybe.
may become a luxury? So that's why we have to see
That's true.
how it pans out. And they also have Sherrod, who's making, a little bit more than Ben Sherrod should be making.
That's true. Also, Carolina signed both. Carolina makes no sense. Okay, I'm gonna rant a little bit here, but Carolina makes no sense. Okay, they signed Kochetkov last year to a $2 million contract for 4 years. They then go sign Antti Ranta, who is their backup, for 1.5 million for 1 year, and they also re-signed Freddie Anderson. So they have three goaltenders making NHL money, which just doesn't even make any sense because it's like, why are you just signing three goalies? I don't really get it. So Carolina has been actually very active today. They signed Dmitry Orlov to a $7.75 million contract for 2 years. So Dmitry Orlov went to Carolina, which was pretty surprising considering the amount of money. And so give me your thoughts on
We
Orlov
lost.
going to
I
Carolina.
lost the last part of what you said. That
Yeah, so I'm just gonna reiterate again. Um, Zach, I think you cut off a bit. Could you hear me? Oh, I think he cut off. Oh, well, all right. Well, while Zach figures out his technical difficulties, I will continue going. It looks like he. Oh, there you go. You're back. You are back. Do you hear me? Absolutely not, Chris. Daniel Sprague is an underrated ad. I believe so. Should the Wings start target Comfer and Killorn?
Okay, we're back. I was lagging out for a good minute there, having
Yeah,
connection issues.
that was a bit weird. But yeah, so Orlov signed with Carolina. And I also want to get your thoughts on Max Pacioretty being a Capital because Max Pacioretty signed with Washington as well, $2 million.
Yeah, I saw that one. I just don't know where his health is at. I know he had the two soft tissue injuries this past year, like two in the same season. Well, like maybe two in the same calendar year.
Yeah,
And a lot of reports are saying that he's going to be ready for the start of the season and that he's looking good and he probably hasn't lost a step. I think it's a harmless move for the Caps because they're only paying him $2 million. And if it
yeah,
doesn't work out, then they still have some wiggle room at the trade deadline if they're in the playoff hunt. I think it's there's a risk there. There's a medium risk because of his health situation, but I think there could be a high reward because if we see the Max Pacioretty of old, then they get themselves practically a 30-goal scorer who's going to help their
yeah.
top six out.
That's it. And then just Dmitry Orlov. Obviously, he was traded from Washington to Boston during the trade deadline. He now signs a 2 year deal with Carolina, 7.75 million. What do you think? That's a good trade, especially considering a good signing, considering the fact that it's only 2 years, but also just the fact that Carolina's going to bolster their decor and they might trade Brett Pesci, or do you think that it's a little bit too much money for a guy like Dmitry Orlov, and you wouldn't give him that type of money?
I think they paid him market value. It's
Okay,
just they got a really good term with him. He's a very good player. He moved to Boston, and you saw that he was able to transition to their team very well. Was playing
agreed.
top pairing minutes. I think they already
And
have a very well, probably one of the best decors in the NHL. And even if they do trade a guy like Pesci, they'll have somebody to replace him in Orlov. So I think it's a
Yeah.
good move. It's going to keep them competitive.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with it at all.
let's go in the comments a bit. So it says, should the Wings still target Comfer and Killorn? And then they're saying that Chris believes that Killorn would be a good fit. And then Killer will be 35, maybe a bridge deal. So they're talking about Alex Killorn. Do you think Killorn or JT Comfer would be a good ad for the Red Wings, in your opinion? Just based on the fact that the Red Wings need some forwards, and are looking to maybe add a top 6, top 9 guy. Do you think that would be two guys that they should target after signing
Well,
Daniel Sprong?
for Comfer, I think the money is going to be more appropriate. For Killorn, I think he's got a lot of suitors right now based on
Yeah,
his pedigree, and I think a lot of playoff contenders are going to be interested in him. So if he's getting an offer, let's say 4.5 AAV by a contender, then to convince him to go to Detroit with his own intentions, he's going to have to take more money. And our Detroit, I know they're in a good cap situation, like I said, but are they willing to spend over $5 million on Alex Killorn for a
I
bit
don't
of
know.
term? Probably not. I don't think that's the best fit. I think more Comfer is definitely a better fit for them. And I think if they're going to add a top 6 forward, he has to be somebody who could be a long-term solution for them too. So probably it's gonna end up being somebody who they trade for and who's the right age.
Yeah, and then Jerry talks about he's like, Daniel Sprong is interesting. If he can come to a true form, I think he could hit 25 goals, potentially playing with Larkin or guys like that. And then Lieto says that the reason they said Killorn is because they need another scorer. Jerry also says that he's not comfortable giving a Comfer and Andrew Kopp like deal. He's set on that, homie. So I'm assuming he thinks, or he believes, that Andrew Kopp is similar to what Comfer would be, which I would agree with. I think that they're pretty similar as players.
Yeah, it's definitely
Oh my
fair.
God, Jason Zucker went to Arizona for $5.3 million. 1 year,
Jesus.
$5.3 million for Jason Zucker going to Arizona. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, go.
Well, you kind of just went through like 3 comments there. I don't know which one you want me to
Just talk
answer
about
first.
the Sprong one. The fact that like he had a good year in Seattle. What you think it's a good move for the Red Wings, and then talk a bit about the Cop deal too, or the fact that Comfort and Cops deal
So
together, I
Cop
guess.
signed. You just said Cop signed 1
No,
year.
Cop
How
Cop
much?
signed last Cop signed last year with the Red
Yeah,
Wings.
last year with the Red Wings. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's comparing it to say, like, if we have to go between Cop or Comfer, that he wouldn't like to give Comfer the same deal as Cop because he likes Andrew Cop.
Yeah. How about we pull up Detroit's lineup?
Yeah, I'll do that for you right now.
Let's see what it's gonna look like.
Yeah, Detroit. Sorry, guys, typing a bit fast. But yeah, Jason Zucker to Arizona. That guy, he got a $5.3 million offer for 1 year, bro. That guy just signed a deal because he saw the money and he went, all right, 1 year, I'll torture myself in Arizona, and then I'll get myself a contract next year. So if you look at Detroit, this is the kind of their lineup right now. Okay, so this is without Daniel Sprong being added because Sprong hasn't been added yet. You see my screen, right?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so like obviously, if you look at their first line, Perron, Larkin, Raymond, then their second line would be Fabry, Kopp, Kubalik is what it has now, and then Zadina, Rasmussen, Bregerin, and then you got Soderblom with Valeno and Costin. So where do you think, like, if Detroit would have to sign Comfort or even, well, they signed Sprong already, but if they sign Comfort, where do you think he'd fit?
And they signed Costin. Is this
Yeah, they signed Klim Costin this morning,
two
$2 million,
years?
2 years, $2 million. Yeah,
I think Daniel Sprong is a good move. It's gonna add some depth scoring for them.
agreed, agreed, definitely. But what's interesting about Detroit too is that it's the fact that like they've been talking about moving away from Zadina for a while, right? But even Sprong could go to the second line with Kopp and Fabry, let's say. Then your third line could be Bregerin, Comfer, Kubalik. And then your fourth line could be Soderblom, Valeno, Costin. And you've got Zadina as like the odd man out, let's say, right? So that's not terrible, I think, for the Red
I don't
Wings.
think Zadina being the odd man out would be ideal for them if they want to keep up his trade value. I
Yeah,
think it's either they trade him. It's either they trade him this offseason, like they seem to be intended to do, or he's going to at least be a core piece on their top 9 next year.
yeah, that's it. So it
But
we'll
they're gonna
have
have to
to
replace. They're gonna have to replace his scoring somewhere because yes, Daniel Sprong is a nice ad. He had a career year last year.
yeah,
But they're definitely gonna need a guy who could potentially score 40 points, get close to 20 goals, kind of play that depth scoring role for them if Zadina is to
for
get
sure.
traded for nice
Yeah,
assets.
and then the other thing too is that like even for like this is why like I realize this now too. Like they're talking about, and Jerry actually mentioned that Casper like will make it. Marco Casper is their guy that they drafted last year, the center, and I think he probably makes the team too. So if Casper makes the team, Marco Casper, if he makes the team, well now your center core becomes probably Larkin, Kopp, let's say Rasmussen, Casper, Valeno. I don't know if they're gonna keep Valeno in the NHL or if they're gonna bring him down to the AHL. I don't know what they're gonna do, but if Detroit ends up keeping Marco Casper and he ends up making the team, there's a spot there at center that I think is going to be interesting. So Detroit have interesting forwards. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what Detroit does with this team. But I think if they add one more guy, it's probably going to be another top nine guy. Maybe a guy like Comfort, but I don't think they need to. And then obviously Chris is saying that Rasmussen would be on the wing, which yeah, I think so too. I think with Casper, probably Rasmussen goes to the wing, but it puts Detroit in a very tough position offensively because they have a lot of guys that deserve to play in the NHL. Soderblom might have to play in the AHL. We'll see. But Detroit have a very interesting roster in terms of that. So I don't know if they necessarily need to add anything. It really depends on who they trade away. Obviously, Robbie Fabry, is still recovering from an injury too. So there's that to take into consideration. He might be a guy that could be maybe even just a trade asset in general.
Yeah,
So
I get what you're saying. Like it's important for them to have depth, but at some point you don't have too much depth because then guys you're trying to develop are not going to be in the right positions you need them to be to
yeah,
grow. But
that's
I
it.
don't think that I don't think they're going to be in that situation because I do think Iserman is going to trade for a top 6 forward, and one maybe two of those right now fringe top 9 22-year-old 21-year-olds are going to be included in that deal. So I don't think that's going to be an issue for them.
Yeah, that I would agree with. I wanna talk about. I actually want to get off the trade for a second there. I want to talk about Jason Zucker. The reason I want to talk about him a bit is just because he did sign a 1 year deal at 5.3 million with Arizona. But what I find interesting about Zucker and why this deal is actually very fascinating to me is because this is a guy that is like for Arizona. They need to build a team, right? Essentially, and they have to ice a roster. And they have Clinton Keller, they have Nick Schmaltz. They add a guy like Zucker who scored 27 goals last year and 21 points, 21 guy that even if Arizona probably struggles next year and they're not at their best, if he can cash in next year and have a really good year again where he can score 27 again and do it on a team like Arizona, I think there might be a market for him next year. I think the reason that Zucker did what he did is because he saw the opportunity and said, "Okay, Arizona's a team that's offering me 5.3 million. Let's say it's a 1 year deal. I'm gonna go prove myself, show that I can do it again." Because he has scored 30 in his career, he's scored 20 consistently, and although he scored 27 last year, the 3 years before that he struggled in Pittsburgh, right? Or the 2.5 years that he was in Pittsburgh, he struggled. So I think for him, it's about let me go prove that I can do it in Arizona. And if I can do it in Arizona, I'll get a better longer term deal next year that'll allow me to, get a potentially longer term contract. So that's how I see it. I don't know if you want to chime in a bit on
I think
that
that's
deal with Zucker.
I think that's definitely fair. I think he's signing a 1 year deal to prove himself this year, so he could get the
Yeah,
more lucrative contract next summer. But probably not going to end the season in Arizona. That would be my prediction.
that's true.
He'll perform probably very well. Like he has no reason to not perform well, right? Because
Yeah.
with the depth they have, he's going to realistically be on the first power play. He's going to be getting a lot of ice time with potentially playing with guys like Clayton Keller. So he's going to have a nice season where he could try to build off of to get that contract. And also at the deadline, he'll most likely be traded to a contender in the midst of a playoff push.
Agreed. And then, like, moving on from him and just going to Michael Bunting a bit. Bunting signed with Carolina too. So Carolina making
Oh, he signed?
a lot of moves today. Yeah, he signed with the Hurricanes 3 years,
What's the
4.5
deal?
million for Michael Bunting. So if you want to search it up, it's already on the cap friendly website that I have up. But
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen.
and then also we'll talk about Jerry's question after, because Jerry asked you a question about because you're a Sens fan. He wanted to know your opinion on the Brinkat. If you want to look at it afterwards. But yeah, Bunting goes to Carolina. So
I don't think they're gonna trade him to Detroit anymore. Honestly, from what I read yesterday, is that
yeah,
the trade talks with Detroit kind of cooled off, and I think it just reflects that Ottawa doesn't want to trade him to a direct contender in their division next year.
yeah.
So I don't think that's gonna happen. And if it does, then Detroit is gonna have to pay the price and then some. So
What would be like, okay, if he does get traded to Detroit, what would be like, you're asking, like, what would you realistically be like, hey, okay, if we trade the Brinket to you, what would you give us? Like, what would you want? Let's say.
from Detroit specifically, I'd want Zadina, a pick, and a prospect.
Okay.
I think that's been their ask, and I think it makes a lot of sense because you get Zadina, somebody who could most likely benefit from a change of scenery and going to Ottawa. You give him another chance to prove himself and potentially prove himself to be a top six forward. And yeah, and the picks, you get a second round pick back. That's what you gave to Chicago last off season, and you get a nice prospect out of it. So I think that's what I would look for, those three pieces.
Yeah. What was I gonna say?
And somebody, Chris, is saying what prospect? Honestly,
Yeah, he
I'm not a I'm
prospect
not a
guy.
Detroit prospect savant. I'm not that familiar with what they have in their pipeline, so I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Probably like, okay, would you want probably like a B level prospect though, right? Like not something too high end, or would you want like a high end top eight? Well, obviously everybody wants high end prospects, but I'm saying like realistically, I would probably say it's a B level prospect, right? That would probably go back the other way, let's say.
Probably somebody who'd be ready to be in the NHL in a year or two.
Okay. And then Jerry Liff says that's fair. Casper Edvinson and the two guys we drafted this year are untouchable. Other than that, that's a fair deal. Yeah, he's basically saying we're not giving you any prospects, but we'll give you Zadina and a first and like a B level prospect. He's
I'll
basically like,
take it.
yeah,
If it's
bro.
a
No.
first, I'll take it.
Yeah, it's true. And
If
then
it's a
can you
first, I'll
pull?
take it. I'll take a mid-tier prospect.
He wants us to pull up Dallas's lineup, so let's pull up Dallas's lineup, and we'll talk a bit about Dallas since they signed Sam Steele. Give me a second. Dallas. And they signed Duchesne too, so we can see where they'll fit within the lineup. So if you look at Dallas, obviously their first line is going to be untouched with Pavelski, Hintz, and Robertson. But the second line could be very interesting because they have Jamie Benn. Obviously, Wyatt Johnston had a really good year. I don't know if they're going to touch him. But then there's Dodonov. Now, what's interesting about Dallas is that technically Duchesne can play as a winger too, right? So the question becomes, does Jamie Benn go down to the third line, let's say, with Duchesne and then Sege playing on the second line with Wyatt Johnston? Does then Jamie Benn play on the third line and then Dodonov on the fourth? Like Dallas have a lot of really good depth here in their lineup. And because of the fact that Wyatt Johnston had a really good year, maybe they lower Johnston down to the third line. They bring Duchesne in as a second line center. and then put Wyatt Johnson down on the third line, and then Faxa down to the fourth line. I wonder if they're going to trade someone, Dallas. I'm curious to see if they're going to move any of their players here to make room for Duchesne. I know that they had the cap space to do it, but um, I'm curious in terms of that, just because they do have a big roster.
I doubt they're gonna touch that. Yeah, I doubt that they're gonna touch the top line. And I would be
Yeah,
interested to see if they don't put Ben back with Seguin and they put Duchesne on that line, keep Seguin on the wing, maybe Duchesne as a second line center.
yeah.
Dadonov goes down to the third with Faxa and Marchman. They have a lot
But
of
then what?
options. Their top nine depth is looks like it's one of the best in the league right now. After
Yeah,
adding
the other
a
thing
guy
is
like
John.
Duchesne, who was an 86 point scorer just a year prior.
Yeah. Also, Nick Bonino signed a 1 year deal with the Rangers, so another depth piece for the Rangers, who have signed a lot of depth guys today.
Yeah,
So
it's more than what they
interesting.
paid for Blake Wheeler, that's for sure.
Well, Blake Wheeler's 800 was 800K, I believe.
And plus the 300, but his cap hit is going to
Yeah,
be what, 800?
yeah. That's it. And then like with Duchesne, like kind of what No Holding Back is saying here is that Duchesne replaces Domi, which is an upgrade and a half. And I think I agree with that. It's true. Like if you think about it realistically, Duchesne basically does what Domi did last year. Although Domi wasn't like he wasn't at his best in Dallas. He was better in Chicago than he was in Dallas. But either way, um, I think it's still a good move. Also, I wanted to know your thoughts a bit, considering you watched him last year. What are your thoughts on LA signing Cam Talbot to a 1 year deal at 1 million?
No, he's so shit.
Oh, really?
I'm not a big Cam Talbot fan. He was he did have a couple of injuries last year, so he did. I don't know if you could pull it up on the screen how many games he played last year for the Sens and his numbers real quick.
Yeah, yeah, I'll do that. Cam Talbot. I think he played like 30, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe
Yeah, but he's
36 he played.
strictly
17. Yeah,
I
17,
don't
14, and 2 he went.
believe he's proven time and time again that he can't be the 1A. I know he made it as an all-star when in his last year in Minnesota,
Yeah.
but he's best suited especially at this stage in his career, he's best suited as strictly a number 2 goalie who's going to play maybe 25 games for you. I think, well, look,
Okay.
they kind of did the swap. Ottawa gets Corpusalo. Yes, they paid more. And then Talbot, who's on the Sens, goes to LA. I think I'm just happy Ottawa got the better player in that little exchange.
Yeah. My question. Well, we'll answer some of the questions that are here, but before that, I just want to say that Cody Glass re-signed the
Are we gonna add
Nashville.
anybody to the stream, by the way?
No, it's
Or
just
do
gonna
you
be me
want
and
to add
you.
anybody from the comment section? Okay.
Well, I mean, it's just gonna be me and you. We can add like any nobody from the comment section is really gonna come in, I guess. But I mean, if Chris wants to join at some point, even though he's on vacation, he can definitely try to. But besides that, I mean, we're okay. We're gonna end off at 4 anyway, so we've got like another hour left, and then we're good. Um, what was I gonna say? I wanted to know your thoughts on this. Where do you think Tyler Bertuzzi is gonna end up? You know, he was with Boston this year. Well, he was with Detroit and Boston this year. Do you think he tries to go back to Boston? Do you think there's an opportunity? The Leafs are interested in him. You think he ends up in Toronto, or do you think he goes somewhere else?
I think Toronto makes sense. I thought it was going to be him returning to Boston after they did the move, shedding the cap space from the Taylor Hall deal,
Yeah,
and then just seeing what Boston have been doing. I don't think that they're going to bring him back at all now.
yeah, that makes sense.
What do you think what do you think the term and the AAV for Tyler Bertuzzi would be if he goes to a team like Toronto, for example?
Oh, it would probably be, I would say, within the $4 to $5 million range for maybe 4 years, 5 years. I would say it really depends on what their like what he wants, right? Like if he wants a longer term deal, I would say 5 years at like four, kind of what Corpusalo got in Ottawa. I would say maybe a bit more than that, 5.5, somewhere around there. But it depends on the player, I guess. But I'd agree. I think Toronto makes sense. I would say Buffalo is
Yeah,
another
that's fair.
option. I also think that Boston is still a decent option for him if he wants it. So definitely,
Yeah, but can Boston pay him 5.5? That's the thing right now.
as of right now, no. Right, so that's where the real issue comes in with Bertuzzi. It's because the Bruins can't really pay him. You know what? You know another rumor that I heard, and the reason I heard this is because the Ducks were interested in DeBrincat. I also think the Ducks could be in on Bertuzzi. I think the Ducks are a
Really?
team that, yeah. The reason I believe that is just because they signed Radko Gudas earlier today, but they have, they went to go get Leo Carlson. They have to re-sign Troy Terry. They have to re-sign Trevor Zegras. They have to re-sign Jamie Drysdale. I think the Ducks need to start not speeding up their rebuild, but they need to start, you know, building a competitive team that's going to be solid for years to come. And I think with Bertuzzi, if you add him to that core with Terry, with McTavish, with Zegras, I think it's going to make the Ducks even better than they already are. And not only that, if the Ducks can then still get Bertuzzi and then still acquire DeBrincat while also re-signing Terry and Zegras, I think that's big for them. So it's a question of, I don't know if Bertuzzi's their first option, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in Anaheim as an option too, if they needed to, right? Like if they needed to sign him, I don't think it would be a bad option. Do you think Anaheim is one that makes sense, or you think you're kind of like, what the fuck you saying?
No, I definitely think that one makes sense. Similar to what the Sens did last year, adding DeBrincat and Claude Giroux. I think they're ready to take that step from being a team closer to the bottom to at least being a fringe playoff contender this year. They have to take that next step as a group, and especially for the young players to start, playing some meaningful hockey, because these players could be so good, like the Troy Terrys, the Trevor Zegras, the Jamie Drysdale. But they need to
Yeah,
start playing some meaningful games to really take steps as a player, because it's important for young players to not go down the
that's
road
true.
of playing their first playoff game once they're 10 years into the league. So I don't
Agreed.
think it's a bad take at all.
For sure. Then then Vancouver Comtois to Vancouver, please. We need that type of player. Which I agree. I think Comtois would fit what Vancouver's trying to do. So we'll see
What
what
is Vancouver
happens.
trying to do?
Well, they're
Because with all the
trying to
moves they're making today, I don't even know what they're trying. I don't know if they're. Some
they're
days
trying to
they
be
look
better
like they're
defensively, Zach.
rebuilding. Sometimes they look like they want to be a playoff team. I just keep scratching my head every time. Actually, you flip a coin every time Vancouver makes a move. It's
True.
I don't know if there's any Vancouver fans in the comment section that want to chime in on this,
Yeah,
but their direction is always very confusing.
for sure. The other thing too is gonna bounce for a bit to watch the Money in the Bank match. Great stream, fellas. Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it, my man.
DJ Stromford said he's not wrong. You see, Zach, someone agrees with you, bro. We have a Canucks fan in the chat. That's
Yeah,
funny. And then there's Radko Gudis. Ducks only added Gudis. Surprised they haven't done more. I agree. I think they. I'm surprised they haven't done more either. To be honest, considering the fact that they have all that cap space, I'm assuming they'll figure it out. What else is there? Let's see. Is there anything else? Oh, you know what? Let's get your take on. Did you see Joel Edmondson got traded?
what are the details of the deal? I saw it's to the Caps, right? There's a
Yeah, he got
7th-round
traded.
pick involved.
It was a third and a seventh. Look, it's right here. I'll show you. Right here. Habs retained 50% of Edmonton's deal, 1.75, and they
How many
acquired a
years did
third
he
and a
have
seventh.
left on the deal?
One. It's his last year on the deal.
Okay, yeah.
What do you think? You think it's a good move for the Caps? I think it's a good move for the Caps. I think it's a good move for both
I
teams, to
think
be
he's I
honest.
think he's a good playoff player. I
Yeah,
know, especially you, since you're a Habs fan, you're gonna say, well, last year he was horrendous for Canadians, which he was when he played. But it seems like every
for
time this
sure.
guy plays in the playoffs, he knows how to get it done. With St. Louis, he had that great run. He's a cup winner. With the Habs, when they had the Cinderella run, making it to
Yeah,
the Stanley Cup final, to 2021 season, he had a nice run. Well, he kind of plays that. You'd like for him to be your number 4 defenseman. He plays a hard physical game. He could log in 20 minutes a night when he's at his best. So I think it's good. It could be a very good move for the Caps if they get back into the playoffs.
I agree. I think the only thing with the Canadians is that look, for Edmondson, he struggled last year, but he also, like you said, he was injured, and he dealt with a lot of injuries too. And I think that's why he probably wasn't as good as people give him credit for. But for me, I think Joel Edmondson, if he can stay healthy and if his back is at 100%, I do think that there is a question. Well, I do think that there is definitely an opportunity here where he can go to Washington and really be a big impact player for them. I think for 1.75 million to have him be there on a 1-year deal for the Caps, I think is really, 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 really good. And look, for a third and a seventh, I mean, look, Montreal wasn't going to get much for him anyways, especially with how the value of the market's been lately. So I think the fact that they got a third and a seventh for him, I think is really good. Obviously, I'm going to miss Edmondson. I liked him as a player. I thought he was really good in the playoffs for the Canadians. But in the end, I mean, it was time for him to go, and so I'm not too upset about it. Also, just before Jerry was like, before he leaves, he wants us to know if we can do quick fire landing spots on UFA. So you know what? Let's do that. Just for him because he's been keeping me busy for the last hour and a half.
Yeah,
So
let's do it.
I
Quick
wanna I
fire.
wanna reward him with quick fire. So
Jerry deserves it.
Jonathan Toews,
Jonathan
let's
Taves,
go, Jonathan.
Chicago.
Okay, I'm gonna go Winnipeg. Patrick Kane.
Wow. Okay. Okay, we don't have to explain them. Let's run through them, and then maybe we'll
Yeah,
explain them
just
after.
go through it.
Patrick Kane,
Patrick Kane.
Chicago.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's gonna go
Bu-
back. I think he's gonna play with Bedard.
Buffalo. Go Tarasenko.
Tarasenko. That's a tough one.
I'll say Chicago
Okay.
for me.
Chicago for Tarasenko. I think he'd go to a contender.
Yeah, that's for me.
What about the Islanders? Do they have cap space?
They do. The
Okay,
Islanders
Islanders.
are. John Klingberg. You know what? I'm gonna throw one out on a limb here. I think he goes to Seattle.
Okay, that's a good one. I'll stick with that. Seattle.
Okay, the Brinket's an RFA, so we'll wait and see on the
No,
Brinket.
okay, but
Dumba.
we could predict his landing spot if you want.
Okay, yeah, let's go. I'll go. You know what? I'll go Islanders for the Brinket. I think he ends
I'll
up in Long
go.
Island.
I'll go Washington.
Okay,
Even though I
Matt
don't want to see
Dumba.
him leave. Matt
Matt
Dumba.
Dumba. Fuck, I have to think. I don't even know. Fuck it, Toronto.
That
Matt
could have been a
Dumba,
move
Toronto.
for Vancouver, but they made two small little deals. I would
Yeah.
have said
Okay,
Vancouver, but now I don't feel that way.
I'm
Maybe,
gonna say Toronto.
yeah, that could work. Okay, I agree with that one.
Drouin, just because I've heard it 27 times. Colorado.
I say Ottawa.
Really? Damn, you would take
Yeah,
Drouin on Ottawa. Damn. All right. Josh Bailey. Anaheim.
yeah. Or actually, I'll go for Josh Bailey. I'll go Arizona.
Okay, Varlamov's already staying in the Islanders. They confirmed it this morning. And then Bertuzzi, I said Anaheim. Who do you think?
Toronto.
Alrighty.
I think
So
that's going to be their big move.
we did the top 10. Let's just see what else there is. So Christian Benoit has a Habs fan. The Edmondson deal was just salary cut to bring up the kids. True. Before the Hall deal, I'd say Dumba to Detroit, but never mind. And then Steve Pomponio was like, "Let's go Isles." I agree. The Isles. I like the Islanders. Oh, Ryan Donato's going to Chicago, by the way. Funny. We just talked about Chicago. Ryan Donato's going to Chicago. 2 years, $2 million. So he leaves Seattle to go to Chicago, which is pretty good, I would say, for him. So Chicago adding some more guys, man. Okay, I'm gonna give you my reason.
It's
as
a
to
good
why,
opportunity for him to play consistently, is what I'll say.
for sure. But the other thing too is that with the reason why I said Tarasenko, I'm gonna give you my honest opinion as to why I said Tarasenko. Um, with Chicago, with the fact that they have Bedard and the fact that they acquired Taylor Hall and Corey Perry now, and obviously Nick Foligno, I think if you put Tarasenko in Chicago, I think what it does is it actually gives you a really good first line of Taylor Hall, Connor Bedard, and Tarasenko, and it makes Chicago fun to watch. And like I know that Tarasenko's, probably a guy that wants to go to a contender. I wouldn't be surprised, but I think if you build your team around Bedard, and even if Tarasenko comes in on a 2-3 year deal just to kind of ease Bedard into it, I think that could make sense. I know it's not Chicago. Like I said, I don't think Chicago is going to be a team that's going to, you know, I don't think it's going to be a guy where he's going to come in and commit long term, but he's definitely a guy that's short term for Chicago just to ease Bedard into it and to at least have him playing with some decent players. I could see Tarasenko making that move, which I
Yeah,
mean,
and they
it
have the
depends on
cap to
him,
give
right?
him, like, let's say they give him $8 million, or no, that's a bit of a reach, but let's say they pay him more than his market value. Chicago could definitely do that, and then he
For
could
sure.
potentially get traded to a contender if that opportunity arises.
Agreed. Also, Jerry says Seattle losing Sprong, Geeky, Donato, and Susi today. Oof. Will Shane Wright make the lineup? I think that's the expectation for
Yeah, I
Seattle.
think he's going to be a regular next year. I would
Yeah,
hope for
and I think
him in his development.
what's interesting too about Sh- Shane Wright is the fact that like he had the opportunity this year to learn. Um, he had a weird year. He was in Seattle for a little bit, then he went down to the OHL,
And then he
and then he
came
finished
back.
the season in the AHL. But and then he came back, and then he played the AHL playoffs with Coachella Valley, where he went all the way to the finals. I think the expectation for Shane Wright is that he'll be there. He'll be there for Seattle probably opening night, and that no matter what, it'll be a good opportunity for him to develop. And I think for Seattle, they needed to get rid of these guys, but I also think Seattle is going to be a big player for other guys. I wouldn't be surprised if Seattle's in on Tarasenko. That would just my personal opinion. I would not be surprised if they're in on Tarasenko.
But are
So
are the Rangers completely out on Tarasenko?
yeah, but yeah, they have no cap space. I can check their cap space, but like I don't think they have very much cap space, if
Yeah,
any
I
at
know
all.
that. They convinced Blake
Uh,
Wheeler to take a
Rangers
veteran's
actually they have. You
discount.
know what? They have 7 million. They have 7 million in cap space. They can still.
Yeah, but they
They
have a
can
couple of
realistically.
RFAs, I believe.
Yeah, but they have to sign Keandre Miller. That's
Yeah,
it. They have to sign
that's
Miller
going
and
to take a big
Lafreniere. So
chunk
never
of
mind.
that. That's going to at least be 4.5 for
There you
Keandre
go.
Miller. And Lafreniere, they might trade him.
That's it.
That's what I've been hearing.
That I saw that too. So we'll see. But I think they'll sign him, and then we'll see what happens afterwards. Go Caps just joined, so he wants to know our thoughts on Pacioretty and Edmondson. So we'll go brief because we talked about it before.
Yeah, Pacioretty
Pacioretty,
depends on his health,
yeah, and
but it's
Edmonds
also a
Edmonton,
medium risk, and it could be a high reward move for them. So I don't think it's going to be catastrophic in any case. It's also just $2 million.
yeah,
Edmonton to the cap, to small cap it because the Habs are retaining salary. It could help
yeah.
them in the playoffs, round out their top four. I think they're both pretty good moves. Luca?
That's it. I like both moves, and the thing I'll say about Pacioretty is that if he's healthy, he's a guy that can score you 30 easily, which is why I think the reward's super high on him. And with Edmondson, like we mentioned before, he's a playoff performer, and the fact that you get him at 1.75 million, I think, is a really good deal. So I think for Washington, they've done a good job today in terms of addressing needs and also getting guys on cheap deals that I think could be very, very good for them. DJ Stromford says, out of the Canucks moves today, which one do you like the most? I like the two. I don't like the Susi deal, though. Canucks filling spots they need to fill. I think Susi should have also been a 1 year deal. I don't even remember who the Canucks signed. I know they signed
Susie, there was two defensemen they signed
Susi.
today.
Let me check.
Is it Ian Cole?
It was two defensemen they signed today.
Ian Cole?
Ian Cole, Matt Irwin, Yeah, Ian Cole, Matt Irwin, and um, Carson Soucy, I believe, was the other one. Let me actually search it up. If I go to team, I don't. I what? Bro, there's been so many signings today that I like forgot. Oh, Teddy Bluger too. They signed Teddy Bluger to a cheap deal. Yeah. Okay. So Teddy Bluger is a good signing. I think it's a good depth signing for them. He's a good center. He's also 28. I think it's a good move. Soucy, I liked him. I know some people are probably not a big fan of it. I like Carson Soucy. I think he's probably better than Ian Cole. Maybe people might disagree with me on that, but I like Ian Cole too. I think Ian Cole on a 1 year deal is not bad at $3 million. Again, defensive, very good defensively. Ian Cole doesn't really bring much offense. Same with Carson Soucy, but Vancouver need that. They need guys that are going to be better defensively and play shutdown
Actually,
roles,
no. That
right?
what would have been better for them is to not sign those two guys and sign one defenseman who would at least be a second pairing, 20-minute a game kind of guy. Because if you look at their depth chart at defenseman, I don't know if you're going to pull it up, but Vancouver really need
Yeah, I'll
help on
take
their
it up.
back end. That was their biggest issue last year, and I don't think they necessarily fill in those gaps with two depth pieces.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's actually go pull up Vancouver. I want to see something here with the Canucks. Well, look, like they have they have Quinn Hughes, not Kent Hughes. They have Quinn Hughes. They have Tyler Myers, who I think they're probably going to try to trade anyways, because he's got $6 million for a year. I think someone will probably try to take on that contract. Maybe Arizona or something will take Myers. The problem is he's got a modified no trade. So again, it really depends on if the Canucks can move him. Roenick's
Yeah.
a good player. I think that's not a problem. Soucy, look, I think
Look,
Soucy
they
and
get better,
Cole,
but how
under the
much better do they
circumstances
get?
that Vancouver had, yeah, not a whole lot better. That's true, but it's not
Who are you
terrible. Like I
relying
don't
on
think it's
after Quinn Hughes? You're who are you relying on? Hronik?
Roenick's pretty good.
That's not ideal, as
Yeah,
you know.
and that's about it.
Tyler Myers is proven to be a liability at times, and then you add two. They're nice depth pieces, but
Yeah,
I don't think they've upgraded in the way they would have liked to.
thinking about it now, I think if they would have signed Matt Dumba, it would have been a really good deal because I think if you get Dumba, let's say you get Dumba, right? So you've got Hughes Dumba as your first pairing. Your second pairing, this is with Tyler Myers not being in the lineup. Okay, this is with Tyler Myers gone. Okay, you have Hughes Dumba as your first pairing. You then have Soucy Roenick as your second pairing, and then you probably have, let's say, Ian Cole and Tucker Poolman as your third pairing, and that's actually not that bad,
It's
right?
not that bad, but
Considering.
it would still lack a puck mover.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that at least for the Canucks, at least for the time being, your defense would improve because as much as they need um puck movers, like the Canucks also need to just keep the puck out of the net, which they've struggled to do a lot. So I think for them, like they need to figure out a way to do that. But it's okay. It's not a bad deal, I would say. Oh, I wanted to know your opinion on this because you watched them a little bit in Ottawa. Connor Brown signed a deal with the Oilers. I believe it was $775K plus there was like a $3 million signing bonus, so it ended up being like $4 million total. What's your thoughts on Connor Brown? Watching him as a Senator a little bit. Obviously, he didn't play last year because he was injured and he was in Washington. But the years before that, do you think it's a good
Yeah,
signing for the Oilers?
it was 3 or 4 seasons, I believe. They acquired him as soon as DJ Smith's tenure began. He was one of the guys
Yeah,
they brought from Toronto. He was a good player for the Sens, who was able to move up and down the lineup, who was able to on those teams score consistently. He get a lot of power play minutes in Ottawa. I don't think that's ideal for him, but he's definitely at least a top 9 forward who could play with skilled players, who skates really well, who's hardworking, who could play power play, penalty kill, and who could move up and down your lineup. And if they're getting him for 750K or whatever it was, then it's a very good deal for Edmonton in terms of the player they're getting. So yeah, I think Connor Brown he's a very underrated utility player who a lot of teams would like to have.
agreed. So I think it's a good move for the Oilers. He reminds me a little bit of what Zach Hyman was, only I think he's a little bit worse than Zach Hyman because he doesn't have that offensive scoring touch, I would say. but he still is like he gives me a little bit of a reminder of him. So that's what I would say in terms of that. So looking at the other free agents now that are currently available, we saw Matt Duchesne leave with obviously to Dallas. We still have Jonathan Tays and Patrick Kane. I think Jonathan Tays and Patrick Kane are going to be guys that are going to take time to make their decision. So if we start from Tarasenko hasn't moved. Klingberg still hasn't moved. Dumba still hasn't moved. Drouin is still a hot commodity. There's still a lot of really interesting guys in this draft, in this free agency class that I think are going to be very fascinating to see their destinations.
There's a lot of teams that
I want to
there's not
know
a lot of
what do you
money.
think?
Not to cut you off, but there's not a lot of money that's being spent
Yeah,
this free agency period compared to
that's
previous
the thing,
years.
right? So
You
for
would see
me,
those top guys move within the first couple of hours, or at least in the first day, and the top
yeah,
guys are still there. It looks like the money is probably not right. I don't know if it's
yeah,
probably gonna. It
I
might
would
go in the
agree.
direction. If it doesn't
I think the
progress from
cap
now till the end of the
is
day,
definitely.
it might be a situation where they sign 1 or 2 year deals and then test free agency in a future year.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's really really true. Oh, Winnipeg signed Vlad Nemestikov. Well, he comes back 2 year deal and 2 million AAV, so $4 million total. It's a good deal for Nemestikov. He did well when he was in Winnipeg. I think it makes a lot of sense to do that. DJ Stromford said about the Canucks that try to sign younger defense, dump Pullman's contract and try to sign younger defenseman on the market. I would agree. The thing is, like, kind of like Myers, you have to find someone to take him, right? And that's the tough part. It's not. It's easier said than done, right? So there's
Yeah,
that always to look into. I want to know, Zach, in your opinion. I want to know, in your opinion, where do you think who do you want Ottawa to sign? Apart from the fact that obviously they have to explore the Brinkett, and it looks more likelier than not that he's probably gone. Who do you think the Senators should go after, either in a trade or via free agency, that you would be happy about?
I think they need to upgrade their bottom six. Their bottom six was letting them down a lot last year, and it's going to take the pressure off guys like Ridley Gregg, who they want to play more consistently in the lineup. It's going to take pressure off of Shane Pinto, but the other guys, their fourth line
Okay.
specifically, definitely has to be upgraded. I think they should go for skilled guys that could move up and down from the fourth line to the third line, and even into the second line if there's some injury. So a guy I would target would probably be somebody like a Jonathan Drouin, like I said before. A Jonathan Drouin, somebody who could play on your second
Yeah.
power play, who you don't have to rely on too much, but that adds some skill and some depth to your team. Other than that, they address goaltending. I was happy with Korpisalo. I think he's a very good goaltender. He's going to work well in tandem with Forsberg or whoever other. I'm not going to count out Mandalese or also Merrilainen, who could really have a really good training camp, and potentially maybe he'll be the number two. But it looks like it's going to be
Or
Forsberg.
Shulgard too,
And
no? Matt Shulgard?
yeah, and so I completely forgot about Sogard, and Sogard is going to be in that mix as well. But I think Korpisalo really gives them an upgrade over what they had in Camp Talbot last year, and it's somebody who could, if healthy, of course, they could rely on him more consistently. The forward group, yeah, it's the depth that was missing, and for the defensemen, I don't really want to see them make any moves. I just like to see Jacob Bernard Docker and guys like Eric Brandstrom keep getting their opportunities, and obviously their top four was rounded out nicely with Chikrin. So I think they're in a good spot right now.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so Winnipeg signed. Bro, I don't understand what is it with goalies going back to like same teams and stuff. Laurent Brossoit left Winnipeg, went to
And now
Vegas,
he's
and now he's
back.
back in Winnipeg. Like, I just I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. But yeah, so Brossoit's back, which I think is good for the Jets. I mean, they get their backup at least, which is nice. But it's gonna be funny when Hellebuck leaves. Nemesnikov's back. Besides that, it's been a lot of really just depth signings. There hasn't been, like I was talking about before, in regards to the trade deadline in general, or the free agency class in general, you know, there hasn't really been that many crazy deals, right? Like Duchesne, signs a 3-year deal, a $3 million deal with Dallas, but it's not a big contract, right? Um,
How many years?
Same thing with Pacioretty. It's 1 year,
Yeah. Okay.
right? So because it's a 1-year deal, I think there's level. There needs to be a way to look at it in that regard. So there hasn't really been it, like in terms of money. I'm saying there hasn't really been much, right?
No, not at
So
all.
it's tough to that's it. It's tough to really predict like what the free agency is going to be. I think it's super difficult to really look at. But I think in terms of this free agency, apart from Orlov signing that big deal at 7.75 and Zucker getting 5.3, like every other deal has been less than like 4 million, which I think is super crazy to think about. Obviously, Bunting signed 4.5, but like there hasn't been wow deals. Like any deals, I'm like, oh my god, that was a huge overpay. You know what I mean?
Maybe,
Like maybe Justin Hall, but that's about it.
but maybe NHL GMs are just getting smarter and they're not dishing ludicrous contracts in the first
Yeah,
day of free agency
or maybe
anymore.
there's just the fact that like there's no cap space. Yeah.
Yeah, the cap situation definitely.
Vancouver. So DJ Stromford saying, Vancouver should try to pry Vamelka out of Arizona to back up Demko, or am I high? And do you guys think that's possible? Well, I wouldn't say you're high. What I would say is I don't see Vamelka as a backup. I see him as a starter. So I don't think that would necessarily work unless they trade Demko. Then it would work. But I don't think it's a. I don't. I think you have the right idea. I just don't see him as a backup. That's the only thing with Vamelka. Like it's a good move. I think, like I said, if they trade Demko, I could see Vamelka going there. But I don't think Demko and Vamelka on the same team would work. Go Cap says to bring up the Caps to replace Pacioretty. I mean, Pacioretty signed with the Caps, so why would you replace Pacioretty? Unless he's talking about like, well, no, I actually don't really understand that
I don't. Maybe
question
it's
because
he's saying
Pacioretty
like
signed
if
with.
they. I,
Oh, like he's
I
saying
don't
like,
know.
oh,
Maybe it's not.
maybe
Maybe Pacioretty doesn't work out and they have to bring somebody in, but that would be
maybe. Yeah,
a
that
while
probably
from
makes
now.
sense. Because I
There's
didn't really
another
get it
one.
from that point of
Let me
view,
show
right?
this one over here. This is one directed to me. Trade the Brinket and bring in Tarasenko. I mean, if they do trade the Brinket, they're going to have to replace him with a top six winger. So I would take Tarasenko definitely.
Yeah. Zach, I think you're cutting off a bit. I don't know if there's a way that you can like fix that. It's just because you keep like lagging a bit on my end, at least. Unless it's me. Is it me that's lagging? I don't
It
know.
could be me. I had lagged out before,
It could be me that's lagging actually, because yeah, I'm seeing it
but
as
I would
more
have
as trying to get his
usually when
value
I
up and then trade him mid-season. Oh, I mean, but again, like DJ, right? Like you have to look at it from this perspective. If the Canucks are serious about making the playoffs, like even at that perspective, okay, if you bring Vamelka in, you know, like he's already kind of proven himself, in my opinion. So you're bringing Vamelka in as a backup, but in reality, he's already a starter. So you're not like he's already proven himself in Arizona. So unless it's Demko proving himself, which again he's already has, apart from the fact that he's had a bad year last year, I don't really think it makes sense unless your plan is to bring Vamelka in and then trade Demko right after. Then maybe there's an option there. But besides that, I would say like it should be okay. I don't think they're. I think that, like I said before, it's either got to be a situation where Demko gets traded, or it's got to be a situation where um it's got to be a situation where Vamelka just comes in. Holy crap! So Elliot Freeman just tweeted.
the 6 year deal.
Not sure the number here, but it sounds like 6-year deal from Miles Wood with the
I just saw
Avalanche.
that.
6 years. Okay, what you know when we
Pull
just
up
talked
his
about
hockey
how there's
DB
no
real
crazy
quick.
deals in free agency? What?
Yeah, I just saw that. I don't know the details either. Pull up his hockey DB real quick.
Yep. Miles Wood. Oh, why is this? It might be. Why is my wife internet not working? What the fuck? What is going on? Okay, there. Miles Wood. All right. Yeah, he's a third line guy. Third, fourth line guy. 27 points, 76 games. He's not really he's nothing special, Miles Wood. That's why I don't get the deal. That's I don't really like 6 years is a lot, man. In my
I'm
opinion.
never a believer in giving a bottom six guy more than 3 years. I never give them term just because they're so replaceable. I'm not trying to shit on bottom six players in the
Yeah,
NHL, but in the sense that with guys coming in and out of your lineup and prospects in the league changing a lot of roster moves, then they're not as they can never be as
for
valuable
sure.
as you would think.
What was I gonna say?
Well, it's like
Um,
I'd say like the New York Rangers. They signed Goudreau to 5 years. This was that
okay,
was a year or two ago, and now and Blake Coleman also signed a big
yeah.
deal with Calgary, and both teams are regretting those moves.
Let me try something. Hold on. Is that gonna work? Maybe that's gonna work. Okay. Um, what else is there? Let's see. So 6 year deal for Wood. Nick Bjugstad re-signs in Arizona. 2 million, 2 years, 2 point. Sorry, yeah, 2 years, 2.1 million. So he goes back over there. Apparently, there's a rumor that Pittsburgh and San Jose are working on a deal for Carlson. That's what I read.
Are you
That'd be
serious?
so cool. Yeah, that apparently the rumor is that well, it's like it's not from the big guys there, like it's not from Friedman and stuff, but I saw a rumor that apparently the Penguins and the Sens are Penguins and the Sharks are working on a deal for Carlson. Which if that happens, bro, if he goes to freaking Pittsburgh, holy shit, that would be
But
like
you know what would
insane.
happen, right? Toronto fans would hate Kyle Dubas even more because they'd say, "Why didn't they bring in Eric Carlson and when he was in Toronto and they needed a defenseman?"
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but that's gonna be funny, but it's I don't think it's gonna like I don't know. Pittsburgh don't really have cap space. They
Pittsburgh
can't
don't have,
exactly make it.
yeah, they don't have the cap at
No,
all.
Kuznetsov didn't get. Sorry, go Caps. Kuznetsov did not get traded. Uh, hold on. Uh, what's going on here? Let me try to reset cap friendly. Oh boy. All right, we're almost at the end here, boys. There's about 20. We're gonna do this for another 40 minutes, 35 minutes, and then we're gonna call it a day after. So we'll see. We're waiting on more moves to happen over the next couple of minutes here. But yeah, so let's talk. Let's see what's in the comments that we can address,
Yeah,
if any.
before we go to that, there's a
Uh,
tweet I wanted to mention. Frank Saravelli says Jake
go for it.
Allen, Dan Vladar, Logan Thompson, and Linus Ullmark have all been thrown out there as goalies who could be traded.
Oh shit! I didn't know Jake
Who do
Allen
you
was on
think
that.
would be the most likely to be traded out of those 5 I just mentioned, and where do you think they would go? We'll start with like maybe a Jake Allen.
Your Twitter's not down, bro. My Twitter's down. But like, well,
I
like
think your
kind of
Wi-Fi
down.
is maybe the connection
Well,
right now is
my
probably the
Twitter's been
issue.
my Twitter's been down all day, so I don't know. But my, I'll recheck my Wi-Fi. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, no. In terms of the 5 that you mentioned, Olmark would be really stupid to get like. I think it would be really dumb to trade a Vezina goalie, just based on the fact that he won the Vezina, and I don't think that it would make any sense for him to get traded. In other news, for Jake Allen, I mean, listen, if for Jake Allen, he hasn't really proven himself over the last like he's been okay for Montreal, but it's really been a question of like Montreal isn't in a position where they really need to trade Jake Allen if they don't have to. Like he's still a like if the value's there and if a team's willing to pay for him, like I would do it. But in the end, like they've got Montembeault and the Canadians don't really have another option apart from Primo. So we'll see. But I would still say like in terms of likelihood, I would say Jake Allen's probably pretty likely just simply for the fact that I think that there's a team there that would take him. Dan Vladar is an interesting one in that I think people believe that he's a starter. In my opinion, I think he's more of a backup than a starter. I don't think Dan Vladar is a starter. So
Other
that's my
people think
opinion.
that because he posted better numbers than Markstrom last year in Calgary.
Yeah, that's
But
probably why.
I agree with you that Vladar is we'll have to see him in a different context, but maybe a 1B, and also Jake Allen would be a nice 1B for a contending team. And I think
Exactly.
can't get it as Vegas showed in the playoffs. You can't have enough good goaltenders on your roster.
Yeah. Who's the other two that you mentioned?
So there was Vladar, Jake Allen, Linus Olmark. You covered. Who am I missing here? Let me go back to this. Give me a sec.
Yeah, to me, Olmark doesn't make sense. I wouldn't trade Olmark. I wouldn't trade Vladar. Like, I wouldn't trade Olmark. I wouldn't. Vladar, I mean,
Logan Thompson.
oh, even him. Like, I mean, that one makes more sense now because he'll sign a contract for 4.9 for I think it's 2 years with Vegas. So if they see Aiden Hill as a starter, then maybe Thompson gets traded. I think there's a likelihood that he could get traded. I was gonna say Ottawa, but then they signed Corpusalo, so I don't know where he'd probably end up. Maybe Buffalo. That could be a good option, but
Maybe.
yeah. But DJ Stromford actually wants us to do something. He wants it. He's like, can you give us a mock trade from each team you guys want to see happen? Well, I'm not gonna go from each team. I'm just gonna go one. We're gonna do one mock trade each. So I guess I'll go Montreal, and you can go Ottawa since we'll, or we could just do any mock
Well, I
trade in
did the
general.
mock trade for the Brinket before, so I don't want to reiterate the same thing.
Yeah, so I'll go for me for Montreal, just because there's a few guys that we could move. I think for Montreal, one mock trade I want to see, maybe in general, Mike Hoffman for future considerations, or honestly, like if I have to pick an actual guy off the roster that like actually has value, I would say if they can trade Josh Anderson and get a first rounder, a B level prospect, and like maybe
That's
a
overly
roster player.
ambitious.
Well, it's not. I mean, if you look at where the value was at for him early on, I think that the first round pick makes sense. But something like that, like for Josh Anderson, I think Josh Anderson to like, I don't even know, like Calgary, I guess, for like, I don't know, a first rounder in like 2024. And then like, I don't know, a B level prospect or something like that, I think would be really cool. But besides that, I think there isn't really much. If I had to look at a team in general, for a mock trade, like just any team in the NHL, based on rumors. Now, I'm obviously not going to touch on the Brinkhead because we already did. You know what? Screw it. I think if you're a team like Toronto, okay, and you have to trade William Nylander, I think you can trade William Nylander and get like a really good haul for him. Like I think any team in the NHL would take William Nylander, and I think for the Leafs, if they were to ever trade William Nylander, it would be for like 2 firsts and a level prospect and like maybe a roster. Like look at what Dubois got. Like more than like way more than that, in my opinion, is
Yeah,
what
you
I think
probably have to
Toronto
add
would
an,
do.
an extra prospect and maybe and an extra pick into what the Dubois package was.
Yeah. What else is there? He said
Well, I
he
could
wants
give
to know.
one.
Yeah, well,
I'll
he wants to
give
know. Try to do Vancouver, Winnipeg. See what you can do for them.
oof, Vancouver probably be for a defenseman.
Yeah, like what puck moving defenseman do you think should go to Vancouver?
That they should target. I'd
Yeah,
say not a
Thomas.
puck moving defenseman, but I think they should have they should have gone for a guy like Brett Pesce.
Mm,
But in terms of puck moving defenseman on the market, who really is there at this point? Other than
yeah,
like an Eric Carlson, but if we're talking about like more of a mid-tier range,
yeah. I don't know. There isn't really any, to be honest. I think that would like Pesci and Carlson. I think are the 2 defensemen that are like really on the move. Besides that, I wouldn't
I mean,
really say that
I
there's
could
any.
tell you what they'll probably do. Like, let's say your insane hypothetical of Carlson to the Penguins does happen.
Yeah,
Let's say it happens. He goes to the Penguins, he gets traded there. Kyle Dubas looks like the genius of the century, and so he's a right-handed defenseman. And then they would have to move Jeff Petrie in that case because they'd have to make it work for the cap, and he's also a right-handed defenseman. So they trade Jeff Petrie, and I think Vancouver would definitely be the team to overpay for him.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, like they would probably have to get. They probably give up maybe a second round pick and a roster player, and they'd get Jeff Petrie for a year at least.
Yeah.
So that's like a
Uh,
crazy hypothetical that I just did.
I think if I want Go Caps asked, what about caps for mock trade? I'm gonna say for Capitals, we'll talk about Kuznetsov because Kuznetsov I think is the guy that's being moved talked about the most, and obviously with Manta too. I'm gonna go Kuznetsov, and I'm gonna say they're gonna send him out west. And I would say that a team that I think could really use Kuznetsov could be Nashville, mainly because I think he could be their first line center with O'Reilly being their second line center. So I think Kuznetsov goes there. I think in return, you're probably looking at a first rounder for Kuznetsov and maybe like a B level, C level prospect or a B level prospect. Maybe a defenseman like Dante Fabro, I think could be a really good option for them. Or even a guy like Luke Evangelista as a prospect could maybe be something that I think could work for Kuznetsov. Another option for Kuznetsov, if it's not Nashville, Vegas is another option, I would say.
They just put Vegas
Uh,
in the chat.
oh, really? I didn't even see that.
Yeah, I
Uh,
just put it.
who else is there? Toronto, nah, Toronto, not really. Um, Winnipeg's not a bad option if they have to move on from Shifley. I think you can definitely find a way to have Kuznetsov be that guy that can replace Shifley. So I would say that if you're Kuznetsov, those are probably the teams. Maybe a team like Anaheim. I don't know. A team that has a lot of cap space and a lot of prospects in general. Shit, my Twitter is like going crazy. So yeah. Oh, and sorry to continue. It looks like Frank Saravelli just tweeted, not done, but sounds like Alex Killorn will be heading to the Anaheim Ducks. So we talked about how Bertuzzi could have made sense. Well, it looks like the Ducks turned their attention to Alex Killorn instead. So interesting move there. We'll see what the term and AAV is going to be on that. But
Not a big
Alex
fan of that
Killorn to the
move.
Ducks. Really?
Not a big fan. Would have preferred somebody with Bertuzzi's skill level and the age that he offers. It just getting a 35-year-old Alex Killorn on that team probably makes elevates them for a year or two, but long term it just doesn't make any sense at all.
I
And
guess
they're not even
I
and
can.
they're not even a guaranteed playoff team for the next 2 years. So I don't. It just doesn't fit the direction of their team at all.
That's it. It's like I was saying with Zucker. Maybe it's just a money thing, you know. It could be like he got offered a really good deal money wise and he took it. We'll have to wait and see. Go Caps is asking any Martin Faravari news as of right now. No. There hasn't been any talks about. Assuming it'll get done, but as of right now, it looks like he currently is just not signed, so it's okay. But yeah, and in terms of anything else, let's see. Hearing Alex Killorn is signing in Anaheim, so yeah.
Trying to find the details of that deal.
Right now, it looks like nothing's happened yet for that deal. But just apart from the fact that it was just that. But do you? Oh man, you know what? Let's do an analysis because I'm seeing a lot of like the Carlson to Pittsburgh as a rumor, and I'm starting to think like it could happen because Pittsburgh does have 14 million in cap space. The problem with Pittsburgh is that like what could you trade realistically for Erik Karlsson? Obviously, your first rounder has to be included in there, but then after that, they don't really have
The prospects.
anything of value, right? Like Jeff Petrie probably gets thrown in there, right? The problem with Jeff Petrie is that he's got a 15 trade he's got a no move clause, and he's got a 15 team no trade list, right? So if San Jose's on that no trade list, you can't trade Jeff Petrie there. So who do you move, right? Like there's nobody here that Pittsburgh really have that would be of value. The only one they really have is Owen Pickering, but I don't think they're going to trade Owen Pickering because he's their prospect that they drafted last year. And like they don't really have high end prospects. So I don't know what Pittsburgh would give up unless it's like
Picks.
a
Bunch of
deal.
picks. It'd probably be like
They
at least
probably have to give up a
at
bunch
least
of
two
picks.
first round picks. I'd say 2 first round picks.
Yeah.
Jeff
That's the thing.
Petrie
So like I'm
and
okay.
Jeff Petrie and maybe a prospect, but I don't even know if that's enough for Erik Karlsson.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. What about Nick Obey-Kubel? No, even him. Nothing's happened there yet. Also, Dmitry Kulikov is joining Florida. So interesting. Another depth move for Florida. They acquired.
Well, they're
They
actually
went
bringing him back. It's going to be his second tenure with the Florida Panthers.
Yep. They're bringing him back. They also had OEL signed as well, which is pretty crazy.
That's a
At the
good move. I
time,
like
too.
that move for them. And Mike
Yeah,
Riley
especially
signed also to a 1-year deal.
that's it. They signed Mike Riley as well. So good moves for Florida. I think they did some good jobs. Good job there. But yeah, Carlson, if he ends up in Pittsburgh, like I'm gonna be very happy for them, like for Pittsburgh. But in general, I just don't think that's it doesn't make sense. Like I don't know where like I don't know where the trade partner would be. You know what I mean? Like
Maybe
where do
they involve
you?
3 teams in the trade.
It's got to
They
be.
try to
There's
get a
no other
third team
way.
that's going to give San Jose some picks, and maybe there's a third team that could also give San Jose another asset that needs some cap relief. And so then maybe
Yeah.
San Jose is going to probably max out their picks, probably get a prospect from that third team potentially. But this is just me spitballing. But that's usually how
Yeah.
I think it would happen because like we both looked at it, and would they be ready to give away 2 first round picks when their prospect pool is already so thin? And their window of
Yeah.
contention with guys like Crosby, Malkin, and Letang is just for a couple more years. I know Letang and Malkin signed those new deals, but Crosby comes to term in 2 seasons.
Yeah.
It would be a big risk
Yeah.
for a team that didn't qualify for the first time in so many years, 18 seasons to the playoffs last year.
Yeah. Did you see that? Killoran's deal got announced officially. 4-year deal, 6.25 million for
How
Alex
much?
Killorn.
6.52.
6.25.
6 point. Oh my god, horrible, horrible deal.
Oh, what the? Yeah, you don't like it. I that's a lot. 6.25 for 4 years is a lot.
It's
That's
like
that's probably the one. I think that's probably the one that I would say is probably not it's the biggest deal we've got in terms of term and money wise, but like for Killorn, that's a lot of money. I don't think he's worth $6 million, $6.25 million, especially considering the fact that like a 4 year deal is a lot. Like I don't even know how old is he, Killorn? Is he like
he's
35?
35 or 34 at least. But I guess this is
Uh,
the move where we were saying before how teams are not dishing out a lot of money and overpaying for players, and this is good, kind of the first deal that aligns with that.
I mean, look, he
He
scored 64. He scored 64 goals last year. He had 64 points last year. He scored 59 the year before that. But like it's about let's say it's a little bit higher than market value for him. You know, he's 33, so 4 years will make him 37. So he'll be towards the end of his career in Anaheim. So he's basically there for the long term in
he's
Anaheim in the
taking a
sense where
dip also in his line mates potentially. He's not going to be playing with a Kucherov or a Braden Point anymore. No
no, but I think
disrespect
if
to
the
the other
Ducks
guys, but
Well, I think if the Ducks put him on the top two lines, right, there could be a situation where he plays with McTavish. There could be a situation where he even plays with Zegras. And if he plays with Zegras, I could see that point total staying about within the 50-point range as well. So if you can get Killorn at about 50 points, plus he provides you with 25 goals like he did 3 out of the last 4 seasons.
and that's still not
Um,
a $6 million player though.
no, I guess, but I guess they paid him for what he did, right? The fact that he won 2 cups.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's like I said, it just doesn't align with their direction. I find, and I don't think they necessarily elevate with a
Yeah,
player
I think
like
this is a
Alex
deal. I think
Killorn. They would be better suited, like you said, with a player like Vladimir Tarasenko. I just don't get
yeah.
this move at all, and especially with the term.
For sure. And then John Weichel goes, Ryan Reeves signed, terrible,
Yeah,
and
I,
Ryan Reeves will be a healthy scratch year one. Bro, let's talk about this. The Leafs are stupid, man. I don't even want to
they
be
don't
mean.
know
Like
what they're doing. They
I
don't know
don't
how to
know
read the
why
room. They just do every single bad,
decision, yeah.
like every bad. That's what it looks like. It looks like they're always somehow not addressing their needs.
Crazy, man.
I
And the
think
other
I,
thing
I think if
too,
Kyle Dubas was GM, this deal wouldn't have happened,
oh, agreed.
or
But the
there
other
would have
thing
been a
too
lot
is
of
that like
pushback on his end.
yeah, but the other thing too is that like your sign like the Leafs were like, oh, we want to get tougher, right? So your solution to get tougher is go get Ryan Reeves, who has in his career, I think maybe scored 20 points like total. I'm being sarcastic here, but like Ryan Reeves is not
I don't
going to
think
do
he hit 20
anything.
points last year. If you check his
I,
numbers, and
I don't think
I
so.
think he was a scratch most of the time.
I don't think so either. But like for me, like this that deal just didn't make sense to me, and it still doesn't make sense to me to this day. Like it's a
And if
weird. He had
they're
15. He had 15 points. His career
yeah,
high
I
is
mean
20
like,
with Vegas in 18-19.
and if their
What?
reasoning was that we have to get tougher, then they completely disregarded what the issues were against Florida.
Yeah. And then DJ Stromford said Confer ends up a Canucks. Talkett did once say he was the best third line center. I could see Confer ending up in Vancouver. I think as a third line center, it could make sense. It's not a bad move by any shout if Vancouver decides to do it, but it depends on if they decide to do it. And then he goes, Blake Wheeler has better numbers over the last 5 years. That's Beer League that said that. I mean, we're comparing, different. We're comparing two different players in Blake Wheeler and Alex Killorn because Blake Wheeler got bought out, right, and he was making 8.25 million. And the thing with Blake Wheeler is that although he was productive, there was other issues with him. He's never won a cup. He had locker room problems too. So I think that plays a factor. And also, like, I don't think anybody expected Blake Wheeler to take 800K. I think the fact that he took 800K was just really the fact that he wanted to go to New York. Because I'd be very surprised if a team offered him league minimum and he said yes, just like that. So that's my opinion on it. But in terms of Killorn, I mean, look, he's going to provide some much needed. It's going to be a good boost for the Ducks, but in terms of the length of the contract, like if this was a 2-year deal at 6.25, I would have said okay, fine, right? 2 years, whatever. He'll be 35. Like he can maybe sign another deal with a team after that. But then now he's cashing in on 4 years, but he's basically saying, okay, like I've won 2 cups now. Let me go and maybe help a team make the playoffs, but that's about it. Like I'm probably not going to win a cup in Anaheim, which, let's be honest, he probably won't unless the Ducks make the playoffs.
Maybe
But
they make another move. Maybe the Ducks make another
yeah,
signing.
and he's like, "Do you guys think Wallstrom gets dealt? If so, where?" I don't know if Oliver Wallstrom gets dealt, but I think that there's definitely a possibility that he could be, just simply for the fact that he's had a lot of issues trying to get fit in with the Islanders. A team that I would love to see Wallstrom go to. I mean, Montreal likes to pick up guys that are first round picks and haven't really lived up to their hype. I would love to see him in Montreal if the opportunity presented itself. I think the Senators would also be a very good shout for Oliver Wallstrom. Again,
Uh,
young player that's got skill. I think as a top 9 guy, it wouldn't work. It would work, but it depends. I don't really know the exact place. Oh, Noel Achari has signed with the Pittsburgh Penguins. So there you go. So the Leafs lose out on another player. So Noel Achari 3x2 against Pittsburgh. So he goes where Kyle Dubas um, uh, is, which is pretty cool. And now Bruce Garriock. I don't know if you saw the tweet, but the Breakers agent has been given permission to discuss terms with some teams. Has found out he can't get the kind of term that Ottawa is offering.
wow, I did not see that.
Garriock just tweeted it.
So
Shit,
what's
bro.
the
We
deal? You
might be
think?
getting
What are these teams? These teams are offering him bridge deals, and
or
Ottawa's the only one
Wallstrom.
who offered him maybe a 6-7 year deal.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the situation's going to be there. Eric Carlson to Penguins. It's not confirmed yet. There's still. It's just a rumor that I've seen for now. But this one's interesting though. Could see Wallstrom bring included in the Brinket trade. I mean, if he goes to the Islanders, yeah, I could see that being an option. But
I don't know.
we'll
I think
see.
they like someone more established, more proven because they have. And if he were to be going into their bottom 9, he'd have to be somebody who would guarantee them a roster position.
Yeah.
Well, they have other guys coming up also, like Ridley Gregg, Igor Sokolov.
Igor Sokolov's not a bad option either. Damn, so 350. So guys, we're gonna end the stream at around at 4 o'clock. However, if there's any other deals, like we're talking more trade wise than free agency wise, we're gonna make a video on it. So Zach and I will be back if there's other videos, or if there's other videos that need to be made. But or else we're gonna end the live stream at 4 because you know I've been here since 11 and it's it's getting a little bit not it's dying down a little bit, the free agency. So we're gonna go and just take a break a little bit, and then like I said, if there's other deals that happen, we'll definitely come back. I mean, we're gonna stay on for the next 10 minutes to see what other deals can potentially happen, but just to let you guys know. And then the Rangers are not trading Alexi Lafreniere per Drew, who said he has not talked to any GM about Lafreniere. They want to re-sign him and Keandre Miller. Okay, so then use him properly. Jets are loading up with goalies. Most likely a Hellebuck move is coming soon. Jets signed Delia and Brassois with a filled AHL roster. I mean, yeah, but that doesn't really. I mean, for the Jets, if your replacement for Hellebuck is Brassois, that's not the best for you at all. And then DJ Stromford said 3-team deal with the Islanders, Red Wings, and Sens. I could see happening. Guys, you got to stop with this Red Wings thing. It doesn't look like it's happening. I think we've talked about the Red Wings and the Brinket all day today, and I just don't think that that's going to happen. I know he's from
Done.
Michigan, but it's not going to happen, guys. It's too unpredictable that I just don't see it happening. What is this guy saying? What did he say? Fans don't want to compete. Only management does. I mean, sure. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if management wants to compete and their solution is to sign Brossois, then they're not trying to. Like, if Brossois is their starter and they trade Hellebuck, then it's not really management isn't trying to compete either. That's what I'm trying to say, right? So it's that takes into consideration. And he's like, blow the Jets 2.1. Let's go. Agreed. They should blow up the Jets, especially with PLD getting traded and potentially Shifley and Wheeler being gone too. But we'll see if they end up doing that. I don't know if they're going to blow it up. You think the Jets are going to blow it up,
I don't
Zach?
think they should. Not just yet. I think what they need is more of a retool, but probably not a retool that's going to just take a year to fix. Maybe 2 or 3 years, similar to what Jeff Gordon did was with the Rangers.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have their star players who are still in their peak years, and I don't think they should waste the years of Mark Scheifele, Nikola Ehlers, and company right away.
Agreed. I think they should. Well, we'll see if they can get a good haul for Hellebuck. Like, if you look at what they got for PLD, I think there's definitely something of interest in terms of uh, like the PLD deal that I think could work with a Hellebuck deal. Like, if they can get something similar to what they got for PLD for Hellebuck in the sense where they got roster players back and they got some guys like that, I think it could definitely be an interesting situation that could maybe turn things around quicker than expected, right? So that's I think
Yeah.
the only thing that I would say in
Well, they'd
regards to
probably be
that.
looking for a defenseman in that trade. I don't think they would get an established top four in a trade for Hellebuck, but they'd probably get somebody who is maybe in his early 20s, has potential to still be a top four, and maybe he turns the corner with a change of scenery.
Also, see
That'd
what
be something they'd be hoping for.
Garriock tweeted something. He's like, the club has been close on some deals, but haven't been able to close the trade because of the Brinkets' demand for more term. Damn. So basically, Alex DeBrinket's making this very, very difficult.
I'd like to see him
Yeah.
stay with the Sens. He's a very hard player to replace. Those two
Yeah, but
40-goal seasons.
The thing with the Brinket though is I think it's the fact that um like he doesn't want to stay in
Well,
Ottawa.
those are rumors that he doesn't want to stay in Canada. Like he wants to only play in the United States, right?
Yeah.
That could be just rumors that are maybe somebody on his side is trying to negotiate through the media. From what he said, because he spoke at the end of their regular season, and he said that he likes playing here, and for him the big thing was that is there going to be a new ownership group, and when there is one, like there is now, he wants to know which direction they're going to go in. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, well, it's because he doesn't like the coach DJ Smith. He doesn't like playing for him. He doesn't think he's a good coach." So we'll have to see with that. That's just maybe me reading into things, but I think he probably likes being a senator. But him and probably Giroux also, after signing here, are hoping that things get done pretty quickly.
Yeah. Damn. My Twitter's been super weird all day. It's because of fucking. Did you see the new thing that they added on Twitter now? Like, Elon Musk said that like you can only look at certain like tweets. Like you can only look at a certain amount of tweets per day or something. I don't know. It's something weird like that. But like basically, my Twitter hasn't loaded all day. Like I've been like up and down all day. It's been super weird. But whatever.
Yeah, maybe I don't know how that's working.
It's
I
a
don't know
bit
if you can only see a certain number of. You're saying you can only see a certain number of tweets per day.
like sometimes I can see. Yeah, like I don't know what it is. There's some. It's like some people could see like 300 tweets per day or something, but some people can see like six. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't read up on it too much. I've been kind of busy, doing other things. So, but like the Young Guns Twitter, like it just doesn't. It only works on like NHL teams and trades. Like if I go on the For You page on Twitter for the Young Guns page, it doesn't work. But then my own personal Twitter account works, so it's super weird. Like I don't really, anyways, I don't really understand it. It's a bit strange, but whatever. Um, Caps, he's like, what thoughts on the Smith signing? I mean, he went to Dallas, 1 year, 1 million, good depth piece for Dallas. Not too much more that I could say other than that. I mean, didn't have the best time in Washington, but at the same time, he did struggle a little bit. But all in all, I mean, it's a depth signing, right? So it's not the end of the world. And that's about it. Okay, Zach, I'll be back. I'm just gonna quickly go, and then I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then we're gonna end the stream, or we're gonna check more things. I'll end the stream. So just keep the fans busy.
Okay, I'm gonna read some comments.
Alrighty. I'm back, boys, and ready to attack for the last 3 minutes of this stream.
I don't know if we talked about this before. I'm just looking at Elliot Friedman's Twitter. He's talking about Nashville being interested in Evgeny Kuznetsov. I think you actually maybe touched on it a little bit.
Yeah, I did.
But what do you think a potential trade would look like logistically?
I think Kuznetsov's got value. I would say a first-round pick, maybe a B-level prospect,
a roster player.
I'd have to look at Nashville's roster. Let me take a second to look at Nashville's roster because I forgot who they have. Like they changed their team so much that I completely
Shane
forgot.
got bought out. They brought in
They brought in Johansson,
Ryan O'Reilly.
Yeah, they bought out Johansson too. Nashville. Okay. Yeah, they don't really have much in terms
They're
of.
lacking a lot. I know they have some interesting forward prospects coming up, but their forwards are lacking a lot of depth right now.
I don't know. I would say Luke Evangelista maybe would be like the best prospect they have. So I would probably say him and like a first for Kuznetsov, but maybe that's a lot. I don't know. I don't really know what the value
Probably
would
Tomasino. Tomasino also could be included in there. He's got some upside.
Yeah. So I would say one of those two would be for Kuznetsov. I want to touch on this a bit. Comtois, Hathaway, and Kara out of Vancouver, please retool that top nine. I think all three of those guys would actually be really good signings for Vancouver. They're all really good top nine guys that I think would really help the the Canucks. So I like that. And then for DN, he said Leafs had the right idea with playable toughness like Shen, McCabe, Achari. Not having just Reeves is smart. But yeah, I mean they had the right idea until they didn't.
I don't think toughness was well, maybe for Luke Shen, McCabe with the added mostly skill, and they needed somebody to log the minutes that they lost with the Muzzin injury. I just don't see toughness as being the problem for the Leafs. I think they probably need a solution past Sheldon Keefe. That's my take.
And so then
and their
what's
goaltending,
interesting too
sure.
is so speaking of goaltending, Tristan Jarry just signed a 5-year deal with the Penguins worth $5.375 million. So he's back in Pittsburgh, and the
That's a
Penguins
really
also
good deal
signed
for
Ryan
them.
Graves as well from the Devils. So yeah, I like that. I like that deal a lot for Pittsburgh. So Jarry comes in 5.35. I mean, I think they're banking on him being better than he was last year, which I think is a good bet on him. So we'll see. But yeah, I think that's a good move. We'll see if they end up signing Carlson. They signed Ryan Graves as well, so good move for the Penguins.
That's a good little signing for them. Was it Ryan
Yeah,
Graves or defenseman?
yeah, he's a defenseman. He plays for the Devils. Well, he
Yes.
used to play
Okay.
for the
Okay.
Devils.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
so
we're referring to the same Ryan. That's a good signing for them.
that's it. So I think all the signings the Penguins have made today have been pretty good. Even Noel Acciari was a really good signing for them as a depth guy. So I think they've done a really good thing. I think Kyle Dubas has done some good job in what he's done. So here's what's gonna happen, guys. Because it's 4 o'clock now. We've been on this for 5 hours. We're gonna end the stream here. But like I said before, if there's anything big that happens trade wise,
We'll
whether
cover
it's
it
with
in another short video, and we'll post it soon after the trade happens.
yes, sir. So just stay tuned for that, guys. And like I said, I want to thank you guys, all of yous, for coming on this live stream and helping us out and entertaining us for 5 hours. I really do appreciate it, especially considering that for the first 3.5 hours I was on my own, and it wasn't always pretty, but it was enjoyable. You guys made it fun, so I appreciate that a lot. And I'm looking forward to doing more videos like this in the future for you guys. Obviously, not live streams this long, but I'm saying, like, I hope you guys enjoy other content that we're gonna have out. And Zach, obviously, I appreciate you coming on with me, joining me for the last hour and a half. Obviously, you're gonna see Zach in more videos because he's the third member of our podcast, but it's mainly just the fact that, like, he came to the rescue a little bit this afternoon. So it was nice to see that.
But the
And
fans are
yeah.
keeping us engaged in the comment section throughout the whole stream, so that made our job just that much easier.
Oh,
So thank
absolutely.
you to all the supporters and all those who tuned in to watch us live.
That's it.
Mostly
So,
Luca though. Luca's been on for 5 hours. Maybe he needs a little nap now. Needs to
oh,
get a
bro, I'm
little
gonna go take
rest.
a nap. I'm gonna go take a nap until I get a text saying we have to record because Eric Carlson got traded. That's gonna be the best
To the
one, because
Penguins specifically.
that's always what's gonna happen. You end the stream, and as soon as you end the stream, something crazy happens. You have to go back to record, which is okay. It's fine. But anyways, guys, I just want to say thank you. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Please, like I said, feel free to leave comments in the comments below. Obviously, on this 5-minute video, probably not. A 5-hour video, probably not. But if you guys just ever want to interact with us, follow us on Twitter, follow us on Instagram. We're there. You guys can always send us messages too, just to talk. And like I said, we'll see you guys in the next episode of the Young Guns podcast for sure. And any other big moves that happen between now and in the near future until the season starts, we're obviously going to cover. So stay tuned for that as well. And we hope you guys enjoyed. So thank you guys for being there, and have a great rest of the day. Bye.
Peace.